40 years. 40 years. And for us, that was the magic. That was what it was all about. But now she's gone. She's really gone, and I'm having to deal with that. Looking at the girl's quiet attentiveness, he realized afresh that she was only 19. He could try to explain how it felt, but she still wouldn't know, not really. It's been an unbearable surprise, like our life was an epic movie and right in the middle the film broke and I'm thinking, now what? And I don't know, and what really drives me crazy is, I'll never know. I'll never know how the story could have turned out. He jerked his head in the direction of the barn. Our unfinished story's out. They're in the barn. All our shows, all our inventions and memories, all the skill we put into it, all the years and dreams and concepts, they're all out there, boxed up in crates under tarps, and I'm running on memories. What's coming up? I don't know. How the rest of my life is going to turn out, I don't know. So anyway, whoever you are, or whoever you think you are, I'm not the mentor you're looking for. You need a guide who isn't lost. You need someone whose head isn't, well, scrambled, isn't a bad word. I have no doubt you'll do well. The hobo thing, if you ask me, that's like the gypsy thing. You keep slipping into characters who aren't you. I don't know why unless it is part of your being crazy. But you. He sighted down his finger as he wiggled it at her. You have it in yourself to be truly delightful, and I really mean that. You just have to find out who you are, and once you do, you'll be unstoppable. You don't need me. He thought it was a pretty good speech, hopefully enough to establish truth. So the mirage would go away. He was honest with her, and most important, honest with himself despite himself. It felt like dragging a sharp rake sideways through his guts, but it was honest. Without a moment to contemplate, she said, "You can't stop now." "Oh, right." He chuckled. Youth. How little she knew. Young lady, things can look a lot different from this end of your life. This time she digested his words for a moment, her head tilted, her eyes narrowed. "Once you've paid your dues, you'll..." "Excuse me." Was she bristling at him? "Young lady. Paid my dues. For your information, I've lost everyone I've loved. I've got a whole life behind me that may not have happened. I don't know who I am now, and..." With a burst of anger she clapped her hands to the sides of her head, punishing herself. Giving herself a make-believe shock treatment. "You've got me doing it. No, 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 no." She shot to her feet, fumbling with the robe, pacing in her bare feet. "I'm not going there." She pointed right in his face. "And you can't make me. Nobody can. Not anymore." He knew what she was going to say next. He just knew it. And she said it. She found a slightly kinder voice somewhere and she said it. "Mr. Collins, I respect your pain and your grief, but you can't just sit around feeling sorry for yourself. It'll give you a case of lead butt, just sinking into the bottom of your chair in this big, empty house, making nothing happen and going nowhere, whining about the good old days like some old man." If this was a delusion, it was stunningly accurate. He never liked it when Mandy got like this, and yet. "Sure. Grieve, but may I sit down?" He gestured to the couch and she perched on its edge. "You think your wife would want that, after all that traveling and magic and adventure? You just chucking the whole thing and turning into an old raisin." I know what she'd say. Buy some testosterone, get a motorcycle, do whatever it takes to get living again, but don't waste the years God still has for you. You believe in God. Yes. Well, so do I, and I think you should give him some credit. He might know what he's doing. Then, as if realizing her mouth had run off without her, she rolled her eyes heavenward in amazement and horror at herself. The deer in the headlights look that fell over her face was so comical it amazed him. Oh, big oops. And yet, when Mandy got like this, she was always right. As long as he had ever known her, and in some of the darkest times, Even through tears, Mandy could find this jarring, get real way to be right. Eloise didn't just have Mandy's teeth. She cringed, ashamed, and withdrew into her robe like a tortoise into its shell. Guess I'm waking up now. All he could do was sit there, trying for the life of him to fathom what just happened. She got up from the couch. Like you said, my clothes must be dry. He wanted to laugh, and she made him feel that way. She was almost to the hall. Could you let me think about it? She stopped. Think about what? The whatever it was you wanted. She studied him, raised one eyebrow slightly, tilted her head, and then there was that smile. Chapter 22. Mortimer was driving the SUV. Stone sat in the passenger seat, bandage in front of his right ear, bruises darkening. They were heading for Vegas, driving straight through. We heard back from Kessler, said the voice on the speakerphone. She was ready to ring our necks. And I'm ready to ring yours. The subject is in the house, all right, no doubt talking with Collins, so instead of preventing any contact you've done exactly the opposite. Stone winced, in enough pain already. Mortimer tried to counter. Sir, no. One briefed us on what we were dealing with. There was no need because you weren't to have any physical contact with her. But how else could we prevent them from contacting each other? She was at his gate, and he turned her away. Yeah, this time. Watch your tone. Sorry. If you two had checked in before acting on your own, you would have saved yourselves a beating. Orientation to the machine is intuitive, and she's figured things out. You weren't up against her. You were up against tens, possibly hundreds of her, as many as she needed. Stone and Mortimer exchanged rueful glances. So tell me about the tire. The tone of the voice was derisive. Tell me no. We have the tire, Stone answered. You don't think she's going to miss it. In any case, it won't tell them anything, said Mortimer. Fingerprints on the tire iron. Wiped clean, said Mortimer. He didn't mention Stone's blood on the tire. Iron being the initial reason they wiped it down. And what about the Hansons? They'll be back after they finish their week in Mexico. The house is back, the way it was, like we were never there. So what do we do now? Asked Stone. You guys better get out of the loop, said the voice. We'll find something else for you to do. Something less important. Thanksgiving Day. 28 degrees. 4 inches of snow on the ground, and light snow falling. The trees were white and drooping. The pastures lay under an undisturbed mantle, and the usual flitting, breezy, lowing sounds of the valley were muffled to a wintry quiet that made Dane stop and listen. He got a fire going in the fireplace, put on some classical guitar music, and set the dining room table with a white cloth, formal silverware, and place setting, and a dinner wrought by his own hand. A small turkey that would provide plenty of sandwiches afterward. Dressing, gravy on mashed potatoes, French-style green beans, a lavish salad he chopped, tore, diced, sliced, and anointed with his own homemade vinaigrette. 2 thick slabs of cranberry sauce, 2 wheat and sesame dinner rolls they came from a bag, sparkling cranberry apple cider, and a glass of Pinot Noir. He would follow all that up with a dessert of pumpkin pie store-bought and fresh coffee he roasted and ground himself. Mandy always served up Thanksgiving dinner at 3 in the afternoon, and he took his seat at the table right on time, spreading the cloth napkin across his lap. With Christmas card scenery outside the windows and a cheerful fire burning, he bowed his head and gave thanks. The meal was so good it was emotional. He was tasting again, enjoying again, savoring the work of God and his own hands. What a concept. It wasn't testosterone or a motorcycle, but it was working. He took it slow, imagining how a meal like this would taste in heaven, especially with Mandy sitting in that other chair. Twice he raised his glass to her picture on the wall. Here's to you, babe. Eloise was right. Mandy would have wanted it this way. Cadillac, purple, zebra, Eloise said. See, I still remember. Seamus smiled but still needed more explanation. Mr. Collins and I only found the spare tire. The flat tire was gone. Clarence and Lemuel or somebody else took it. I don't know, but Mr. Collins was looking at me like I had a bad memory, so I just told him the 3 words Bernadette gave me. Cadillac, zebra purple, purple, right. Was he impressed? I think he believed me after that. So then what happened? He helped me put the spare on and then he followed me in his truck all the way to my apartment. His silence and raised eyebrow made her add, and then he saw me to my door and left and drove home. But you showed him where you live. Well, he was Seamus. He was bred to look after her. Well, I'm just teasing you a little. For your own good. He's not that much of a stranger. But how much do you know about him? He meant well, didn't he? She didn't want to get defensive. He saved me from Clarence and Lemuel. When I was out on the street he gave me his hat and his sweater and he took the time to coach me with a card trick. He's been a professional magician for more than 40 years. And he's a widower, Seamus reminded her, and he told you himself. Fair enough. But I'd be careful. As long as it is business, fine, but I'd stay away from any personal conversations until you know him better. She sighed, if only to breathe out some tension. Actually, I'd say he reminds me of my father, if anything. So he's a father figure. Sure. Is that so bad? No, that's all right. But you've told him everything you've told me. Pretty much. Well, I wouldn't tell him any more. He does deserve our gratitude. Absolutely, but we need to keep your life private and you safe and secure. But that's just the thing. Am I? I'm not so sure yet. I've been looking into it. She locked eyes with him, awaiting more, but he smiled like somebody hiding a secret and spread his arms toward the table. Let's eat before it gets cold. Eloise took her place at one end of the table, blown away by the care Seamus had taken with every detail. The fine china, the silverware, a soup spoon and a dinner spoon, a salad fork and a dinner fork, a butter knife and a dinner knife, the autumn leaves and colors centerpiece, the lit candles, the napkins. No, the serviettes. In silver napkin rings. His dining room was like the rest of his quaint bungalow near the lake. Warm, embracing, with dark wood beams and leaded windows, a setting fit for a Jane Austen novel. She dressed in the best blouse and slacks she owned. She should have been wearing an empire-waisted dress. Lovely, she said. Lovely, lovely. Seamus smiled at her over the centerpiece. He looked great. The candlelight shimmered in his eyes, and the warm glow from the wall sconces highlighted his hair. I think I'll return thanks. They bowed together and he prayed, Dear God, for all we have received and for all we will be mindful to share, we give you thanks. Amen. The meal was like a fireworks display for the mouth, just one ooh and ah after another, except she had to hum the sounds to be polite. The whole mood changed for the better, even as she brought up the same old business. Anyway, what can I do? What if Mr. Collins doesn't want to hassle with somebody who might be a mental case? What if Roger and Abby find out? He took some time to chew a bite, leaving her in suspense, then said, I spoke with the hospital. She almost dropped her fork and peered at him over the centerpiece. You didn't. Can you even do that? He loved to draw things out. He stabbed another bite of turkey. Don't you dare. He laughed and set his fork down. I don't worry that much about can or cannot. There's always a way once you find the right people, preferably the ones who are nervous. They tried to tell me that all patient records were strictly confidential and that they had nothing more to say, but when I told them I was your attorney and confronted them with what I knew, we fell right into a discussion about what they couldn't talk about and what they hoped I and my client wouldn't talk about either, and from there, lo and behold, they brought up how they might make amends for any pain they may have caused you in exchange for your not pressing matters any further. Her mouth was hanging open. Luckily she'd swallowed just before that. You were going to sue them. He smiled and shook his head. It never came up. They wanted this whole thing kept quiet, and all I had to do was wait, just look at them until they were ready to talk about a settlement. Now he made her wait, maybe to show how it felt. It felt terrible. She was about to break the silence when he wiggled a pointed finger. Take a peek under your plate. She scrunched down and lifted the edge. Here's a little piece of my magic, he said. There was an envelope tucked under there. She pulled it out. It had her name on it, Eloise Kramer, written in Seamus's hand. Go ahead, take a look. The envelope contained a cashier's check for $50,000. The Friday after Thanksgiving, while Christmas shoppers were going nuts at the malls, Dane drove to a Starbucks in Liberty Lake, halfway between Spokane and Coeur d'Alene, to meet a lady for coffee. He spotted her the moment he stepped through the front door. She was the one sitting at a small, round table in the corner, a bulging computer bag at her feet, a 20-ounce coffee cup on the table between her hands, and red waves and curls covering her shoulders like lush vines in autumn. She met his eyes as he approached. Bernadette Nolan? He asked. She extended her hand and he greeted her. They'd reached a unique agreement. She told him over the phone that she could not tell him anything because of confidentiality laws. She couldn't even let him know whether he had found the right person. Nevertheless, once he described a particular individual they both might know. He did not name her. As an up-and-coming magician who could do card tricks and recall the words Cadillac, purple, and zebra, she agreed to visit with him. It seemed they both realized between the lines that even though she could not talk about the individual, he could, and given that, she was interested. He ordered a venti cafe mocha, non-fat but with whipped cream. His way of splitting the difference. Joined her at the table, and they began circling each other verbally. Who was he? Who was she? What did he do for a living? What did she do? How long? Just how did you happen to call me? She asked. Half shoe leather, half luck, he replied. I called the hospital and got nowhere. I called the behavioral health unit and still got nowhere. Confidentiality runs through the entire system. So I discovered. And I admire that. I appreciate it. But I still had some key words. Spokane County Medical Center, designated examiner, and cute redhead, her words, not mine. And he indicated, of course. But I suppose you can let me know if there's any point in us talking. He unfolded a photo of Eloise Kramer as the Hobet, something he clipped from a poster Roger Calhoun gave him. She looked at it carefully. The makeup and the costume don't help, Dane admitted. No, they do obscure the likeness, if that's what you're trying to show me. And what's your interest in this? Management, coaching, producing. I've found a real talent here, but I need to know who and what I'm dealing with. So it appears she's working pretty steady. She has a regular gig at a coffee shop in Coeur d'Alene and then she's booking private functions. You know, birthday parties, church youth groups, conferences. She has a trade show coming up. She was visibly pleased. I am very, very glad to hear it. Really. Beyond that, all she could do was slide the photo back across the table. He returned the photo to his pocket. So why don't we talk about something outside the bounds of confidentiality? Such as the system you work in. The hospital, the laws, how patients are handled. Okay. How would a patient wind up in the behavioral health unit in the first place? She looked down and traced little patterns on the table with her fingers. A variety of ways. Some know they have a problem and admit themselves. A family might admit a loved one. The courts may do so. Now she remained casual, her hands absent-mindedly busy but her eyes meeting his. Sometimes a person will appear to be in a state of mind where they could be a danger to themselves or to others, and if they're, let's say, homeless or wandering about and can't identify themselves, the police can bring them in on a police hold and they can be held for 24 to 72 hours while they're evaluated. The designated examiners are appointed by the state to determine whether there is imminent risk, in which case the examiners, usually two, would recommend further evaluation. If the attending psychiatrist concurs, the matter would go to a judge who can extend the hold, release the individual, or have the individual sent to a state hospital. She took a sip from her coffee. The pause seemed to signal the turning of a page. If, on the other hand, they find the patient is no danger to herself or others and recommend release or outpatient treatment, and the attending psychiatrist concurs, she smiled. It's not against the law to be crazy. Anyone can be crazy and still mix with the rest of society as long as they don't pose a danger. She leaned toward him slightly. They can have jobs, they can get training, they can pursue careers. She held her eyes on him to make her point, then settled back and had another sip of coffee. What if the patient escapes? She gave a knowing half chuckle, as if they'd shared an inside joke. Ooh boy. Dane just waited. This was good. She thought about that one, looking at her coffee, looking at him, looking out the window. Finally she drew an audible breath and said, as far as anyone knows, no patient has ever escaped from the behavioral health unit. Given the security measures, it would be next to impossible. Then she let her eyes drop off sideways as she added, and if it did happen, especially after the 72 hours had elapsed, it would be such an embarrassment to the unit and to the hospital that, she thought another moment, that they could decide to go with the recommendations of the designated examiners and chief psychiatrist, record the patient as officially released, and close the file. Not exactly the answer Dane was expecting. Officially released. As a matter of record. She would have been released from the hospital. Her face fell. Oh, dear. He could read the incredulity, even dismay, in her face. No, that's not, the hospital would not do that. If anything, they would contact the police, and that's only if the original hold was still in force. They wouldn't send two men in an SUV with a taser and a hypodermic. She winced. Her fingers went to her forehead. Oh, Mandy, for Dane, all forward motion stopped. His next thought went on hold. Did she say, "Excuse me"? She recovered and told him, "I hope you realize that some people live in a different world than ours." He steeled himself, drew on any stagecraft he could muster to look normal, and said, "Mandy can be that way." She signaled him with a slight raise of her hand. Could we forget? Chapter 23. It was the classic bottle and glass routine. The Hobet started out with a glass and a wine bottle on a table and two tubes to slip over them. Tube 1 goes over the glass, tube number 2 goes over the bottle. When she lifted the tubes away, the bottle has become a glass and the glass has become a bottle. She replaced the tubes, lifted them away again, and the bottle and glass had traded places again. So you see, you just, oops. A second bottle appeared from a tube that should have been empty, and from there the trick was on the Hobet as more bottles appeared from the tubes until 8 bottles cluttered the table. She played it all for laughs and got plenty, mugging and intentionally fumbling, the unwitting foil through the whole routine. Her twist on the routine was when she lined up the 8 bottles, blew across their openings to produce a musical scale, and then made them sing row, row, row your boat simply by waving her fingers at them. As the bottles ended the song in 4-part harmony, she slipped a tube over each one and made it vanish until the last bottle, singing the highest note, disappeared into the tube and went silent. She held up the tube, looked at the audience through it, then put her arm through it, showing it to be empty. Great finish. Dane was one of 4 folks sharing a table just 1 row back, and he Wouldn't have gotten that seat without a reservation. Every table in McAfee's was full, and there were folks sitting in chairs anywhere the chairs would fit. Whatever the room's maximum legal occupancy, they had to have reached it. Roger Calhoun must have been doing well enough to spare a little change. Eloise now had a small stage and backdrop to work from, some spotlights, and some additional recorded background music, something between Sinatra Saloon and Hip Elevator. If he were her coach and mentor, Dane could have addressed a few weaknesses in the performance, mainly in the timing of her reactions. Just a shade too soon, as if she knew what was going to happen. And in her body placement. Sometimes she held the bottles and other objects too high, blocking her face. Sometimes she played things too open, where a slight turn of her body would withhold a reveal and increase the surprise. These were small details, easy to fix. Overall, her pacing was just about right and she was connecting with the audience, making eye contact, pulling them in. The wonder, the delight in every little event were still there. She was a natural. Just like Mandy. Oh, yes. He always came back to that. Much as he tried to watch only her performance, he couldn't help but watch her. Much as he tried to see Eloise, with every turn of her head, every tease in her eyes, every playful smile, he was seeing memories. He tried again and again to blame it on grief, denial, delusion, fantasy, even coincidence. But such explanations were tiresome and easily trumped by what he'd heard today. Her name coming from the lips of a total stranger. Unless he imagined that as well, the supposed delusion now existed outside his mind, in the real world, which only restored the aggravating madness of it all. And what in the world could he tell her? As much as he wanted to share his meeting with Bernadette Nolan and alleviate her fears, the good news came with questions, and the answers could make things worse. Well, he would step carefully, but he had to go there. She was winding up her show, starting the levitation. Some of the folks had seen it before and were shooting sideways glances at the friends they'd brought. This is it. This is what I told you about. Dane was interested in how she would sell it. Was the wonder still there? Was it still an adventure for her as much as for the audience? Her feet came off the floor, and the crowd leaned into the act, marveling. Questioning. Astounded. Now Dane leaned in. She was trying a different tack, one he wouldn't have advised. Fear. Dark forces. The unknown. She was acting tentative, extending her hands into space as if something might bite them, her eyes darting about as if seeing something sinister. She was playing it well and giving people the willies. Still, Dane winced to himself, her wonder-eyed, playful persona. The fun was gone, and he was disappointed. He made a mental note. The goofy Hobet tampering with the dark side. That would have worked better with the gypsy. She'd also trimmed down the routine. No rotations, no gleeful somersaults. She rose a few feet, held herself there in the precarious grip of whatever power supposedly had her, then settled to the floor at the peak of the crowd's interest. She got her enthusiastic big finish. To Dane's thinking, the response would have been even better if she'd not tapped into the unknown and come back sweating, trembling, and looking faint even as she greeted members of the audience. Some folks asked if she was all right, and her acting was so good they couldn't be sure from her assurances that she was. As the folks sharing Dane's table rose to go, a lady said, "Creepy." Well, that said it all. Dane would talk to Eloise about it as soon as the crowd thinned down. They would talk about many things. He scanned the menu. "Hello. Would you happen to be Dane Collins?" A handsome young man who dressed well and cared about his hair stood by Dane's table, extending his hand. Dane took it. "That's right. Seamus Downey, Miss Kramer's attorney. May I sit down?" Dane didn't mean to delay an answer. It simply took him a moment to process the words Miss Kramer's attorney. Sure. Have a seat." Downey chose the chair directly opposite Dane and planted himself there. Spine, shoulders, and chin exuding confidence, authority, maybe even ownership of the table. Miss Kramer's attorney, Dane repeated. No kidding. I didn't know she had an attorney. Downey put on a smile he learned from another attorney, a banker, or a job interviewer. Well, we're good friends mostly, but the longer our relationship the more I've accepted the role of legal counsel, watching out for her interests. But I understand you've approached Miss Kramer regarding a professional relationship. And now that's your business. Actually, she approached me last Monday. And we had a lengthy chat. I assume she's told you all about it. Oh, yes. Well, I am considering working with her. Oh, then it is very timely that we met. Downey looked around the room. Eloise was just finishing up with some admirers. Eloise. She said goodbye and came to the table. She looked more than tired. She looked troubled. Seamus stood, which reminded Dane to do the same, and gave her a peck on the cheek. Wonderful performance. They sat, Dane and Seamus facing each other, Eloise on one side. Her head drooped. She removed her hat and rubbed her eyes. Dear, your makeup, said Seamus, pulling a napkin from the table dispenser. Oh, she said, using the napkin to dab her face. The napkin quivered in her hand. I've just been making Mr. Collins's acquaintance. We were about to discuss his possible future relationship with you. Oh, she said. Oh, right. The eyeliner left smeared shadows under her eyes, and her whiskers were streaked. Her hair was matted with sweat. She had yet to smile. You okay? Dane asked. Yeah, she said, and managed a smile. Pretty tired. Downey said to her, I think Mr. Collins would be interested to know how we've resolved some of your issues. Oh, yeah, right. She looked at Dane and said, this is Seamus. Your attorney, said Dane. Now, this was unexpected news. Everything. Really. First of all, said Downey, again, thank you for intervening and taking care of Eloise after that whole incident. It's just unbelievable what happened. It was horrendous. Dane looked at one, then the other, unsure whom to address as he said. You're welcome. But you'll be glad to know that I've met with the hospital and they've agreed to a settlement. Yep. Unexpected news. Once again, Dane had to draw on some stagecraft to keep from broadcasting his confusion and surprise all over the room. They have. Downey nodded. Spokane County. Spokane County Medical Center. Downey smiled at Eloise. Eloise will be starting up an investment portfolio, I imagine. She smiled back at him. Wait a minute, said Dane. He lowered his voice to ask, you talked about the two guys in the SUV. Downey looked to Eloise. When she nodded, he replied, after all you've done for Eloise you have a right to know. I can't say the hospital was at fault. That's part of the agreement. But I can tell you that they have compensated Eloise for any damages and that they will cease and desist from this particular method of rounding up wandering patients. No more thugs in SUVs or any other form. Ever. Dane held himself back. Any questioning of Downey's story would suggest Dane had his own version and now that version was bleeding value like a bad stock in a bear market. No kidding. As for any personal, private information about Eloise, that is expunged. Cleared. The hospital has no further interest in her and will respect her privacy. Okay. That's great. So since this may have been a matter of concern to you, we wanted to clear this up and in light of any professional interest you may have in Miss Kramer, we need to be clear that the rules of privacy apply to that relationship as well. She has already shared some things with you not realizing that they were a private matter and that she had no obligation to divulge any of it to a prospective employer, manager, instructor, whoever. So, to be fair to her, we would ask you to bar any of that information from your considerations. Wipe it from the record, let her start clean, and judge her on her own present-day merits. Are you following me so far? Was that a door Dane heard closing? I think I understand what you're saying. And you must not encroach on her privacy at any time in the future. Any conversation you have with her must pertain to the business at hand, to her training, your management agreement, and so forth. Nothing personal. You follow. Dane rested back in his chair and eyed Seamus Downey, Miss Kramer's attorney, taking all the time he needed to decide if he was offended or not. Yeah, he supposed he was. May I ask Miss Kramer a question? If it is nothing personal. He asked her, did you really hire this guy? Downey answered, that's privileged. He's my friend, was all she said. All right, it made sense. On the face of it. She was young. Downey was young. They'd found each other. They were beginning a relationship. What could be more normal and to be expected than that? And an attorney could be a good catch. If Downey was a good man. Right now Dane wasn't so sure. Slimy came to mind. Slippery. Scheming. It was even tempting to draw out the S's. Pardon the impressions of an old raisin, kid, but he's not right for you. Old raisin. Right. Another S word came to mind. 60. His age. Keep him from being stupid enough to feel well, the way he was feeling. Okay then Dane rose, grabbed his coat and Louis L'Amour hat. Miss Kramer, should it still matter, I agree to your request. I will be happy to coach and manage you and he shot a direct look at Mr. Downey. I also agree not to ask you any more personal questions or violate your privacy. He looked directly at her. I'd like you to work for me in exchange for my services for, let's say a 2-month probationary period. Once we get your career started and you achieve enough success to pay me a commission, then we can talk about that. Agreeable so far? She nodded, with respect. We'll be happy to discuss any offer, said Downey. Of course, she may decide she already has sufficient management. Dane found that amusing and didn't hide it. He told Eloise, if you're still interested, I'll be available at my ranch 9 o'clock Monday morning. Bring a lunch and a change of clothes because you're going to get dirty. A glance at Downey. And don't bring him. He put on his hat, pinched the brim in her direction, and left. Monday morning. There was one last picture of Mandy to put away. The studio portrait from 1990 that hung in the dining room. It was one of Dane's favorites because Mandy was posing outdoors with a serene, green landscape behind her, a reminder of where she grew up. She hadn't lived on a ranch since they were married, but in her heart she never left it. Dane lifted the picture from its hook and carried it in front of him, her face close to his, as he went up the stairs. Dane, he told himself, this is Mandy. This is the one who locked arms and souls with you and stayed at your side as long as she possibly could. This is the one who made you the center of her life, who gave you her smile every morning. You not some hotshot, on his last pimple kid who thinks he's a lawyer. It was 10 minutes to 9. He quickened his step up to the landing and hurried down the hall. Was no 19-year-old. She was well seasoned, life proven. A complete package. He went to a room at the end of the hall, a section of attic space that had been nicely finished to create a storeroom, hobby room, sewing room, whatever. Inside, all the pictures of Mandy throughout her life, all the framed news articles, reviews, and magazine covers, everything that had to do with Dane and Mandy leaned against the wall several layers deep. He gently set the dining room picture alongside the one of him and Mandy receiving Magicians of the Year at the Magic Castle in 1998, then stood, surrounded by all the printed and photographed proclamations that there ever was a real Mandy who loved him. He'd even hidden their wedding picture. All right. As far as he knew, Eloise had never been anywhere in the house or looked in any direction where she could have seen these things. Now, if she showed up, she would be whoever she was with no input from him or his memorabilia, no information she could borrow to build on. She wouldn't know of any resemblance or be burdened by it. She wouldn't even know Mandy's name. Was he being rational? By now, that was becoming a very cloudy issue. He made his way downstairs in time to hear Shirley knocking on the kitchen door. Knock knock. She called. Come in. She had the mail and set it on the counter. Good morning, Mr. C. Good morning. I'm going to shut down the pond skimmers today and I'm making a dump. Run if you have anything you want to throw out. What did we do with those patio tables that were out on the deck? I put 'em in the barn. We may need to move them into the dining room. Her eyebrow around and turn in different directions and talk to people sitting there, you know what I mean. She went into the dining room to get the concept. A restaurant. Not for real. Just for training purposes. Oh. Her eyes were lingering on the walls and shelves with empty spaces. They didn't have before. And I'm thinking about that barn. We could use all that floor space if we got it cleaned out, got all that straw out of there, all the junk and the animal stuff. And all that old magic stuff could stand to be gone through and stored more safely. She nodded, taking just enough steps to give her a view of the living room. Then turning back again. That'll give me plenty to do this winter. I might have some help for you. Her eyes narrowed. Eloise. What do you think? She wasn't overjoyed. She took one more look around the dining room and then, wincing a bit, ventured to ask, you realize she has a drug problem. I'd like to know anything you can tell me. Well, you saw her for yourself, the condition she was in, and when we were alone in the bathroom she told me she had a little problem with drugs that day. He considered that and nodded. I guess that's what you'd call it. And you're sure you want to hire her? She's very talented. I'd like to help her with. She just wagged her head, dark thoughts behind her eyes. You're the boss. The phone rang a double ring. Dane checked the wall clock. It was 9 o'clock, on the button. They went to the front window. Oh, Lord, said Chapter 24. Know how to handle a pitchfork? Shirley asked. Sure, said Eloise. How about a rake? Yes, ma'am. Well, we'll see. Shirley handed her both, along with a white aluminum dustpan. Okay. Start with that corner stall. Pitch all the straw out into the middle area here and then rake the stall clean. Go through all the stalls on this side and then do the other side, and then we'll come through here with the trailer and pick up all the straw and haul it out to the compost pile. Once we get all the straw and manure out of here we'll start dealing with the junk. And have it all done before noon. Eloise didn't want to sound lazy so she didn't ask, but she wondered. They were standing in the barn, a huge block of cold, very old air with 4 walls and a roof built around it. The main floor was a gym-size expanse of trampled straw and manure dust, and along each side were 5 stalls that used to hold horses and cows but now held junk that had to have been here as long as the air. Big tires with no wheels, big wheels with no tires. Engine blocks and a transmission with the gearshift sticking out of it. A wringer washer. What's a barn without an old wringer washer? A 3-bladed plow. A big, circular saw blade that scared Eloise just standing still. An old, delaminating desk and a gray couch that used to be blue, peppered with mouse droppings. A mound of old carpet in a corner. At some point, she would have to lift that stuff up and she just knew a zillion mice were going to scurry out. Even though winter was coming on, some die-hard flies were still buzzing around. The only thing new in here was a mountainous island of crates, trunks, cases, and containers resting on pallets and shrouded in tarps in the center of the floor. That had to be Mr. Collins' unfinished movie, all the years and dreams and concepts he talked about. It was sad to think that all that stuff might end up like the engine blocks, the tires, the plow, and the mousy couch. Left behind, forgotten, with no one ever coming back for them. You work here until noon, then you clean yourself up and have lunch with Mr. Collins, said Shirley, I'll be back to check your work, so don't disappoint me. Yes, ma'am. Shirley turned to leave, then turned back with another thought. Where are you from? Coeur d'Alene, I guess. Or maybe Hayden. Shirley made a little face, and Eloise couldn't blame her. Well, which is it? Eloise smiled at herself. Guess it depends on when I was there. I thought you were from Las Vegas. Las Vegas. No, I've never even been there. Shirley thought that over. Huh, but you're some kind of magician. I hope so. Well, work your magic here. We'll see how you do. She went out through the big door at the far end and closed it after her. Sigh. That was a downer. Shirley was so nice the first time they met. Today, she seemed perturbed for no reason Eloise could figure out and treated her as if she'd never used a pitchfork or even a rake before, as if she'd never even worked before. What brought that on? Well, all Eloise could do was her best. Eloise sized up the first stall, laid a plan as to where to start and how to keep from going over the same area twice, then got into it, raking the stuff into piles, stabbing big slabs with the fork, and flinging it out the stall door. Nothing new about this. The pitchfork felt natural in her hand. About the questions Mr. Collins asked her when she first arrived played through her mind. Ever worked on a ranch? Know anything about horses? Can you drive a tractor? Ever done any plumbing or carpentry? She felt just this side of being a liar and may have looked like one answering yes every time, but it was the truth and that was just so weird. If she'd never grown up on a ranch and learned all this stuff, how did she know it now? Her only answer was to dig in and keep pitching toward the stall door. It was a lot easier to pitch and rake hay and horse poop than figure out how she could have acquired skills she could not have acquired in a life she could not have had. The work, right there in her hands, she could understand. She could do that, and hopefully do it well enough to please Mr. Collins. Dear Lord. She flung another furload of straw out the stall door. I only ask one thing of you. Don't let me mess up. She finished the first stall, then the second, then the third. She was sweating now, feeling a little crusty with the dust, and hoping she was doing all right. She thought she was. She stretched her back, gently stretched the work curl out of her fingers, and got going on the fourth stall. Oh, Shirley was working in the next stall, pitching hay and raking. This was no time to slow down. Eloise put the tines to the ground and pushed all the harder, moving straw toward the door and then heaving it onto a mounting pile just outside. She was getting tired. Her arms were aching. Fling. A sizable wad of straw came flying out of the next stall. Shirley was putting her back into it, looking good. No doubt she expected the same from Eloise, so Eloise kept at it, grunting with the effort, moving that straw. The floor was finally clear. Eloise used the rake to pull the last straggling bits into the dustpan, then emptied the dustpan on top of the heap outside. Shirley must have finished as well. Things were quiet over there. Very quiet. Eloise paused to listen and watch. No sound. No motion. No pile outside the stall either. What did Shirley do? Haul it off already? Eloise's heart sank a touch. How could she ever keep up with that? Shirley. No answer. I've got these all done. Did you want to take a look? No answer. Eloise approached the stall, neck craning. No Shirley. All the straw and debris still lay on the floor of the stall as if she'd never been there. Shirley. Eloise looked, listened, and called again, but Shirley wasn't in the barn. She closed her eyes in a long, earnest blink and opened them. Same barn, same stalls, all quiet and normal, the scent of hay and manure still hanging in the air. She was still in the same place. Nothing had changed. After a quiet, watchful moment she was able to sigh and tell herself, well, this isn't the first time. Take it in stride. Live with it. But why today, of all days? What if things got really heavy like the other night, and she couldn't tell the difference between real and weird right in front of Shirley or Mr. Collins? She went into the next stall and got to work. It was all she could do, the best she could do. She dug in, pitched the hay out the door, raked some more, pitched some more. Until she heard someone in the previous stall, pitching and raking. Oh, please, she wilted, rolling her eyes. Well, okay, live with it, but no messing around this time. Pitchfork still in hand, she dashed over and looked in the stall. It was all cleaned out, just the way she'd left it, and no one was there. Don't think about it, she told herself. Just keep your mind and your eyes in the real world and don't go anywhere else, especially today. As she showered, she tried to experience nothing but the hot water drenching her head and streaming off her nose and chin. As she stood in front of she put out a hand and touched the wall next to the mirror. You're in the bathroom in the shop building. You have 15 minutes to get down to the house and have lunch with Mr. Collins. It's down that gravel path, the same one you came up with Shirley. Stay with it now. Dane had prepared a small lunch for himself. He'd set the breakfast nook table for two, just functional, not fancy. He was heating up some chocolate syrup to make a cafe mocha, not for himself but for Eloise, and for no other reason than to see if she liked them. Mandy always did. As he punched in the settings for a double shot. That's how Mandy liked her mochas. He reassured himself once again that he was being rational. Yes, there were emotions involved, but he was aware of them. They were on hold, and he would deal with them with no denial. Yes, the very notion that she could be that she was somehow well, it was madness, self-delusion, a trick of emotions, hormones, and or painkillers, but he was approaching this whole thing logically, at minimal risk. In his orientation interview with her that morning he'd slipped in perfectly acceptable, non-personal questions for an employer to ask and gotten a string of yeses. Yes, she'd worked on a ranch, had worked with horses, could drive a tractor, had done some plumbing and some carpentry, and this was information that would not have been publicly available, just like her beverage of choice. This cafe mocha would be another question, a tiny, risk-free inquiry. If she didn't care for mocha he could always drink it. Oh, there she was, freshened up, in a clean change of clothes, hair shampoo soft, looking timid, as if she were a troubled student and he was the vice principal. His first impulse was to smile and try to set her at ease. Well, hello. How'd your morning go? She returned his smile, but it wasn't her real one. I think it went fine. I got 4.5 stalls done. Would you like a double-shot cafe mocha? Amazed. Boy, did I guess lucky. Have a seat. He nodded toward the breakfast nook. She gravitated to the far chair facing the kitchen and checked by pointing at it. Yep. The table was set with plates, silverware, and paper napkins. She pulled her chair back and placed her sack lunch next to her plate. He brought her mocha as she sat down. It's dirty work, isn't it? I don't mind. He had half a sandwich prepared for himself. A nice-looking stack of wheat bread, tomatoes, pickles, and what appeared to be prime rib, along with a cup of non-fat strawberry yogurt and a cup of coffee. He took the chair across from her. Well, right, you've worked on a ranch before. Well, in a way. Uh-huh. Was that your home? Come on, Eloise, answer the question. How? Most of my life, I think. So you raised horses? Any cattle? Her answer was a totally dumb-sounding and it sounded so guilty. A cop would have arrested her. So I guess your dad was a rancher. The answer stuck in her throat. Oh, would that be too personal? It could get that way. I understand. She groped in her lunch sack and found some celery sticks with peanut butter. She bit off half of one just to stuff her mouth. He took a bite from his sandwich and there was sweet, safe silence. Not for long. I knew some folks who raised llamas, he said. It wasn't even a question, but it stopped a stick of celery halfway to her mouth, and the look on her face made him check himself for a drool or a spill. We raised. She had to clear her throat. We raised some llamas. Isn't that a trip? Now he had to mind what his face might be doing. Oh, yes, it was a trip, all right. And the vernacular had not gotten by him. You really did. And my dad was an architect. We did ranching because we loved it. So that's where you learn to drive a tractor and do carpentry and all that. My mom died when I was 13, so it was just daddy and me to run the place. But mom used to do all that stuff, and daddy told me, when you get married and have a family of your own, you'll need to know all this stuff too so you can take care of them. Single quote. He went for it. And I'll bet you raised doves. All right. Now, that was just plain creepy. Was it happening again? Her insides hurt the way they used to when her folks would catch her doing something wrong. Her fingers were quivering as she groped for her lunch sack and peered inside. What did you say? He was studying her. She felt very looked at. I said, I'll bet you raised doves. Single quote. Is this a magician thing you're doing? A magician thing. She pulled out her apple and cheese slices and didn't take her eyes off them. You know, mentalism. Reading my mind. You're really good. You've got me shaking. She took a big bite. It was easier than talking. It was time to back off. Oh, no. It's just luck. Just probability. You grew up on a ranch. I just started guessing the animals on it. And the doves. She never really answered that one, did she? Well, doves are a staple for most magicians. You were a magician in your youth, on a ranch, so I thought you may have had some doves. I think we'll be working with doves at some point, so I asked. She looked relieved but kept on chewing. So you had doves. She looked as if she hated to admit it, but finally she nodded, one cheek still full. Well, that was enough load for either of them to bear for now and still maintain the agenda that brought them together. Oh, yes, there was that, wasn't there? He took a bite from his sandwich and gave them both a break to depressurize. She took several more bites. Apparently she was going to extend the silence as long as she could. Now he cleared his throat. Anyway, getting around to my little opening sermon, she was chewing and receptive. The pressure was off for now. Soon to return, he feared. I've seen you perform at McAfee's twice, and there was that time on the street. She winced a little and said, right. So I've seen you as a gypsy, I've seen you as a hobet, I've seen you as, well, let's call her the enigmatic damsel in distress, and I've seen you as a secretive attorney's client hiding behind, oh, let's call it the Downey Doctrine. Teach me and coach me and help me to be somebody, but don't ask me who I am. But that issue right there is the one I keep coming back to. Through all of this, I find myself constantly having to face the same fundamental question. Who are you? She'd run out of apple slices, so she had no excuse for her silence. Even so, not a speakable word came to her. She thought, I'd love to know, but dared not tell him. She could only stare at him, tilt her head, and stare some more. One of her minds, one of her brains, one of her selves might know, but by now they were all so mixed up, like scrambled eggs. And maybe that was his point. Oh, thank the Lord, he's going to keep talking. You have to be sure about that for two big reasons. Number one, because knowing who you are, and liking who you are going to read right through to your audience. If you're hiding from them, they may not be able to pin down what it is they feel about you, but they won't be able to connect, and if that's the case, you'll never rise above that sea of magicians out there who all bought the same trunkful of tricks from the same catalog. Maybe you've noticed how a great trick in a bad magician's hands can be a same old thing, klutzy and boring, while a mundane trick in a great magician's hands can be a thoroughly entertaining experience. That should tell you something. The magic is in the magician. He stopped and looked away, and the silence was awkward. He looked to her again, tried to speak but had to look down, stroking his face. Anyway, she got teary-eyed watching him. He drew a deep breath and tried again. Anyway, getting to my point, you're a natural. You can connect and charm and enchant better than some of the best performers out there. But I still get the sense you're working a little too hard to get through, and it is because you're hiding. All the characters you've tried. The gypsy, the hobbit, the client. They're not you. I know that sounds pretty obvious, but any performer who knows herself and isn't afraid to show it can wear any outfit and be any character and still come through. I'm sensing that you're afraid to do that these other faces are there so you don't have to be. If we can, I'd like to see if you can drop that barrier and touch your audience directly. You have the nature within you, the wonder, the joy of the experience. We need to turn those things loose so they flow right through without a bulletproof shield in the way. Am I making sense here? Now, she was trying not to cry. He'd not only described her work, he'd also described her life. Her fingers went over her mouth, an unconscious gesture, as if she could bar her real self from bursting out and saying, well, such things simply could not be said. Dane had been piecing together this little speech for quite some time, gathering it like fallen apples from every moment he'd spent with her up until now. He knew it was right for her as a performer, which justified delivering it. That it was right for her as a person he hadn't wanted to address, but now her silent gaze, her glistening eyes told him he'd addressed it anyway. His own emotional investment aside, maybe it was still for the best. He pushed ahead. The second reason you need to know who you are is the nature of this business. Mark my words. If you ever achieve the level of success I think you're capable of, you're going to find yourself in a world that wants to repackage you and make you something you aren't. They have to sell you, so they'll put a face and a name on you that will be bigger and more glamorous than you really are. They'll dress you up, stand you up, light you up, and print you up with the specific aim of squeezing every last possible dime out of you. And if you do not know who you are, you'll make the same fatal mistake so many others have made. You'll believe them. You'll buy what they're selling, thinking it is you, and oh, the euphoria, the cloud nine high you feel. But it is all a lie, and lies don't last. When the commodity they have made you has outlasted its marketability. When the stores start returning all the shirts and school folders and posters and lunch boxes and coloring books that have your face on them. When nobody wants to buy Eloise Kramer anymore, they'll pitch her into the nearest dumpster. They'll recycle all the paper and cardboard, and they'll make room for the next big star, and then who will you be? Ask those who have gone before you, the ones who thought the business. The crowds, the applause defined them. It's no picnic betting your soul on a personality, an image that is other than you, because when you lose the bet, you end up sitting alone in your room and there's nobody there. She was wiping her eyes with her napkin. He could plainly see he'd stirred up all kinds of little ghosts inside her. Once again, it was time to back off. It's okay, he said. Now, I do remember what you said about thinking you're somebody else, and I wonder if, at least as long as you're around here, you might not trouble yourself about that. You are somebody. Just be that. That's how I'm going to play it. During all your training, I'm going to assume that you are not the gypsy or the hobbit or the attorney's client, or any other face that comes along, but yourself, however you may emerge over the days and weeks. And if you need permission, if you need someone to tell you it is okay to be who you are, I'll do that for you. Can you look at me, please? Her blue eyes returned from a moment of reflection and he saw in them a longing she'd never shared before. A hunger so deep it seemed a life's store of wisdom and answers might never satisfy it. When you are here on this ranch. Chapter 25. Daddy used to say one of the big rewards in life was looking back at a job well done, and you had to have done it to know. Cleaning out a stall in a barn was not glamorous, definitely not cushy, but in Eloise's frame of mind on a snowy Tuesday morning, the work had a good old feeling to it, stirring something deep inside that left her better than she would have been. Being solitary was part of it, by herself in a place by itself, raking, lifting, and pitching, her thoughts free to relay through her mind, and no sound in that barn-tainted air but the rustle of the straw and the soft chime of the pitchfork tines. The memories were part of it, memories this place brought back from not so long ago. They were Mandy's, but Eloise had permission, so she let them return and drank them in. The quiet nicker of the horses, the steam on their breath, and the thumping of their hooves. The continuous, brown-eyed stare of the llamas. The cooing and head bobbing of the doves. The smell of tractor exhaust and diesel and the black smear of grease on her gloves. Permission. Yes, permission was part of it. Wow. Never mind whether Mr. Collins had the power or right to change the rules, he just did it, and ever since yesterday's session warm little fires began to glow inside her, thawing things out, waking things up. What had she thought that night when he first came to see her perform, that he was some kind of window to somewhere she'd been? Though she hadn't a clue whatever gave her such a notion, her first day under his tutelage made her all the more a believer. Mr. Collins started with conventional stuff right there in the breakfast nook. Going through palmings, flourishes, loads, and steals, just talking, teasing, loosening up over coffee until he had an idea what she could do and she had time to get comfortable. He never said that was his plan, but it probably was, and it worked. After an hour of gentle guidance and good laughs, she was sure he wouldn't bite her and she wouldn't have to die of embarrassment. When she was ready, they moved into the makeshift restaurant in his dining room. 3 tables with tablecloths and dishes set out as if someone were sitting there eating or having coffee. He took a seat at one table and became her audience. Before she could start she had to know. And she was afraid to ask, do we need to talk about how I do the tricks? To her surprise, he didn't care to know. Apart from proper technical execution, he said, the how didn't matter. What mattered was the magic, what her audience experienced. If all they brought away from her performance were question marks, she'd shortchange them. It was never to be a case of I can do something you can't, but rather I'm glad to be with you so we can have a grand time together. It's not about you or your ego, it is about them, he told her. To categorize it, you're after 3 things. Rapt attention, laughter, and astonishment. And all 3 of these have one big thing in common. They're human. They're about unique moments and feelings. They create memories, and that's what good showmanship is all about. And that was his guiding principle as she did her show, and he commented, I love the wonder in your eyes, he said. Never lose that. You might do the same trick 1,000 times, but if you never lose the wonder, you'll always pull them into the experience and they'll feel it with you. Oops, watch your body position. You just lost this table over here. There. Play in that arc right there. Now we can all see you. She faltered the first few minutes, but he cured that by giving her attention, laughter, and astonishment, as if he'd never seen her act before. Maybe he was role-playing for teaching purposes, but she bought it and drank in everything he told her. Hold the card, has a name and a mind. People feel for him so they love to see him win. Which is a mark of your genius, by the way. So complete the story. The dollars are mischievous so they get lost, but then they still love you so they come back. Keep it subtle, but humanize them. Give them feelings. They worked so carefully and talked about so many things it took them close to 3 hours to work through the first 10 minutes of her act. But what a finish. Eloise, you can do this. You have the instinct for it, the magic inside you. You've made me real proud. You've made me real proud. Words from Daddy, Mandy's fondest memory. And hers today. She finished the last stall on that side of the barn, then skipped and pranced to the other side, throwing in a stag leap that wasn't very good but was okay. She was wearing work clothes and dancing on straw. She sang music for the move Raindrops Keep Fallin' on My Head, but not so much that her eyes would get red, because crying wasn't for her today, and she had no complaints. She had belief in herself and memories she didn't have to worry about. She started the first stall, raking and pitching, and it must have been her mood, because songs kept coming to her. Looking out my back door. Nearly finished with stall 1. She's just a ha wwwng ketonk woman. Daddy would have frowned on that one, so she found another, I'll Be There, by the Jackson 5. Come to think of it, little Michael may have become a solo act. She'd heard his name mentioned here and there. And whatever happened to Elvis? Boy, he'd be really old by now. Well, since Ma Babe left me, I found a no place to dwell. The pitchfork made a great mic stand and she still knew the moves. Oops, she wasn't getting work done. Back to it, Ed Sullivan. She could laugh in. Sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me. Scrape, swish, clunk. Right when she was having fun. She stopped to listen, stifling her breath. Somebody was in the next stall, raking and pitching straw, same as yesterday. Come on, now, I didn't ask for this. I was having a good time here. But now the sound stopped. Her heart was racing. She didn't want to know, but then again she did. She went to the stall door and peered out into the barn. There was a pile of straw outside the next stall that hadn't been there before. And now she heard a quiet, almost sneaky kind of patting in the straw next door. Hello. Just like yesterday, no one answered. Is anybody there? Please. No answer. Pretty please, with peanut butter on top. Okay. Time to look. She held her pitchfork in front of her, tines raised as if she'd ever impale anybody, hands clasping the handle tightly but trembling anyway. The fact that she was scared made her angry, which gave her the gumption to step out of her own stall and look in the other. Just talk to me. Her voice was high and quivery. I won't hurt you. And if you're not there, then you don't have to say anything because you're not there and it is all my problem, okay? Somebody had been working in the stall. Half of it was cleaned out, the straw and debris in a heap just outside the stall door. She stopped short of going in. Somebody could be waiting just around the corner of the doorway and jump her if she stuck a toe in there. Better to stay outside and listen, just listen and see if anything moved. She kept the pitchfork straight out in front of her, standing motionless until she felt silly. At last she decided, well, okay, I looked. If I stop here I won't hurt anybody, including me, and that's the big deal in all this, not to hurt myself or anybody else. After that, I just need to not act weird. And standing out here pointing a pitchfork at an empty stall was weird. What if Shirley came in? She calmed herself, put on normal, and went back to her own stall to finish it up. Let's go surfing now, everybody's learning how, come on a safari with me. The songs didn't come quite as easily this time, but they came. When she'd finished the first stall, she took a peek toward the second. The heap of straw that used to be in front of the stall's door wasn't there anymore. The stall wasn't cleaned out either, not half of it, not any of it. Boy. Second verse, same as the first. Live with it, roll with it, get to work. If this was as bad as it got, but she'd seen it worse than this, and that was what scared her. That whole levitation thing the other night she probably brought on herself, but some of the other stuff, including this, she never asked for. It just came along and happened to her, and what was she supposed to do? Act like it didn't. Just don't hurt anybody. Don't hurt anybody and they won't lock you up. She got to work, unwilling to sing anymore. She just pitched the hay. Out the door. The devil made me buy this dress. I said, devil, cut it OWWWT. It was a voice that sounded just like her trying to sound like Flip Wilson. Everybody loves somebody sometime. It was coming from the first stall, her voice being silly and singing like Dean Martin. Sock it to me, sock it to me, sock it to me. She'd heard recordings of her voice, but this was downright, flat out real. Or wasn't it? Was it live, or was it Memorex? Eloise yanked in her pitchfork and it scraped on the ground. The hay swished aside. She flipped the tines upward and the other end hit the ground with a clunk. The girl in the last stall went silent and still. She was listening. Eloise could just feel it. The straw, get out of sight. That's what you do, because if you see yourself standing in this stall you're gonna freak out and you might get stabbed by yourself with a pitchfork, and that would be way too freaky. That would be the ultimate implosion of your brain into itself. And what are you going to tell Shirley when you've stabbed yourself with your own pitchfork? I did it, but it wasn't me. Eloise padded carefully, as silently as she could, to the corner of the stall adjacent to the door, the only place she could hide from anyone looking in. Hello. Oh, God help me, she's going to come over here, isn't she? Is anybody there? Please. What if I did answer? Pretty please, with peanut butter on top. Here she came. Eloise could hear her stepping through the straw. Just talk to me. Her voice was high and quivery. I won't hurt you. And if you're not there, then you don't have to say anything because you're not there and it is all my problem, okay? She stopped outside the stall, and Eloise remembered how totally nuts was this. That when she was the girl out there she was too afraid to come in and look. Okay. So don't look. I don't want to see you either. She didn't come in, but she stood there and stood there forever. Get back to work. Me. Finally. The girl who sounded just like her gave it up and headed back to her own stall. Eloise had to look. She didn't want to, but she had to. She tiptoed to the stall door, leaned, and stuck one eye and her nose outside. It was her. She, herself, in the same clothes with the same pitchfork, just slipping out of sight into the other stall. Vivid. Real. Eloise could have touched her. Would her other self have felt it? Her other self started singing again, her voice weak and looking for a key. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. And then the singing stopped and there was a heap of straw and finding what she expected. The stall cleaned out, just the way she left it, and no one there. Her encounter with herself made it all the more awkward. Close to miserable, actually. When Mr. Collins suggested doing the card box routine with Shirley as the volunteer. You need a live, self-aware, emotional person to work with on this one. But Shirley, her supervisor, maybe Mr. Collins wanted Eloise to work under stress by working with a fussy volunteer. Wonderful. All Eloise had to do was keep her brain in this universe while poking around in another to do the trick, without having another Eloise show up and put on a great performance with both Shirley and Mr. Collins watching her every move. Well, as Daddy would have told her, she could either get back into her hospital scrubs or take this dadgum bull by the horns and wrestle it down. Shirley came in right after lunch, took off her winter coat, hat, boots, and gloves, and sat at the third table in Mr. Collins' restaurant. Eloise launched into the routine, putting the deck of cards in Shirley's hand while Shirley just sat there playing along because her boss asked her to. What was that scripture about a prophet being without honor in his own country? Well, those winning moments do eventually come around. When the cards stood up one after the other and formed a box at Eloise's finger-wiggling command, Shirley's stoic face finally broke into a smile, as if she were holding a baby chick. When Eloise produced the key to the tractor from the box, she had Shirley right in the astonishment zone. That was clever. Excellent, said Mr. Collins. I like you working from both sides. That breaks it up visually, but let's motivate the moves a little more. Can you manipulate? Oh, right. Eloise hadn't thought of that. Among many other things. Okay. Now, slow down. When each card stands up, give that moment your emotional attention, and your audience will follow you. They need to feel what you're doing, not just see it. Emotional attention. Well, she found it with God's help and worked it in. When Shirley got back into her winter coat, hat, boots, and gloves, she cocked her eyebrows at Eloise, nodded to herself, and said, "Huh." And then she left. That should help, Dane said. His student looked relieved. I'm not sure she likes me. Shirley's a good gal. I think she's just looking out for me. Well, she likes how I clean up the stalls. She likes your magic, too, and so do I. Just give her time. So oh, right. Before we wrap up, I wanted to talk about your levitation. Oh, I can't do that here. Instant reaction, as if he'd proposed doing a root canal. Oh, well, sure, I figured as much. That's incredible rigging. It's got me stumped, so give yourself a pat on the back for that. As a matter of fact, I don't think I ever want to do it again. She really was afraid, as if he'd cornered her. Hey, it is all right. It's your illusion, your show. Did you need any kind of help with it? She shook her head and he could see a barrier going up. No. Okay. End of subject. No problem. You look tired. It was nearly the same tired she displayed after she did the levitation the other night. I am. And stressed. She managed to laugh some of it away. I am. Well, the stress was planned, as you may have gathered. But you did well, so let's call it a day. Go home, flop on the couch, and be happy with yourself. She managed a weak smile as she reached for her coat. Thank you. Nice earrings, by the way. That brought a better smile, close to her classic, as her hand went unconsciously to her ear. Why, thank you. Had she ever worn? Chapter 26. She bought another pair of earrings, real silver this time, dangling just below her haircut with tiny diamonds sparkling. They weren't cheap, but they weren't beyond her budget either. They came with a matching necklace, and hey, they were only the second pair of earrings she'd owned since September 17th. The reason she bought them was simple enough. She was being a girl because, after all, that's what she was. She'd lost the thought somewhere along the way with her mind so full, but it was finding its way back to her, and making things a little scary. Being a girl wasn't hard when she was with Seamus or Mr. Collins. They were friends. They knew her situation. Well, parts of it. But driving to McAfee's on Friday night for her 7 o'clock show, walking by those posters announcing a whiskered, red-nosed Hobet, and coming through that door looking like a girl was the strangest feeling, like that dream about being naked in public, like every person in the place was staring at her. Mr. Collins was right. She didn't know she was hiding until now, when she really felt like she wasn't and wished she was. Roger was busy behind the counter, but she held his attention the moment he saw her. Oh, what's this? All she could say was, I thought I'd try being myself tonight. He looked her over and nodded agreeably, but then he scowled a little. Are we gonna have to reprint the posters? Abby just beamed. I like it. Megan looked at her and immediately looked at herself. Myron looked at her and whistled. Eloise turned red and Megan gave him a shoulder slap. It wasn't that big a deal, just dress slacks and a white blouse, a lacy vest. Good shoes she could still dance in, some accessories, a little more jewelry, girl. Makeup instead of hobo, and since she wouldn't be wearing a goofy hat, she had Rhea give her hair a little wave, a little frosting. Maybe if the Hobet hadn't looked so terrible guy, she felt stared at. Dane arrived at about 6:40 and this time he got a chair at a table right in front. And right next to Seamus Downey. It appears you've had quite an influence, said Downey, but it didn't sound like a compliment. Dane took it as a compliment anyway as he followed Downey's gaze to a sight that surprised and then pleased him. Eloise Kramer mingling and chatting it up with the customers prior to her show, and looking as good as he'd ever seen her. She figured the only way to be among friends was to make a few before the show started. It turned out that Eloise was naturally chatty, much more than the Hobet or the Gypsy, another little thing she'd forgotten about herself. She got to know John and Kathy from Sandpoint, Marge and Winnie from the Gateway Senior Center, Jim and Cindy from Kellogg, and several others, and the only comment she got that could have been referring to the change from Hobet to girl was from Sherry the mom. Well, you're very pretty. Okay. Cool. But as 7 o'clock approached and Eloise stole behind the curtain into the pantry she wondered, did pretty amount to funny. Without the Hobet's bumbling ways this was going to be a whole new shtick and she hadn't been there yet. Well, bring it on. It was better than going back. Dane noticed the house wasn't as full tonight, probably due to the snow. Winter was going to slow things down, which meant a kind of catch-22 for his client. She'd have to find more gigs elsewhere, but there probably wouldn't be as many available. They'd better line up some Christmas parties, maybe a New Year's party at a safe venue, hopefully something for Valentine's Day, any birthday parties she could fit in, and she'd better get a web page started and know how to budget. They'd have much to talk about. Oh, and he'd definitely. Anyway, back to business. He watched the folks still coming in, hoping for a good crowd. One man had found a single chair in the corner by the window and sat there all by himself with a computer in his lap. Not odd for this place, but odd for this hour. It would be interesting to see if Eloise could draw his attention away from whatever he was working on. Eloise tucked Bert into the pocket of her vest. He made a pretty obvious bulge, but wouldn't be there long. She stretched a little. She'd reworked a few of her dance steps to accommodate her new outfit. She could hear all the voices, the clinking of spoons, the hissing of the steamer, the cacophony of her audience waiting, 20+ different conversations going at the same time and none of them understandable, like a henhouse at slow speed. She loved that sound. She stopped every other thing just to listen. It's all about them, Mandy. Those are. She broke inside. She wasn't expecting it. Those are your friends. Tears came to her eyes. Mandy. And thinking the name again brought a fresh wave of tears, a trembling lip, a quake in her diaphragm. She broke down, right there, without choice or warning and only minutes before she had to go on. Desperate, she pulled the emotion in, breathed deep, tried to settle, wiped her eyes. She had a mirror hanging from a nail and her makeup bag resting next to the Kenyan coffee beans. She checked herself, tissued off the smears, touched everything up. She just wanted to be her. She put the tissue to her eyes again, trying to hold back the flood, but she couldn't keep herself from thinking it, from officially posting it on the bulletin board in her brain. I just want to be her, that's all. She was still trying to steady up, still sniffing a little when she peered through the curtain. It was 5 minutes to 7. Myron and Megan were getting ready to do the crisscross magical appearance with her. She could see the crowd all visiting, smiling, expecting her friends. Breathe. Settle down. Think of your first moves. Something was burning. Was there smoke in the room? Everything looked kind of brownish, like she was looking into the room through a glass of tea. She blinked, looked at the ceiling, the floor, scanned from wall to wall trying to break the spell that had come over her eyes. From somewhere under the floor came a low rumble. The voices in the shop began to echo, as if falling back into a long hallway. She forced her eyes shut as hard as she could. She clamped her hands over her ears. When she opened her eyes, somewhere else was swirling through the coffee shop. A building within the building. Strange halls and doors, other voices and sounds. Ready, Eloise. It was Megan's voice coming from somewhere, broken up into pieces. Eloise looked right at her and looked right through her. Go with it. Live with it. Act normal. Don't let anyone know. She heard her own voice somewhere else in the room saying, sure, let's go. The recorded music started, her jazzy opener, off speed, fast, slow, the tone heaving up and down, the lines repeating and overlapping. Myron was already across the room, ready to cross back, just waiting for Megan and Eloise and waiting for Megan and Eloise. You ready? Came Megan's voice. You ready? Came Megan's voice. Eloise stared through the curtain and through other walls and other rooms to see her audience. Ghostly shapes like people passed through the coffee shop and through the tables. The posters of red and scarlet, bogey and bacall drifted over small rooms with beds, obscured then revealed an old lady in a wheelchair, a couple coming through the wall carrying flowers. Corners, walls, streaks of light spun past as if on a carousel. And mixed, you okay? Came Megan's voice. The music was playing. Myron was waiting. She still smelled smoke. She could feel herself floating above the floor, arms extended, legs gathered up. And somewhere far away she felt terrified. She blinked, gawked, looked about, tried not to lose sight of the coffee shop. But it had vanished around one of many corners and all she could see was a long hallway submerged in tea and she was floating between floor and ceiling, helpless, carried along on a slow current like a leaf in a river. The ghostly shapes like people became doctors, nurses, aides in scrubs and uniforms, and then the place became places, and places within places, a swirling soup of hospital rooms, doctors, a gurney, wall posters, offices, doctors, IV unit, exam room, nurse, wheelchair, smell of smoke, operating room. Huge lights, blurred, streaked. Curtains, doors, beds, more doctors, visitors, a lab with microscopes, an old man in bed, nurses, orderlies, hallway tilting and reeling, an elevator. It sucked her in, spit her out. There was a huge door locked up tight with red letters on it, a blinking keypad. She drifted toward it with no will of her own, no choice, no chance, no time. She was inside, in the dark, surrounded by electric hums, fluid gushing through pipes, air rushing through ventilators, and far away, muttering voices. Red and green numbers flashed from consoles. Little green, red, yellow, and blue lights glowed out of the dark like stars on a clear night. She could smell something burning, like singed hair. An orange glow drew her and she saw two faces in flickering light. Lemuel and Clarence. Floating like a ghost, she circled them, afraid they would see her, wanting to see them, wanting to be sure. It was them, all right, small figures in an expansive, windowless chamber, faces illumined by the light of a fire. Lemuel was holding a plastic garbage bag open and Clarence was pulling out. They were hairy, with pink faces, big ears, dead, half-closed eyes. Monkeys. Little monkeys, at least a dozen, easily more. Clarence was wearing rubber gloves and throwing the monkeys into a furnace like they were cordwood. Each one landed on the one before it, smoked, sizzled, blistered, then flashed into flames, the belly swelling, then bursting with steaming entrails. She'd never been so afraid. She screamed. Someone else screamed. There was a group shout and gasp as something like concrete smacked her in the side of the face, on her shoulder, her hands, her side. It hurt. She was shaking, sick inside, whimpering. She wanted to run. People were talking, murmuring, rustling. Chairs were squawking on a floor. She was waking from a dream, tuning into hands touching her, gently turning her. She saw Mr. Collins's face, Then, Seamus's face, both blurry, full of concern, a ceiling fan and its afterimages fluttering above them. Now Roger and Abby leaned and looked at her, reaching like a distressed mom and dad. Easy now, said Mr. Collins. Give yourself time. She realized she was looking up and they were looking down. The concrete that had hit her was the tiled floor, and she'd hit it. Is she all right? Someone said. She jolted, looked about. Was she safe? Was it a dream? Oh, her nose is bleeding, said someone else. The floor still felt like it was moving. That had to hurt. Incredible. Look, you can see there aren't any wires or anything. Maybe they all broke. How did she do it? Is this part of the act? Megan and Myron were busy with a broom and towels, cleaning up spilled drinks and some broken dishes on the floor. A lady was saying don't know, it just went sailing off the table. Cheryl from Pinehurst gave Mr. Collins a paper napkin, and he put it to Eloise's nose. Eloise, the good folks broke into whoops and applause, as if she were a fallen quarterback. It was over. She knew it was. She remembered these faces, remembered being here, remembered where she planted Bert and who got the spinning quarters and who kept winning the coin toss and the name of the lady. Tracy. Who did the card box trick with her and Chuck the miner who got the magic coffee cup. Bert hid in Cindy from Kellogg's handbag. She'd been here. She'd done her whole act. The levitation was the only thing that was still a little foggy, as if she hadn't really been here when she performed it. She met the gaze of all those eyes full of wonder, astonishment, and concern. The show. She hadn't closed it, forcing a smile. It hurt. And still holding the red blotched napkin to her nose, she asked, "Did I do it?" "Oh, yeah," they all said, clapping, looking at each other, looking back at her. She got her feet under her, and Mr. Collins, Seamus, and Roger helped her stand. Abby was already behind the counter, getting some ice. "Ladies and gentlemen, Eloise Kramer," Seamus announced, and the folks gave her a fresh wave of applause. "Some kind of act," said Bruce, a senior at Nick, and his girlfriend, Julie, shook her head. "Well, that's live entertainment," said Mr. Collins. "Thanks a lot, everybody." Eloise waved with her free hand and called a muffled thank you, while Mr. Collins and Seamus helped her hobble behind the counter and into the pantry. There were a few little claps here and there, but mostly the folks had to chatter. Word of this would be everywhere. Roger brought in a chair and they all helped her into it. Can you move it?" asked Mr. Collins. She waved at them. "She's just shaking," said Abby as she brought in a Ziploc bag filled with ice and helped Eloise press it to her face. "That was quite a spill you took," said Roger. "Did you lose control?" asked Seamus. "Is that what happened?" She drew a breath to answer, but first realized there was no answer she could be sure of, and then realized there was no answer she could tell them. She let the breath quiver out of her without a word and repositioned the ice pack. "Don't let them know. Go with it, live with it, act normal somehow. Be Eloise." But she hurt so much, inside and out, and she was so scared. "She never tells us anything," said Roger. "Magicians. Well, whatever you did, don't do it again," said Abby. Abby was right. She was shaking and she couldn't stop. "I killed the show," she said, looking for Mr. Collins. "Did I kill the show?" But Mr. Collins had bolted through the curtain as if chasing somebody. Dane had no idea who that guy was. Maybe Eloise knew and never told him. Because it was one more little secret of hers, but Dane didn't want him getting away without their meeting each other and discussing what he'd been doing on that computer all through Eloise's performance. Dane had paid the fellow little mind at first, wanting to watch Eloise and see how she might do being herself, or nearly herself, for the first time. She was off balance at first, caught between two styles, but interacting with the folks gradually brought out the class and sass. That endearing feminine side he'd always known was there, and she just had to discover. The more she found her stride, the more naturally she could charm, enchant, tease, and play the twinkly yet foil of her ornery coins, cards, and tennis balls. The folks loved it, which let Dane relax and relive a special joy as he watched her and the reactions of the crowd, and also renewed his interest in Mr. Computer. The man's eyes seldom lifted from the glowing screen before him. As a matter of fact, it was during the most dramatic moments of Eloise's act, when the illusions were at their height, that he leaned toward the screen, swiped his fingers over the touchpad, tapped the keys. This was no disinterested computer user just getting some work done over a cup of coffee. He was in his 40s, to guess it. He was small in stature with thin, graying hair, wire-rimmed, professorial glasses, very focused demeanor. He was interested in only two things: what Eloise was doing and what his computer was apparently telling him about it. It was while Eloise was in a prime moment, engaging everyone's attention, which was just about constantly. He'd have to commend her on that. That Dane slipped toward the back of the room, and from there, ever so casual, ever so passive, he drifted sideways to where he could see the reflection of the computer screen in the window. The image was angled and reversed, but he could recognize numbers in columns, bar graphs that twitched up and down, undulating lines, and wispy blue waves that seemed to move whenever Eloise moved and rest whenever she stood still. Now Dane was craning to find the visitor, but could go nowhere as well-meaning fans stood in his path to ask him how Eloise was. Eloise withdrew the napkin to check the bleeding of her nose. It hadn't stopped yet, and the napkin was scary to look at. Abby brought a fresh tissue and a few extras. "Rest your head back," she said. Eloise complied. The pain was starting to register. Her head was throbbing and her whole right side ached. "Maybe we should get her to an emergency room," said Roger. How many times would she have to say it? No. Don't even think about that. Please. What if you've broken something? I haven't broken anything. Seamus asked Roger and Abby, "Could you give us a moment?" Roger and Abby weren't so comfortable with his request, but they stepped through the curtain. Seamus leaned close and spoke quietly. Was all this Collins's idea? What kind of a question was that? What? The levitation with all the risk involved. Was he being? He sounded so childish. Absolutely not. He didn't pressure you into it. This was just the kind of conversation she needed while staring at the ceiling, with a bloody napkin at her nose and an ice pack against her face. She could feel some swelling. "No, I wasn't even going to do it." "Then why did you?" "That guy back in the corner." "Who was he?" "I don't know." "Do the levitation. Do the levitation." The man had called out, which got everybody else calling for it, and all along Dane could tell Eloise didn't want to, that she was actually afraid to go there, that her dark and mysterious approach to the illusion was no act at all. But many had heard about it, some had brought friends they'd told about it. They would have been disappointed, so Mr. Computer got the illusion and plenty of numbers and undulating patterns to watch, and now Dane was kicking himself. He should have warned Eloise, given her more complete coaching. Yes, of course the show is for the audience, it is about them, but not to the point of endangering yourself. Whatever it is you're doing up there, the risk has to be strictly illusory. You never take chances. Dane's first priority had been to corner that guy immediately after the show. But Eloise's nasty fall preempted that. Now she was safe and stable, and the man's table was empty. Dane weaved and jostled through the crowd to the front door and pushed through to the sidewalk, looking up and down the street. Of course, the man was gone. "Aren't you acting a little young?" Eloise wanted to know. Seamus was abundantly aware of that. And this? He indicated her appearance. Was this another idea of his? This, what is this, your new look? Seamus, You helped pay for it. And I like it. I like being myself. It dawned on her and she stared at him. Don't tell me you're jealous. He rolled his eyes. Have you noticed any pictures of his wife around the house? No. Does he ever talk about her? Seamus, aren't you the one who laid down all the rules about he and I not getting into personal matters? He came in close, finger pointed. This could get personal if. If what? If. Pardon me. If he happens to be a lonely old widower who enjoys the company of a pretty young girl. Woman. That stopped him short. Now, I find that interesting. Seamus, I'm going to tell you this one last time, and I'd like it to be a matter of record between us. If anything, Dane Collins is like a father figure to me. That's my own view of it. I haven't given him any indication that I feel that way, but I'm not ashamed of it. She kept looking him in the eye. She surprised herself. So noted. He looked away as if reading labels on the coffee bags. Then, Chapter 27. It snowed on Monday morning, so Eloise left for the ranch early. The little bug made it to the gate and up the long driveway with time to spare. Time to tap on the door. Come in. Go into the kitchen without taking off her coat and ask just to know for sure, is everything okay? Mr. Collins was just finishing his oat flakes and toast, and looked at her over his last sip of coffee. I would say so, especially now, he said. How are you? I just groping for words again. One of these days, she deeply hoped she'd be able to tell him everything. Your face looks like you lost a fight, he said. How's the rest of you? Sore. She'd spent Saturday and Sunday trying to find a comfortable way to lie down while waiting for the ibuprofen to kick in. I had to cancel the rest of the weekend. I figured as much. Have a seat. Want some coffee? Oh, no, thanks. Shirley wants to check me out on the tractor so I can plow the driveway. I just wanted to make sure you know this'll be on company time. He gestured at the chair across the table from him, and she plopped into it with her coat still on. You're still troubled over Friday night. Way troubled. It was a disaster. He put up his hand. No, now don't say that. The ending could have used a little work. He winked at her. But overall you pushed on through and made the best of it. I couldn't have asked for more under the circumstances. A sack of bricks lifted from her shoulders and she let herself smile. I'm so glad to hear. He smiled back. I'd just like to know, what were the circumstances? What do you mean? He set down his coffee cup with a firm motion that sent the same message. She could read in his eyes. Daddy used to do the same thing. You know better than that. Her eyes dropped. It would be quite a list if she told him all about the tea-stained soup of hallucinations that messed up her show and got her hurt. The miserable night she spent in her apartment going over and over what happened and wondering if she'd gotten mixed up in the occult or a permanent drug trip or was being tormented by aliens or was just plain nuts and bound for worse and never better. That would be just the thing to tell him when all she could conclude during the last 2 miserable days was that she wanted to be here in this safe, real place more than anywhere else in the world. She met his eyes. How much of the man she imagined? Well, yeah, dreamed him to be was he really? He was waiting. She could try a small step. As if a small step off a cliff wouldn't hurt as much as a big one. Well, Geronimo, I guess it is my mental difficulties. Don't be afraid. Just tell me. I was having flashbacks of the hospital. He crinkled his brow. The hospital, had he forgotten? Yeah, the hospital, you know, where they thought I was crazy and had me locked up and then sent those guys after me. He cleared up and nodded. Right. That hospital. It was like being in McAfee's and the hospital at the same time, stumbling around trying to figure out where I was and I couldn't control. Basement and 2 guys. This was going to sound so weird. And they were burning dead monkeys. He raised an eyebrow and his face was one big huh. I know it sounds crazy. That's because it is. Describe it to me. Why? Well, they had a black plastic bag full of dead monkeys and they were throwing them into a big furnace to burn them up. And she didn't want to go any further. He seemed to be envisioning it. Well, those were quite the circumstances. So I think I need a breather. Not from magic altogether, just from the weird stuff. I think it would be great. If I could, I mean. Just to work here, just do whatever you need to have done and rest my brain, and then you could help me learn things that are, from this planet, stuff I can get my hands on and work with and be here and not way out there. Was he sold yet? I'd work for free and you wouldn't even have to train me. He tried that on for a second, then gave his hands a little toss. Well, okay. So what do the Calhouns say? How soon do they want you back? As soon as I heal, I guess. And you need to rest your brain. I sure do. Well, we could just make you an apprentice. I want to finish cleaning out the barn so we can move stuff out of the shop. Then we can make room in there for a working stage and develop a stand-up show featuring you. If you can show up every day, what would you like, a 4 or a 5-day week? She was trying to keep her emotions steady as she worked up an answer. 5, if we can work around my magic gigs. Got a few. Some birthday, 5 days a week, and working around your magic gigs, which includes McAfee's when you're ready. She was getting wide-eyed, nodding as her heart raced. I'll get you on the payroll as an employee. You'll earn an hourly wage, while we put a show together and see if we can make it fly. When your brain's ready. Sound good so far? It sounded so good she was afraid it might not happen. I want to work. I want to work and get my mind together, get my life together, get in charge of things instead of things being in charge of you. Who was this guy? Absolutely. I'm all for that. All right. Why don't you help me clean up the dishes here? And then we'll go unearth some history. The crates, trunks, and travel cases, all the imagined, designed, and painstakingly built props and illusions that brought thrill and sparkle to the Dane and Mandy stage for 40 years, now rested in a great, squarish heap in the middle of the barn. To the farthest reaches of Dane's knowledge, the stage lights blackened and the final curtain fell on Dane and Mandy when the last corner of the tarp was tucked in and the last knot in the rope was tied. He never imagined he would return, never thought he would look back, could not have dreamed that he would be standing before this monument with young Eloise. What an image! The finish and the start in the same moment, gazing up at the span of time between them. Wow, she said. Yes. Wow. Let's see if we can get this rope undone. He worked on one side. She worked on the other. The knots could be stubborn. He worked one loose. How you doing? I think I got it. Ruggedly built travel cases with steel edges and corners, the plywood crates nicked and scraped from years of touring, the solid wood trunks with their metal latches and hinges. And stenciled on the side of every one of them were the words Dane and Mandy, Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Her eyes rested on the words. He remained silent, pretending to look things over and tuck away the tarp as he watched. She lingered, her mouth open, then faintly smiling in amazement as she tilted, then wagged her head. Her name was Mandy. That's right. She gazed at the name as if gazing into a face and then, reaching as a child reaches for her parent, she placed her hands flat upon either side of the name and framed it. Whoa. 40 years. That is just so cool. She studied the name as if reading it for the first time. I really like her. He was thinking of Mandy and looking at Eloise as he said, so did I. She withdrew her hands and her eyes searched out every appearance of that name on every container, her eyes arcing over the stack as if she were in awe of a rainbow. This would be enough. He could feel his soul, his insides warning him to move on. I guess we'd better, she snapped out of it. Oh, absolutely, yes. Didn't mean to, it's personal. I understand. No problem. He had to do a little acting, had to push them onward. Now, what I want to do is recreate a stage such as you would find in a small to medium venue, something with more geography. I'd like to build it in the shop and use some of this stuff to create a setting, just give you some things to work around. Remove the middle part of her. Right. I don't see you doing this as part of your act, but working with some larger props might be a good exercise to help you think in bigger, wider concepts. I'd love the experience. Here's a sub-trunk. Substitution trunk. Metamorphosis. Okay. You've seen this one. The magician's assistant gets tied inside a bag and locked inside the trunk. The magician raises a shroud around the trunk and then bammo. The magician trades places with her, just like that. It uses a lot of basic principles. Timing, misdirection, creating an expectation, and then defying it. And just plain physical ability. We could try that out to hone the basics. It's easy in principle, not so easy to perform convincingly. Once again, the magic is in the magician. You get an A. Now he had to laugh. And this one, this is our old levitation. It's a dinosaur. There are so many better designs out there now. Which I guess you're aware of. I guess. Mandy and I worked it into a gag routine and put a whole new life into it. That's another lesson right there. Even an old trick that everybody's seen before can be fresh if you give it a little twist. Which brings us to another little idea of mine. Considering how good you are with tennis balls and quarters, this might be just the thing. Just the thing. This was more than just the thing. This was a God thing, a reunion, an awakening of an old happiness she remembered but hadn't thought was hers. She muffled a squeal behind her hand, laughed through her tears, and gave Mr. Collins a hug. 4 little pairs of dark eyes looked warily at her through the wire cage. 4 heads bobbed as the snowy white birds ruffled and sidestepped on. I remember you told me you raised doves, said Mr. Collins. Well, I just got these in and they're going to need taming and training. I thought you might be interested. She leaned close to the cage and the timid faces just inside the wire. She cooed at them, spoke gently, and they watched her, not afraid but not so sure either. They were 4 little angels, a visitation from that beloved dream. The return, in their own way, of her first loss. 2 girls, 2 boys, she said. Just like Mandy's prize winners. They'll need names, said Mr. Collins. Names. Looking into those attentive little eyes, she didn't care if Mandy Whitaker's life was delusional, it was still hers. She reached into the memory, grabbed this one small corner of it, and hauled it into this room, where it could be real. She studied each dove and got to know its markings, the shape of its head, the curve of its beak, and then announced its name. This little fella, his name is Bonkers. And this little girl, she's Lily. And you? Yeah, cutie, I'm talking to you. You're Maybelle, aren't you? And that means you must be Carson. Glad to meet you, she added only in her thoughts, again, then looked away to dab her eyes. She heard, then saw Mr. Collins sink into an old plastic patio chair, his hand over his mouth as if he'd seen the Red Sea part down the middle. He looked as if he would cry. Mr. Collins. He smiled away. Chapter 28. Eloise dubbed them the Gleesome Threesome. Herself, Shirley, and Dane, a crew bent on a goal and getting a good old feeling getting there. Lifting, rolling, dragging, and hand-trucking tires, wheels, a wringer washer, a couch, an old desk, and other rusted, mouse-chewed, bent, and seized-up junk out of the barn, and carting it all to the dump was dusty, dirty, and difficult, but it was a pleasant kind of misery. Daddy always said hard work was good for the soul, and each evening, as Eloise zonked out on her bed, her soul felt better. Working alongside Dane, and being able to call him that, sure added a shiny side to it. Handing to Getting from, struggling, lifting, hauling, cracking jokes, and having laughs with that man were healing, as if a big, lost chunk of her life was finding its way back. Sitting on a stool beside him at his drafting table, studying his drawings of the stage he had in mind, and making out a materials list for the lumber store was a sweet flashback. She'd done the very same thing with Daddy when they built the aviary for her doves, the raised bed garden behind the house, the co-op for the chickens. That day, not only did her soul feel better, she also went home feeling special, and that night she fell asleep with little movies of her second daddy playing through her head. Wednesday morning they moved the tiller, box scraper, tank sprayer, brush, hog, and backhoe out of the shop and into the barn, which cleared floor space in the shop for a stage. By mid-morning, the materials arrived. Eloise wore Dane's nail apron and wielded his hammer. Dane did the cutting and layout. Shirley ran the power nailer and drill, and by quitting time on Thursday the Gleason threesome had completed a rough, unpainted stage, 14 by 14, in portable sections bolted together. No lights, no curtain or backdrop, just a big frame and plywood box about 3 feet high with steps at either end. "That'll do for the immediate future," Dane said, snapping a picture. He'd snapped a lot of pictures during the process. Eloise was always smiling for the camera. "We'll dress it up as we go along, but tomorrow we have to get you up there and start filling out a show." The thought made her tingle. She climbed the steps and pranced onto the stage, imagining the shop as a theater, Dane, Shirley, and the Kubota tractor as her audience. She did a pirouette into a ta-da pose, arms outstretched. "How's it feel?" Dane asked, looking up at her. She said, "Real good," but that didn't come near the feeling. She wasn't just on this stage. She was also on this stage in this shop on this ranch with that man sitting down there in front of her, watching and caring about her. She added, "Like where I belong," and that was more like it. Joy bubbled up and burst out in a squeal as she did another spin, flinging out her hand as if materializing something. A microphone flew from her hand across the stage. There was a gasp from the audience of at least 500, especially from the sound crew. The mic slowed, then stopped in midair. Eloise flashed a bedazzled look at the audience, stared at the mic as if she hadn't a clue how it did that, and then, as if getting an idea, struck a dancing pose and drew it back toward herself with a beckoning wave of her hand. It floated toward her then, obeying her fluid gestures, halted just beyond her reach, tumbled end over end, then spun laterally like a bottle. Eloise was loving it and so was the audience. She was dressed in her best, a silk blouse and gold cravat, black slacks, black vest with gold embroidery, hair done perfect and shining in the lights. Her audience was dressed in jeans, sweatpants, sweatshirts, snow boots, camouflage pants and shirts, beer logo shirts, and build caps. It was the annual community Christmas show at the Wallace High School auditorium in Wallace, Idaho. The gig came up suddenly. A barbershop quartet had to bow out, leaving an open 20-minute slot between the combined Kellogg and Wallace High School concert bands and the Christmas Carol Collection Community Choir. Someone telephoned Roger Calhoun, who telephoned Eloise, and Dane thought it was a great idea, a perfect way to test new material on a big stage. With a fluid, pulling gesture, she made the mic float past her and sang a note into it as it went by. It kept second mic, which set it in motion, and now 2 mics were orbiting about her head singing a continuous chord in her voice. Mic 1 came around and passed behind her hand again. Presto. Mic 3. Eloise sang a third note. Mic 3 carried it into orbit. A 4th mic joined the others and they sang a 4-note chord that became the opening bars of Let Me Call You Sweetheart, a bow to the barbershop quartet that couldn't make it. The folks got it right away. They laughed. She milked it. Dane and Eloise had 6 days to put a 20-minute show together, 6 days of eye to eye, mind-to-mind brainstorming, discussing and arguing, trying this and then that to see how it looked, working out the dance moves, the props, the appearance of everything for a bigger crowd and bigger stage. They worked all day, talked and debriefed through lunch and dinner, kept at it until 9 each night, when she drove home to sleep. It was intense, grueling, focused. She loved it. She never felt so alive. The microphones held the last chord of the song as they orbited faster. Approaching blurring speed. Abruptly, Eloise put out her hand, caught mic 1 as it came around, did a graceful spin, flung her hand outward. The mic became a dove that flew out over the audience in a wide arc. Eloise caught mic 2, did a spin, flung out her hand. Another dove flashed into view and followed the first in a wide circle over the heads of the audience. Another catch, another fling, another dove. 3 doves fluttered along the same trajectory like white feathered boomerangs. Another spin, another fling. The 4th dove set out to fly the big circle just as the first was finishing. Ooh, ah, laughter, astonishment, applause. Dove 1 flew in close to Eloise, but she waved it on. It circled the room. Again, the others followed, and then they came home. 1, 2 on Eloise's right hand, 1, 2 on her left. She brought her hands together in front of her, bowed with the birds. Backstage, Dane gently put Carson the dove back in his cage. Good work, little buddy. Then he watched her work the crowd with wonder in her eyes, her childlike expression reaching the back row and saying, "Wow. Did you see that? How did I do that? So alive, so free." On the left side of the auditorium, sitting on the very top row of the bleachers. Toward the back, a man in his 30s, wearing a crisp, new Cabela's camouflage jacket and a build cap, was honestly enjoying the show while he watched the screen of his laptop computer. In a small window in the corner of the screen was a video stream of Eloise's performance, captured through the tiny camera mounted atop the screen and time-coded. On the main screen, locked into the same time code, columns of numbers rolled faster than the eye could follow, wave patterns rose and fell, blue shapes like time-lapse clouds formed and dissolved against the vertical and horizontal axes of a graph, and all in concert with every stunt and illusion produced by the girl on stage. The data were streaming in faster than he could study and analyze in real time, but it was easy to see the trends and appraise the situation. The readings from the coffeehouse were confirmatory and alarming. These readings were worse. The lights in the living room dimmed except for the multicolored lights on the Christmas tree and the glow from the fireplace. "And can you turn off that lamp?" Dane reached over and switched off the table lamp, then settled back on the couch. Ta-da. Eloise made her grand entrance into the living room, face glowing and eyes sparkling in the light of 6 candles atop a fancy chocolate cake. She didn't just walk into the room, she made a procession of it, bearing the tea tray out in front of her as if conveying the crown jewels into the presence of the king. "Merry Christmas to you, and happy birthday to you." When she came to his name in the song, she sang it for several counts, grinning at the privilege, then set the tray with the cake, 2 plates, and 2 forks on the coffee table. She sat on the love seat opposite, elbows on her knees, chin propped on her knuckles, eyes giddy. Make a wish. All he could do was gaze at her while the candles burned. Make a wish. His birthday was on the 16th, but Christmas on Saturday was the ideal opportunity to celebrate both, and Eloise leapt at it. She prepared a dinner, chicken Kiev, and baked the cake in his kitchen, accepting help from him only with questions that began with "Where do you keep the? And do you have any more of?" She set the table in the dining room with his best silverware and dishes and brought some candles for the centerpiece in case he didn't have any, which he didn't. Dinner was at 6 o'clock, and at her request, he wore a jacket and tie. She made all the meal preparations wearing her jeans, blouse, and running shoes, but then, with a magical flair, she vanished into the guest bedroom and reappeared for dinner in a dress. It was black, cute, and tasteful, conforming to her waist and draping from her hips to a teasing hem above her knees. The diamond earrings twinkled just below her haircut, and the diamond necklace adorned her neck. She sat with her ankles crossed, and around her right ankle was another surprise, a silver anklet. The candles kept burning, and her eyes softened from giddy to serene. She eased back, folded her hands in her lap, and said nothing more about the wish. She just returned his gaze, then playfully shrugged a shoulder, her smile closing the distance between them, her hair a sunrise in the glow of the fireplace. What he thought, he couldn't share. He was sitting across from a perky, taken the world, blue-eyed kid, but in the eyes of this girl were the depth, the spirit of a woman. The woman he would make his own and share his life with for the next 40 years. 40 years ago. Oh, he could make a lot of wishes. What? She finally asked. All he could tell her was as much truth as his best wisdom would allow. Ellie, I am compelled to say that you look absolutely lovely tonight, and you have made my Christmas a manifold and uncontainable blessing. Thank you so very much. And without a wish, he blew out the candles. Eloise stared at the candle wicks as they smoked. Cold, black nothing. There was a dead space. No words. Oh, and she wasn't smiling. She put her smile back on and gave a little clap. Yay. Then she stepped to the wall and eased the lights up about half. Was he happy? Was he having a good time? She hurried back to her seat and met his eyes, looking for, well, just the look he had a moment ago. It was sort of there, but now, well, the candles weren't lighting up his face anymore, the lights were half on, the wishing was over. The cake was a little crooked, but it came out great otherwise. All he had to do was taste it. The chicken Kiev could have been a little more crumbed and maybe a little lighter on the pepper, but he loved it, he really talked about it, he ate a bunch of it. She just had to know, are you having a good time? Very much. You've no idea. She cut a slice of cake for him. He wanted only a little one. And one for herself. Just a little smaller. So, how does it feel being 60? Is it, I can't imagine being that old. Her hand went over her mouth, and she laughed at the gaffe. But so did he. Don't worry, you'll get your chance, Lord willing. I kind of like it. I get a big kick out of asking people where they were when they first heard Kennedy was shot. Used to be you could ask anybody and they'd know. She took a bite of cake instead of telling him. 7th grade music appreciation class with Mr. McFadden. I guess you've lived through a lot of history. So will you. Someday you'll be the only one who remembers where you were when you heard about 9/11. I suppose you remember the Beatles. Big, oh yes nod. Grew my hair out long, bought all their records, got a lot of flack in church about it. I can remember standing in line outside the Paramount Theater in Seattle waiting to see A Hard Day's Night. She went with Joni at the Wilma in Coeur d'Alene. She screamed because Joni did. I lived through Vietnam and Watergate. I remember Mandy and me sitting in a motel room in Elko, Nevada, watching the Watergate hearings on a black and white TV. He laughed. Oh, wow, that old Sam Ervin. You should have seen him. What a character. Missed that one, too. I remember Neil Armstrong first setting foot on the moon. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Single quote. With Walter Cronkite on CBS. Daddy and she had made popcorn. Right. She was such a liar. She had been there, but she was pretending she hadn't. Because, come on, how would it sound to say, guess what, I remember that stuff, too. You okay? Huh. Oh, yeah, great. I'm just checking out this cake. How is it? It's great. It's perfect. That was one stabilizing influence. The birthday cake. 60. The big 6, the big O. The numbers embedded in the top of the cake were curly, festive, oversized, loud, obvious, made of sugar, But, in Dane's thinking, cast in concrete. Inflexible, unflinching, altogether true, the only thing in the room right now that smacked of reality. They poked and prodded him with it, waking him up with every glimpse. Sorry it was a little lopsided. Ellie, it was beautiful. The whole evening's been beautiful. Thank you so much. I like being called Ellie. Oh, that was dumb. Eloise is it is kind of formal between friends. So is Mr. Collins. Maybe she shouldn't have worn this dress. Maybe it was saying too much. Her anklet was showing. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm thinking, her life changes, maybe forever. I've thought of that day often. You have. It was a God thing. Don't you think it was a God thing? 6 and 0. I think it sure seemed like it. Of course, when you trust God with your life, most everything is a God thing, so, sure. It was a God thing. Oh, she really loved that answer. And then, how we met again at McAfee's. And how you became an inescapable, inseparable part of my life. How you ruled my thoughts. How I didn't want to see you again because I wanted to so badly. Well, we're both magicians. It was bound to happen. True. But where was the magic in an answer like that? Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks for everything. Thank you. He took his last bite of cake. She shoved her last bite around the plate with her fork. The fireplace cast a warm glow on the whole room, and the only sound was the lilting, jazzy ballad coming from the entertainment system. Did your wife ever dance? He didn't seem to mind the question. He even smiled faintly and far away at the memory. A lot like you. Graceful, elegant, very natural. She was born to dance. Did you ever dance with her? Wow. She could see him watching the memory, and it must have been a great one. Boy, did I. She didn't want to dance on stage. Actually, we based everything on West Coast swing because it was showy, it was fun to watch, and it gave Mandy so much freedom to improvise. I guess you'd call it West Coast swing for a family show. Can you show me? Show you. I've never danced with anybody, not like that. Have you ever done any swing dancing? She stood and offered him her hand. Show me. And she couldn't believe it. He stood up, took her hand, and led her to the warmly lit floor space in front of the fire. Speaking of God things, maybe this was another one. It was one of the wishes he didn't think he could wish and didn't wish, and now here it came true anyway. So to speak. Teaching her to dance was a safe and practical way to have his wish, but not really, and in any case it would serve her professional interests and widen her creativity. She was facing him, still holding his hand, filling his vision and his mind. Pushing aside the thoughts he was trying to have. Well, getting really basic here, it is slotted. She seemed to know what he meant. She was scoping out the floor. So we could run the slot this way, parallel to the fireplace. Okay. She repositioned herself so they stood facing each other, parallel to the fireplace. The show and the dancing shifted all over the stage, so we were constantly moving the slot around, but we always knew where it was. So, now he had to touch her. He slipped his right hand under her left arm and cupped her shoulder blade. We start with a swing close position. She placed her left hand on his right biceps. Yeah, that's it. Now your right hand rests in my left hand, my palm up, yours down. Our hands are lower, down here, swing position. Good. Tone in the body, tone in the arms, good frame, good connection. She smiled up at him and he could see admiration. Hey, he said, don't be too impressed. Mandy was the real teacher. She laughed. It eased him a bit. So first we move in the slot, 6 count. I start with my left, you start with your right. I step back, step forward, tap, 2 steps backward and a triple step spinning into open position. connection, and counterbalance. Before long they were moving with the music and she was following his lead, stepping, styling, syncopating in the slot. His lead was subtle, experienced, on time every time, so she knew just what to do on which count and where she would arrive after each variation. And that's what turned on the ideas. They began to fire like sparks in her mind and body, which brought her joy, which brought her more ideas, and she could imagine how it must have felt to be Mandy Collins dancing on stage with her man. Safe. Free to create, take a chance, tease a little, feel the joy, then snap right back into the shelter of his arms, his touch, her creativity always secure. Imagining the feeling became the feeling. She squealed with delight and did a spin on her way out of the slot, and right out of the spin, there was his hand to take hers and draw her back. Safe. Home. She was lost in the dance, moving, alive. All the moves came back and he fell into the routine with no need for thought or plan, leading Ellie as he'd led Mandy for thousands of shows, connecting, protecting, and turning her loose to light up like a sparkler. He was on stage again, and Mandy was there in Ellie's eyes, in her rapture, her playful tease, her every fluid step. Ellie was Mandy. He drew her in, she slid past, and an idea sprang from the last one, starting on the and before the one count. But he dropped his hand from hers. She went into a spin but it fell behind the count. A triple step died beneath her. What may have been her next idea turned to blowing sand. She sank to the earth, heels and toes on the floor. He looked at the fire, the cake on the coffee table, even at the ceiling, but not at her. Anyway, he said, that's how we did it. Her heart was falling out of orbit. She forced a smile, a little laugh. That was great. I've never had so much fun. She even squeezed his arm, her cheek touching his biceps, but he wasn't there. Guess it is time we tackled those dishes, he said. Chapter 29. She kissed him on the cheek as she went out the door, stepping carefully on the icy walkway to her bug. She wore her hooded parka over her dress, her winter boots over her pantyhose. It made a great picture, sort of like Big Bird in Black, just goofy enough to end the evening on the right note. They had a great time. Dane carried his notebook computer into the living room. The lights were still low, the fire was down to glowing embers, the tree was the same cheerful clarion of joy. He sank into the couch, flipped the computer open, and waited for words to come. Tremendous Christmas, spent in the company of his fingers hung over the keys, drummed in space, then went to the delete key and held it down. He folded his arms, stared at the tree, watched the glowing embers in the fireplace, and finally tapped. I suppose I should have found a church by now and some friends closer to my own age. Better talk to Arnie, get him up here, let him see the show, and get her working. Maybe on a cruise line far, far away. He closed the computer and went to bed. She would have kissed him. She really would have. If he'd turned his head just a little bit, she would have gone for it, honest to God. Oh, and that would have been so terrible. That would have ruined everything. He would have banned her from the ranch and never let her anywhere near him ever again. She rolled over, fluffed her pillow for the umpteenth time, and buried half her face in it. Not sleeping, not sleeping. What time was it? Almost midnight. She would think about tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. What were they doing tomorrow? Blocking out the second half of the show. They had almost an hour's worth, the best of the Wallace show, the McAfee's show, and anything else that plays big. Those doves were really getting the hang of it. She'd have to warm them up in the morning, refresh them on release and return. She'd have to make sure they had enough greens. Oh, the way he looked at her. Did she really see what she thought she saw? No, no way, that was ridiculous. It was all in her head. He was an old man, Daddy. 60. The big 60. She would think about curtains. Right. Curtains for the stage. Well, it was best not to need them, to find other transitions. She never knew where she'd have to perform. But wow. His wife's name was Mandy. Now, what kind of god thing was that? Mandy. I mean, Eloise, it is nothing. But that had to be cool being his wife, dancing with him in every show. Going home with him every night. Kissing him, being in his arms, a thrill court. Something was burning. She sat up and sniffed. The room was dark but didn't seem smoky. She saw no haze in the amber streetlight coming through the windows. But the windows were wavering like heat waves, shifting sideways. Oh, she felt something that startled her, then made her wriggle again. Her right hand was resting in his hand. Not here, not now, but somewhere and soon. She could feel the warmth of his palm, his embrace upon the small of her back. Another thrill coursed through her, feelings like colors, a trembling, and she reached as she sat in the bed, knowing she'd find his shoulder. She closed her eyes and saw herself, far away, circling, floating through the dimensions, the layers, the walls, windows, lights and sounds of several worlds passing by each other right in her apartment. She was gliding and turning like a princess, every sequin of a beautiful blue gown flinging jewels of light about the room. Sitting on the bed, she could feel the floor under her, the air moving through her hair, the flight of her soul as music bore her aloft. She lifted the sheets aside, her feet alighted on the apartment floor, and she danced through the dream. Touching notes and rests with heel, with toe. She opened her eyes. All around her, the apartment was a carousel of colors, sounds, times, and places. And she was the dancer wearing the gown, the center of a galaxy, dancing through dimensions, floating above worlds, embraced by strength, safety, and she was wandering carefree, lost in wonder, heart flooding with a song played inside her, a song that had waited for this time, this now, a song of everywhere rushed inward, becoming here and now within her, drawn from afar by she knew herself, at home within her, gathered from her scattered worlds and now her very own, so new and still so known. She closed her eyes to seal it in, folded her arms about herself to hold it close like warmth inside a blanket. This was God's gentle, loving doing, speaking to her through the mystery. Showing her a glimpse of a faraway light she had long and secretly hoped for. There was a man in her bed. She jolted with a yelp, which made him jolt and then start to curse. Wholly he clamped his fingers over his mouth, dumbstruck, staring, looking her up and down. She covered herself with her arms, though she was modestly dressed in thrift store PJs. He was young, probably in his 30s, not too bad looking, with curly black hair, a Tom Hanks kind of face. Now she could see that he wasn't in her bed, but in a metal-framed single bed against a strange wall in a room she'd never seen before. She'd seen those blankets and sheets before. In the hospital. "Who don't be afraid," he said as if addressing a timid spirit. Well now, just who was the ghost here? She could see him, but she could also see her own bed in her own room in the same place, all mixed together like a double image, and he was looking a little transparent himself. She didn't move, afraid the whole jack-straw pile of dimensions would blow and flutter away, including this man, before she found out who he was. "Can you see me?" the man asked, propping himself on his elbow. She nodded. "My God," he said. "Oh, my God." He sat up slowly, as if trying not to frighten her. "Who are you?" Around her, worlds still moved, crisscrossed, swirled. Even her visitor, his bed, and as much of his room as she could see, were rippling, fading, reappearing. The only thing not moving was she. And she felt that way, inside and out. She knew the answer to his question, the only answer, and she spoke it clearly for anyone in any world. "Oh, my God." He was about to say something. His image got wavy, began to fade behind a tea-stained shadow. "No, Wait. He said, hand extended. Wait. Don't go away. I won't hurt you. He was gone. She was staring at her own bed, standing nowhere else but in her little apartment. The alarm clock said midnight. She looked down. Thrift store PJs, bare feet, plain wooden floor in the amber streetlight coming through the windows. Who was he? Was he even real? Was anything real? With no answers, ever, she could only tuck such questions away to wait for their time. She would remember his face. For now, she was swept up in everything else that had just happened, and what remained. Mandy, she said. The dancer was Mandy. She was the dancer. She enfolded herself with her arms. The warmth had not left her. Mandy Eloise Whitaker. There had been a development. Dr. Jerome Parmenter could see it in the face of Lauren Moss, his project manager. Moss was wan and shaken as he closed the door to Parmenter's office and sank into the chair facing the older gentleman's desk. What's happened? Moss had been manning the lab while the rest of the staff was away for the holidays. Now fear lingered in his eyes. I saw her. The news was not a surprise, but it was not welcome. Where? In the staff room, not more than 10 feet from me. Parmenter turned to the computer console adjacent to his desk. Did you note the time? December 26, 12:22 a.m. Parmenter scrolled through the readings and found a spike in activity at precisely that time. A 23-degree fluctuation in the Kylie, 19 in Baker unbelievable, 42 in Delta. Initiating at 12:22:04, resolving 12:23:36. That was it. It felt like a small earth tremor, and it knocked some books from the table, and my water bottle went rolling. Moss leaned forward. She had at least 50% opacity, and I'm guessing I had the same opacity to her. We could see and hear each other. I asked her who she was, and she responded. She gave me her full name, Mandy Eloise Whitaker. Did you tell her who you were? The corridors diverged before we got to that. But she was startled and disoriented. I don't think she had any idea where she was or what was happening. Does anyone else know about this? No one. Parmenter immediately scrolled to the readings he'd obtained in the coffee shop. During her levitation she deflected the delta 29 degrees and I thought that was extreme. She only deflected 17 during the Wallace performance, but collectively, there was a trend outward. Moss shook his head grimly. She's becoming very adroit at this, to the point that her inputs have priority over ours. Parmenter sighed, sharing the frustration. We set, she resets, we reset, she resets again. She's getting so we can't keep up with her. And she doesn't even know she's doing it. This latest event was clearly involuntary, which confirms for me that many of the events we've observed were also involuntary, triggered by emotions, her subconscious, maybe stress, maybe even her spirit. Moss paused to weigh that. If there is such a thing, it would correspond to what we're observing, yes. To a substantial degree, I would say. It's a niggling question we try to avoid, but we're not dealing with a lab rat here, or even a monkey. My take on it. We've stolen her away and she's trying to find her way back. We can alter and revert every atom of her being, but at a certain level beyond our reach, she knows who she is and where she belongs. Moss sighed, visibly burdened. So we've crossed the line. Oh, we did that a long time ago. Moss looked away. And not with impunity. Parmenter felt a visceral response. Fear for his friend. If Mandy Whitaker's corridor passed through the staff room only 10 feet from him and only a few yards from the machine, Lauren, are you all right? Moss only looked at him, the answer in his eyes. Oh, no, I remember everything. Parmenter's hands went to his face. I remember volunteering and everything that happened before that. The first experiments on the lab animals, the installation of the additional mass, working with you on the Kylie Baker protocol. All of it. A whole year. We'll have Kessler examine you. The cancer's back. I can feel it. It was a pronounced and sudden change. Quite noticeable. The worst had occurred. Neither man could speak for a moment. Moss offered. The deflection of her corridor encroached on mine and overwhelmed it. Similar to what happened to the soldier, Dose. Parmenter looked at the computer. All the data that once promised discovery now confirmed failure. It was like reading a postmortem report. We saw this coming, said Moss. The elder scientist agreed. He just couldn't bring himself to say it, not yet. But Moss had had time to think about it. And now, the deflection dead ahead of us, but Parmenter nodded ever so slowly, scrolling through the data on his screen. But you can only stretch the universe so far. Looking through the lens of dead rats and monkeys. And a retraced soldier and a retraced scientist, Moss reminded him. These figures all make sense. And all proverbial hell is going to break loose with Mandy Eloise Whitaker. The pivotal factor. Parmenter hated being so cornered. And Dufresne and Carlson in Seoul. Possession of the ears and pockets of the military. I don't suppose a moral argument will work. Coming from us. That made Parmenter chuckle in bitterness. We've already explained our way around the data, disposed of the rats, incinerated the monkeys, held back what we were really thinking, that we were exploiting and jeopardizing human lives. The moral question had always been clouded by bitter divisions over secrecy, propriety, national security, and the omnipresent god of funding, but now it was as clear as the data on the screen, and the dying scientist sitting across from him. It's going to be a terrible note to Chapter 30. That evening, Eloise knocked on Sally and Micah Durham's door. It had been so long, and the Durhams were so happy to see her. Yes, Rhea was still doing hair. Darcy had moved back to Sioux Falls, Iowa, and was engaged. 2 new girls, Shelley and Doris, were staying in the home as part of their probation. Sally and Micah were fine. Micah had a job with flexible hours, so he could help out more. And how was Eloise? Once she got past fine, doing all right, and staying busy, she sat with them in the cozy living room and got down to the main purpose of her visit. I'm ready to tell you now. I have to tell you. Eloise is actually my middle name. The Monday after the New Year's weekend, Arnie Harrington, fresh up from Vegas, got his first look at the Collins Kramer Morgan Magic Theater. I'll be jiggered. For a training stage built in one end of a shop building, the stage was one impressive piece of work. It had footlights fashioned from work lights, movable access stairs, backdrops that rolled into place on casters or lowered into place on cables, teaser curtains, a rack of lights Dane bought secondhand from a concert promoter, a spotlight, and one main curtain operated by a revamped garage door opener. The birthplace of exciting new talent and many new wonders to come, I trust, said Dane. Wow. If Eloise Kramer's act had benefited from the same Dane Collins touch, so where's our magician? I think I heard her bug coming up the driveway. The shop door opened and she stepped in wearing a hooded parka and pulling off her gloves. Well, hi there, said Arnie. What a picture. The Gypsy Hobet coffee shop girl had an entirely different air about her in this place. You'd think she grew up here. Dane exchanged a warm smile with her and a thumbs up. She made a whimsical, tentative kind of face and pulled back the hood of her parka. Dane became frozen in time. Arnie stared unabashedly. Her hair was blonde, golden through and through. She cast them a little sideways glance as she hung up her parka and pulled off her boots, but said not a word. What's this? Arnie asked. You did it, said Dane. Her hand went to her hair, fingers combing, fiddling with it. I did. I had my girlfriend put me back the way I was. The way you were? Arnie asked. She's naturally blonde, said Dane, and he loved how it looked. It was rather obvious. Huh. Arnie was still staring, getting a little message. How about that? The roots were growing out anyway, and it just came time to be myself. She explained. Arnie nodded and forced a smile. It wasn't a very good one. He was trying to hide a gut feeling. Anyway, she said, offering her hand, it is wonderful to see you again. Yeah, he replied as he shook her hand with a sideways glance at Dane. I guess it has been a long time. Arnie sat in a folding chair just 10 feet from the stage, the Kubota tractor at his back. Dane manned the lights and curtains, Shirley doused the shop lights and cued the music, and Eloise Kramer, in her one and only stage costume, did her show with playful, high-energy confidence, performing for Arnie as if he were the only one there. She made eye contact, she dazzled, she teased, she mugged, and most of all, she wove the wonder through everything she did. The cards flew from her hands, arced from one hand to the other, sailed over Arnie's head and back to her hand, vanished as if they were never there. The bottles popped and multiplied out of nowhere and sang in harmony. Choreographed tennis balls bounced and teased all over the stage as she danced with them. Doves materialized from her empty hands and circled the room, only to vanish into snowflakes. Her microphone had clones that sang in orbit around her. She got a hula hoop spinning around her waist, then stood still while the hoop continued to spin on its own. As she gestured magically, it rose around and then above her body until it was spinning in midair over her head. Then it became her partner and she danced with it, leaping through it, dodging it, flipping and twirling it around herself like a cowboy with his lariat, and all without touching it. The hoop split into two. The two hoops circled around her like two unicycles without riders, then merged into one hoop again. The finale went off like a fireworks display. The music crescendoed, and Eloise took her grand tas da pose flanked by tennis balls bouncing, hula hoops spinning, doves doing figure eights over her head, and playing cards shooting like a fountain from her hands. The music thundered and drummed to a big finish. Dane closed the curtain on Eloise's triumphant tableau, and Arnie rose to his feet, applauding and whistling. Incredible. Absolutely astounding. Dane opened the curtain again so she could perform a graceful dancer's bow. Shirley threw the wall switches in the back, and the shop lights came up. Arnie kept clapping and Eloise, high as a kite, sprang from the stage and leapt into Dane's arms for a congratulatory hug, and then a laughing, father-daughter hug, and then a hug between two friends. Arnie found himself calling out a few extra bravos and extending his applause so the hugs wouldn't outlast it. What would he have to do next? Sing some background music. Finally, when the student and her master were aware of someone else in the room, Arnie stepped forward and extended his hand. You've definitely fulfilled my highest expectations and, more besides. They debriefed in rapid chatter. They reviewed. Now that we have the routines just about timed out, we can get Robbie Portov to work up a music score, said Dane. And costuming. Better costuming, said Arnie. Something brighter, eye-catching, something that follows her and accentuates her moves. Several changes if we can swing it. But with class. Like Mandy Made Famous. Arnie's eyes asked if the reference was okay. Well, exactly, said Dane. Is Keisha Ellerman still designing? And how? Dane sighed through pursed lips. Budget. We'd better talk venues. First, let me take you to lunch. Great. I guess I should change, said Eloise. Just Dane, said Arnie. There was a short, awkward beat, and then she recovered. Oh, all right. Arnie smiled and explained, we've come to that point, kid. Dane and I need to talk about you behind your back. Dane patted her shoulder. That means things are getting serious. Arnie didn't build on that comment. He just let the sideways stretch of his mouth and the arch of his eyebrows concede. She smiled, adjusting. I've got some housecleaning to do. Dane took Arnie to Rustler's Roost, A log-structured, ranch-style barbecue place with log furniture, red checkered tablecloths, and waitresses in "Bring it on," they ordered. Then Arnie gave Dane a look he'd seen before, a look that meant this lunch could go kind of long. Arnie had a difficult topic on his mind. Dane thought he might be able to steer around it. "You know, I was thinking. It would be a great idea to get her booked on Preston's show. Maybe she could even take up a challenge. That would get her in the public eye and give her something unique to say for herself." "He'd take her apart," said Arnie. "Well, not if we set it up right. Maybe we should leave out the challenge part. And she can just be a guest magician." Arnie repositioned himself on the log bench as if his rear end were getting sore already. "First let's talk about Eloise. I thought that's why we were here. I don't mean the business part. I mean the other part." "Oh, brother. We're going to go there. You mean, I want to know if I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing." Cornered. Arnie wasn't blind and he wasn't stupid. She tends to be affectionate. She has no parents. I guess I'm like a father to her. Arnie put up his hands. "Listen, if that's the case, or even if you have something more going with this girl, I'm not your parents or your pastor. I'm okay with it. I work in Vegas. I see everything. It's not like that. But do you know what it is like? As your friend, that's what I want to be sure about. That whatever it is, you really know what it is." "What are you talking about?" "All right." Arnie leaned toward him and made an effort to keep his voice down. "I'm thinking about you and me on the street outside that coffee shop, and you going on and on about that girl looking and sounding just like Mandy. You do remember that?" Dane couldn't hide the fact that he did. "And now I see this same girl." Arnie balked, waiting for words. "The blonde hair. It's her natural color." Arnie waved his hands as if erasing everything and starting over. "Okay. Let me just spell it out for you and then you tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Friends. You're wrong. Hear me anyway." He would have too. There was never any turning Arnie around. "Go ahead." Arnie tiptoed, one word at a time. "You're a widower. You're lonely. You miss your wife. You have money and connections, and then, somehow, this young, good-looking, ambitious girl catches on that she resembles your wife." Dane shook his head in dismay. No, you've got it all wrong. You have no idea. That performance I saw today. That was Mandy. Move for move, the gags, the expressions, the hair, everything. She's done some homework. She is into the role." "Arnie. Dane. I've seen this kind of thing before, and so have you. Come on. I coached her, remember?" Arnie rolled his eyes heavenward, seeking wisdom with a frustrated pat on the table. "All right. Let's start here. And then you can talk me out of it. I'll let you try, okay?" He took a breath and tried again. "Nobody can look and act that much like Mandy without really trying, and it is easy to see that she has an emotional effect on you and knows it. She's an incredible performer, but given what I'm seeing, I don't trust her. And because I don't trust," she trailed the long central vacuum hose behind her as she moved up the stairs one riser at a time, running the brush head back and forth. Once upstairs, she ran the hose down the hall to the upstairs vacuum outlet, just past Dane's bedroom door. The bedroom door was open. She looked in from the hall. Wow, it had its own fireplace. Propane, neat and clean, with a carved mantel, classy-looking dresser and a full-length mirror. The bed was made. Beautiful bedspread with big, fluffy shams against the headboard. Would there be? Was it snooping? A picture of his wife anywhere? She leaned in. Off limits, Shirley told her. The closet door was open, she gasped, fingers over her mouth. "Oh, no, you're killing me." The gown, the blue gown from her vision on Christmas night, was hanging Right there, and looked exactly as she'd seen it. Floor length, a skirt that would float and billow when she spun. Full, sheer sleeves, sequins that could throw diamonds of light upon the walls and ceiling, metallic embroidery about the waist and bodice. She knew that gown, every detail. She'd worn it in another world, another time. Hadn't she? And she was dancing, wasn't she? 10 steps in and 10 steps back out again, that was all it would take. She wouldn't touch anything. She darted to the south windows and looked toward the long driveway. Shirley'd gone home to take her son Noah to the dentist. Dane and Arnie wouldn't be back for at least an hour. I'm not being sneaky. It isn't everybody who has visions like I do. And then sees something just a few the sleeve beneath her nose, and inhaled a scent she vividly remembered. Taking the gown on its hanger, she held it against her body. Just her size. She put it back. No, better not. She grew up on a ranch. She raised llamas, horses, and doves. Her father's name was Arthur. Her mother's name was Eloise. She knows how to do carpentry and how to fix a leaky faucet. Her favorite coffee is a non-fat mocha. Arnie held up his hand. Dane, stop. Hold it a second. She dances like Mandy. She laughs like Mandy. She gets the same look in her eyes. Dane. Dane stopped. He was running off at the mouth and knew it. Dane, Mandy is dead. Pardon me for asking, but are you aware of that? The answer stuck in his brain and wouldn't go through. Arnie pressed in. I was there with you at the hospital the day she died. When she died, she was 59. This girl is 19. She'll be 20 on the 15th. Arnie's voice rose despite his effort to keep it down. What difference does it make? She's still a different girl. Dane, a different girl who is. He lowered his voice, but he was shaking. Who is 40 years younger? 40 years. Her jeans, shirt, and shoes lay in a neat pile on a chair next to the fireplace. The black formal slid over her shoulders and hips and conformed to her body. Like it was made to be there. She turned in front of the full-length mirror, holding a diamond necklace against her skin to see how it looked with the dress. She'd never worn anything so lovely. She found a pair of shoes that matched. They slid onto her feet like the glass slipper in room in front of the mirror as the skirt swished through the air and the jewels and sequins sparkled. I know it sounds crazy, Dane admitted. Arnie's sandwich lay half-eaten on the plate. A waitress had come by to check on them. Arnie quickly told her they were fine, thank you. Crazy. That's right. But how else do you explain it? That's what I'm warning you about. I got her 4 doves just to see what her reaction would be. She named them Lily, Maybelle, Bonkers, and Carson. Research. Dane. She's smarter than you think. Those were the names of the doves Mandy had clear back at the Spokane Fair. There's no way she could have known that. She's a magician, Dane, a very good one. She found out. Listen, there are things she does that neither of us have been able to figure out, but that's how magic works, that's the whole point. She has a way with doves. It's how we met. Arnie touched Dane's hand and looked into his eyes. Dane, explain it to me, and listen to yourself as you answer. I can't explain it. I've never been able to explain it. I've explained it. Now, can you come up with something better? Dane's mind had never been able to land on anything that made sense. I only know what I know. He was still amazed by the next fact even as he spoke it. She has the same teeth, the same smile. She even smells like Mandy. Arnie's eyes stayed on him for one more brief moment, but then a gradual change like the sun going down came over his face. He eased back on his bench at a loss, disbelief and despair clouding his face. Dane, have you really come to that point? Have you really gone crazy? A snappy pink dance outfit. His wife must have used it for the jazzier dance. Numbers and the contorted box illusions. Slipped on as if made for her. The stagey shoes, the pants and cute waistcoat got her moving, finding a groove. God help her. There was just something so right about it, as if in some way, in some nearby other world, the clothes were old friends, her music was their music, her moves their moves. Arnie didn't finish his sandwich. He didn't finish the conversation either. I'd better leave, right now, he said, standing and stepping free of the bench. Dane had never seen his friend this way before. Arnie, it is so hard to explain. Stop. Don't say another word. Don't drive any more nails into this coffin. Dane tried to say something, but Arnie leaned down, finger in Dane's face. I'm saying this to your face, all right. Remember that I told you to your face. You have lost your mind and she is going to break your heart. She is going to use you, and then she is going to discard you. He tossed some bills on the table. And after she does, and you are the real Dane Collins again, a man with some sense and some kind of future, I'm not sure what, please give me a call. I'll help you pick up the pieces. Arnie. Not another word. Book her on Preston's show. Just that much. I'd consider it a real favor. And a monumental abuse of friendship. With that he hurried to the front of the restaurant and spoke with the hostess. Dane caught the words cab and airport. It occurred to him that Arnie had left his travel case back at the ranch in the guest room, but oh, well. He was Arnie Harrington. He'd never go back for it. Chapter 31. There was still the blue gown. She told herself she wouldn't touch it, but then her hand just fell on all these other things and one thing led to another and the gown was in her vision, after all, and the embrace of love, the encounter with herself that came to her that night, were here now, in this room, in these clothes all hung according to color and occasion, in the jewels neatly arranged in little drawers, in the beautiful shoes in neat rows on 2 shelves. She ached for that blue gown as she looked at the clock beside the bed. Could she try it on and put it away in 5 minutes, 10 at the max? Dane remembered seeing Arnie standing in the front window of Rustler's Roost watching him go. He remembered giving Arnie a pitiful little wave as he opened the door of his car, and wondering how long it would take Arnie to get a cab of any kind in northern Idaho. From that moment to closing the door of his car in his own garage, the drive up Highway 95 and all the way back to Robin Hill Road was by rote. He didn't remember it. His mind was elsewhere, everywhere. He hadn't lost a friend, he knew that. That was precisely why Arnie had cut their visit short, to save the friendship. They'd bailed on each other before to depressurize and were always able to put it back together. Still, that didn't remove the fact that this was one bleeding, messy feeling he had, as weighty as lead, and it wasn't likely to go away until what? Until he denied every little treasure he'd found in the girl, every flame of hope she'd lit inside him, every undeniable fact he'd gleaned that anchored his heart to hers. Until he slapped himself awake from a dream he'd always wanted, that wonderful, wishful state of heart that came uninvited, unexpected, and brought cleansing joy to his darkened state of mind. Such was love, he supposed. Love only made sense to a point, and beyond that, didn't answer to logic or practicality, it just went on making people complete in its own mysterious way. And where would he be without it? That answer was easy. He'd been there already, and going back was not a happy option. As for what lay ahead, only God knew, so maybe he didn't have to. It would all make sense someday. As he slipped quietly in the back door, just being home made him want to see her again, even if she was dusting the shelves or running the vacuum in her same old shirt and work jeans, even if the topic was emptying the vacuum canister or rotating the garbage cans. This house, and he, needed the sound of her voice, the prodding of her plans and intentions, the promise of her friendship. Her VW was parked outside. She had to be in the house somewhere. The golden-haired lady in the full-length mirror, glorious in her blue gown and shimmering jewelry, was too lovely, too regal to be she. from wherever the lady had been. And it must have been many wonderful places. She looked back into the bedroom at the cleaning girl and whispered what seemed impossible. Mandy Whitaker. And the cleaning girl whispered back, I want to be you. She clutched a fold of the dress and gracefully lifted it, striking a pose as the belle of the ball, and circled in place, a hint of a waltz, her feet barely lifting from the floor. From somewhere in her memory, the strains of Offenbach's Belle Nuit, O Nuit d'Amour began to play, and she began to sing the melody, stepping lightly, eyes closed, dreaming there was a man in the doorway. She jolted and yelped as with an electrical shock, hands trembling before her face, and sides so stressed she felt sick. Oh, she said, and thought, I'm dead. Totally dead. Oh, God, I've ruined my life, I've ruined everything. The sight stunned him speechless, motionless. She was trembling, a cornered animal, trying to cover herself with her arms as if to hide. And the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes on, just as she'd always been. Memories of Mandy in that dress came flooding back. The shows they did, the dance numbers, and now she was back, standing right before him. She was falling apart, as if she'd been assembled with nuts and bolts, and every nut was coming loose, every bolt was falling out, and every piece of her mind, her heart, her hopes, her ability to put one doggone sentence together, was clunking to the floor. Her hands, though they tried, could never conceal her, never hide her. They finally went to her face, closing her in and covering her shame. In the dark behind them, she managed a broken, high-pitched lament, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Her hands slipped down, uncovering her eyes. He was still there, still looking at her. She said again, I'm sorry. He didn't say a word and hardly moved except to sink into a chair near the door, never taking his eyes off her. He didn't look angry. He looked lost, broken. His lingering gaze made her look at herself, touch the lovely material, gently grasp and animate a fold of the skirt. It's just so pretty. Then, meeting his eyes again, she read it, sensed it. He was looking at her, in no unkind or improper way, but in a way, she just now realized, she would have wanted. Did want, as if the mirror were telling the truth, as if she really were the beautiful lady, as if she really could be. With a wag of his head and wonder in his eyes he said, Mandy. He could have hit her in the forehead with a beanbag. Her head jerked up, her eyes widened, and she gasped. What was this? Another yes to another question. I was going to tell you, she said, her voice trembling. He felt for her. She was scared and in trouble. He smiled, and that helped. She quit trembling, drew some breaths to steady herself, and then smiled ever so sheepishly, her fingers over her mouth, a nervous giggle bubbling out. With decorum and honesty he looked her up and down, cocked an eyebrow, and sent her an approving nod. Those also helped, and how else could he tell her? He rose from the chair and came to her, eyes gentle and voice safely academic. As you can imagine, this dress is best suited for a waltz. Her left hand went to his shoulder by itself as his hand rested gently against her back. Her right hand took his left, and immediately, spirit deep, she felt safe. The fear was gone. What was that tune you were humming? He asked. She sang it to him, and the steps just came, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, in a safe little box. He knew the tune as well, and sang it with her note for note as he widened the pattern into an idyllic carousel about the room. The steps flowed without a thought as she followed his lead, the walls, windows, and furniture of the room passing like scenery behind him. When this room became many rooms, when her other worlds arose in this time and place with their shifting depths, bending dimensions, and blurring colors, his touch became her fortress, his shoulder a bulwark. From within his arms she could watch without fear where she was, where else she was, where she'd been, and where she'd be. Over his shoulder, for a fleeting shred of time, she saw her apartment. The windows, the kitchenette, her bed, and her watching them dance. Full circle, she thought. The other side of the mirror. Hi, Eloise. It's me, Mandy. You were right. I'm dancing in the dress, with him. Completeness. The other half of every emotion. All he'd lost so tangibly. Present, as if the past few months had never happened. He might have drawn her in with an unconscious lead of his hand, she might have chosen it herself, but as the music faded from their voices and the waltz stilled from their awareness, her arm went around his neck, she rested her face against his shoulder, and he welcomed the firm closeness of her body against his, the curves of her waist and hips, the cashmere soft warmth coming through her dress. Not reliving, but still living. Not like then, but like always. She could have stayed here forever, real and timeless, no matter when or where or which world it was. The dance had fallen behind them, slipping into one, caressed his back and with a slight bow of her head kissed his hand, then kissed it again. He kissed her on the cheek. And this time she only had to turn her head. It was meant to be. It had to be. It was, and he surrendered to it, incredulous. And thrilled, remembering then, living now, lost in the taste of her lips and the scent of her hair, tracing the delicate shape of her neck, her ears, her face. So this was what it was like. She had dreamed, but now she was there. Embraced by love, carried by yearning, unable, unwilling to contain the feeling and finding a whole other side of herself who'd been here before, who knew, who pressed against him, gave herself to him. Oh, to be the one who shared her life, her love, her very being with this man. She was just as when he first met her, newly blossomed, flawless and pure. Delighting in life and love as her greatest adventure. He stopped. She opened her eyes, met his, then dropped her head, her hands still draped over his shoulders. He took her hands from his shoulders, gave one a kiss, and let them go. He walked into the hall, escaping with deadening reluctance into the real world. She came to rest against the closet doorpost, arms covering her because the wonderful blue gown made her feel naked. She was framed in the doorway, her head down, her body wilted. With arms still covering her, she tried to form words but could only shake her head. He gathered himself and said, "I've made a terrible mistake. I'm very, very sorry." She looked at him. The joy and wonder had died from her eyes. I never meant to. I know. You're very young, and not at all to be blamed. The fault for all of this is mine. To put it simply, with a sad smile he replied, "That's right." There was a silence as each waited, but there was nothing more to say. "I guess I should leave." He nodded, making sure his face was kind. "For your sake, and for the whole wonderful life you still have ahead of you, yes, you should leave. You should leave right away and never come back." He turned, then paused. "You can report your hours to Shirley and she'll send you your check. I'll see to it that Arnie has your contact information. I'll be downstairs. Be sure to put everything away where you found it." He left her in his bedroom, wiping her eyes and leaning like a dying lily. Downstairs, he lit a fire in the fireplace and sat on the couch to watch the flames. He heard her footsteps when she came down the stairs. She stood for a moment in the other end of the living room, but he couldn't turn to say goodbye. He just watched the flames while she went out the door, started up her bug, and drove down the long driveway. Chapter 32. Black television screen. Fade up. Illuminated by a single, hard light source to the left of screen, white hair. Backlit to create a corona around his head, the bearded, sage-like face of Preston Gabriel turned toward the camera. In a low, rumbling voice reminiscent of Orson Welles, he spoke. Psychokinesis, the claimed power to affect matter by mind alone. Spoon. Bending, moving small objects, causing items to fall over or fly through the air solely by the power of the mind. Is it real, or is it illusion? Tonight we find the answers on Gabriel's magic. Spooky, haunting music played. Blue and fiery red images collaged across the screen. Preston Gabriel, dressed in his signature black and looking much like a wizard himself, materializing a flute, then turning it into 4 doves in his bare hands, levitating a girl from a table, making money appear in a volunteer's hand, vanishing a girl from a chair, lying on broken glass while a truck runs over him, producing a girl from an empty cabinet with a puff of smoke, stabbing a selected card with a knife from a cascade of falling cards in midair. Amazing moments, looks of astonishment, teasers of things to come bombarded the eyes as the music rose to a crescendo and a title burst from a tiny pixel to huge letters that filled the screen. Gabriel's Magic. The show's intro cut to live cameras and a studio stage. A touch of stage smoke bringing out the bluish pin spots as the theme music played and an announcer said, "From Television World in Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, this is Preston Gabriel." The studio audience cheered and applauded as the man strode boldly into the floodlights, white mane shining, face pleasant, eyes steely. Good evening. The art of magic is built upon a covenant between the performer and his audience. He will attempt to fool them, and they will let themselves be fooled in the full knowledge that the magician is only an actor pretending to be a magician, performing the impossible, but through trickery and illusion. Our actors. Tonight, the amazing magical duo from Montreal, Canada, Tori and Abigail. Applause. And an astounding newcomer all the way from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm sure you've heard of it. Laughter. The young, the beautiful, the talented Eloise Kramer. Mandy Whitaker, she thought, but didn't say as the applause rang from the television in the green room. Mandy sat on a soft sofa, all made up, dressed up, and up against the full impact of this being her first time ever on television. Arnie, sitting in a chair far from her, looked up from his laptop computer with an expression that said, "You asked for it, kid." She smiled at him the way she always did, wishing him well, hoping for friendship, and getting used to the idea that it was never going to happen. He was there to look after her, and he was doing a great job. He'd handled the whole booking, every detail from her flight to her hotel room, meals, schedule, the works, but he'd been honest with her. He was doing it for Dane, and their relationship was strictly professional. In other words, they could never be friends. So stick around, Arnie, I want to be alone. She and her favor-paying agent hardly spoke to each other. She looked over at, was it Dwight or Dwayne? She couldn't quite remember. Her brain was so occupied with the performance coming up. He was a young man decked out in a flowery martial arts outfit, and he didn't smile much, if at all. He was watching the screen, eyes narrow and lips grim. She figured he was getting psyched up. Preston Gabriel went on with his opener. And then we have tonight's million-dollar challenger, a man who claims not to be a pretender but to have a genuine ability to move and manipulate objects by the power of his mind. If he can demonstrate this power to the satisfaction of our judges and this master pretender, pointing to himself, he could be eligible for our prize of 1 million. But first a little skullduggery. Sir, may I borrow a handkerchief? Linda, the producer, wearing a wireless headset and carrying a clipboard, with every minute of the show planned out, stepped into the room. Dwight, Tori and Abigail will be on for 10 minutes, and then we'll go to a break and then you're on. He nodded. Linda looked down at Mandy. And Eloise, after Dwight's had his spot wheel. Go to a break and then you're on. Okay. Like waiting for your turn with the dentist. Do you need anything? She already had a bottle of water in her hand, half empty. Her mouth was still dry. No. Linda took a second look at her. We'd better have Amber touch up your forehead. Why don't you come with me? The person you are calling, Dr. Margot Kessler, is unavailable. Please, leave a message after the beep. When you are finished you may simply hang up or press 1 for other options. Dane heard the same old beep but left no message. He'd already left too. Dr. Kessler had become a phantom, just like the girl who'd driven her bug down his driveway and evaporated from his life. Actually, he felt relieved. What was the point in calling her other than the fact that he said he would? She'd already stated her position, that he was crazy. Besides a pill, there wouldn't be much she could add to that. He smirked and put the phone down. There. I called. It was surreal sitting all alone before a cold, dead fireplace in a big, empty house with a .357 Magnum in his hand. He'd theorized that actually buying the gun would help him think things through, get him past what if I and down to I really can. It worked. A little. The weight of the steel, the feel of the grip, the smell of the oil, the rattle of the bullets in the box were real, not hypothetical. He was able to hold the barrel to his head, say bang, and conceive, stay preserved in the winter cold until surely, the cops, or the neighbors found him, and there'd be no messy cleanup. Yep. Surreal. Amber the makeup girl carefully dabbed Mandy's forehead with more foundation and powder. You feeling nervous? Mandy was captivated by the pretty girl in the big mirror, but not out of vanity. She'd seen this girl in another mirror and she was still wishing. She nodded at Amber's question. Oh, said Amber, giving her a looking over, it is showbiz, like any other gig. Forget the cameras. Just go out there and wow that audience. With everything Dane taught you, she thought, but all by yourself, cut loose. And lonely. Small, but smile. A screw up, but you show 'em. Spread your wings and fly. God's still with you even if he isn't. God. Hey, why the face? She put on the professional social interaction smile she'd been practicing. Sorry. Just thinking. It's not fair. Applause came from the television on the wall. Preston Gabriel was back from a commercial break and introducing Dwight Hoskins. Hoskins strode onto the stage looking like a flower vase. He shook Gabriel's hand. Gabriel asked some questions and Hoskins talked about psychic powers. Everyone has them, they just need to be developed. He developed his abilities through kung fu and learning the laws of nature from an old Chinese master lord. If I only knew how to feel. Learning to recognize his inner self, his outer self, and achieving a level of consciousness matching the absence of mind to the motions of the body. Precarious balance. And Arnie. Ooh, Arnie. I can't explain it to him. Maybe because you've never explained it to me. Hoskins crouched, waved his hands about in cool, martial arts gesticulations. The pencil moved, the audience applauded. So he can make a pencil move. Wow. Got a show to go with that. Next came the phone book lying open on the same table, sideways in relation to Hoskins. Hoskins did his little martial arts dance again, slicing the air with his hands and striking poses, then came in close and made a few pages flip, apparently by themselves. The audience was impressed, or maybe just being nice. It's an old trick, said Amber. Preston's going to nail him. Gabriel was talking about controlled conditions being a requirement for the challenge and bringing out a canister. $1 million, said Mandy. It started out as 10,000 30 years ago and it has grown from there. Probably because nobody's ever won it. Nobody. Nope. Nobody's ever produced a psychic phenomenon that Preston hasn't been able to expose. Gabriel was spreading styrofoam packing pellets all around the phone book. It's widely known among magicians that objects can be made to move by a surreptitious puff of breath. Just to be sure that isn't the case here, I'd like you to try again, this time with these styrofoam pellets surrounding the phone book. Hoskins stared, and his face was readable even on television. He was trapped. Like a fly in a spider's web and trying not to look like it. The pellets might absorb the psychic energy, I don't know. What if we placed a mask over your mouth? Pages are upright in relation to you and would have to be turned sideways as one would normally turn pages. In that position, It seems to me that only psychic power would be able to move them. Amber wiggled a finger at the screen. He's gone. Hoskins tried it with the styrofoam pellets around the phone book, but his energy had left him. Too much interference, he said. So it appears you have not met the $1 million challenge, but I thank you for trying, said Gabriel. To the audience, please bid a kind adieu to Mr. Dwight Hoskins. They applauded him off the stage. Next up, the lovely Eloise Kramer. Don't go away. Linda, the producer, came for Mandy. All set. All set, Amber answered, swiveling Mandy's chair around. Mandy got to her feet, her legs a little weak. In the hall behind Linda, Dwight Hoskins passed by as if looking for the nearest exit. The .357 Magnum remained on the lamp table near the fireplace. Dane sat in the breakfast nook, winter scenery glorious outside the windows, and tapped on his computer. Suicide note, first draft. By now you have found me. Delete, delete, delete. If you haven't found me yet, look down, shift up arrow, select, delete. Mandy's meadow. From where he sat he could see the meadow cloaked in a winter mantle, crisscrossed by the hoofprints of deer and elk, the lope and rest patterns of white rabbits. Shirley had talked about the wildflowers that would bloom in that meadow come springtime, the yellow fawn lilies, mountain bluebells, purple shooting stars. The computer screen was waiting, having only 4 words. Suicide note. First draft. He extended his hands over the keyboard. They were still in pretty good shape. No arthritis to speak of, good tendons, clear skin. Most of his body was that way. His legs were good enough to climb the stairs 2, sometimes 3 at a time. He was watching his cholesterol, and his blood pressure was normal. His prostate well, he couldn't pee over a fence, but there was no cancer and he could pee well enough. Was he getting, what did she call it? Leadbutt. He checked and didn't see himself sinking too deeply into his chair. He hadn't started whining about the good old days yet, but he had started thinking about them. You think your wife would want that, you just chucking the whole thing and turning into an old raisin. I know what she'd say. Buy some testosterone, get a motorcycle, do whatever it takes to get living again, but don't waste the years God still has for you. You believe in God. Well, give him some credit. He might know what he's doing. Dane's hands fell into his lap. He felt chastised. He might know what he's doing. Well, he just might. Delete, delete, delete. Dane tapped on the keys. Since when did God choose only painless lessons for his children? He closed the file without saving it, then strode back to the lamp table by the fireplace, wrapped the gun in its plastic wrapper, and tucked it away in its original box. He still had the receipt. He thought he might like a cup of coffee, maybe with some of those little bake sale chocolate cookies he bought from Noah Morgan. Arnie remained in the green room as Preston Gabriel announced from the television screen, "Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Eloise Kramer." Her recorded music began, and he saw 2 hula hoops roll out into the stage lights, one from the left, one from the right. They rolled in a circle in opposite directions and then, as they crossed each other from the camera's viewpoint, poof, as quick as a blink, there was Eloise spinning to a graceful ta-da pose in the center. The audience gasped, and Arnie had to concede, "Just wait, you ain't seen nothing yet." Her act was astonishing. Total fun, total entertainment. She would go far, no question. But without him. Someday her shady morals would catch up to her. She'd pick the wrong man, cross the wrong woman, get the wrong kind of attention. He was thankful that it wouldn't be his job to cover her back or explain a scandal to the news hounds. He opened his email account and typed a quick email to Dane. FYI. Booked Kramer on Preston's show. Taping today, January 17th. Have since withdrawn as her agent. She has secured other management. Take care. Arnie. No. Her performance was not up to her standards. She danced in, around, and through the hula hoops as they danced with her. She set her doves flying in tight formations the cameras could follow and materialized bottles that floated around her singing counterpoint to the music. She did it all with a big smile on her face and boundless energy that played well on television, but it felt slow to her, mechanical, and she was trying too hard. The life wasn't there, the playfulness and wonder that always popped up and surprised. The crowd rose to their feet, as did Preston Gabriel behind his Johnny Carson desk at the side of the stage. Stagehands gathered up the hoops, doves, and bottles, and she took a bow. She was so relieved she wanted to cry, but she laughed, smiled, and bowed again. Sweat dripped to the floor. So much for her makeup. Eloise Kramer, ladies and gentlemen, bellowed Preston Gabriel. As planned, she crossed the stage, shook Gabriel's hand, and took her place in the chair next to his desk for a short interview. She was still panting for breath. Marvelous, said Preston Gabriel, taking his seat. Truly refreshing. Thank you. He was smiling at her, but with a piercing gaze that made her want to cringe. From Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Yes, sir, born and raised. And just barely out of your teens. Or are you? I turned 20 last Saturday. 2 days ago. There was some applause. About the only celebration her birthday got. She rehearsed on that day, alone. Remarkable. Gabriel leaned on his elbow, fingers supporting his face, still looking at her as if he were trying to figure something out. And you studied with a close friend of mine, the great, the one and only Dane Collins. If that was supposed to be a surprise to catch her off guard, it was. Some folks recognized the name, went to, and applauded again, which gave her time to recover, nod, and say a bit weakly, uh-huh. Great, witty answer. Arnie told you, didn't he? Please, no more questions about that. You must have been quite a handful. The glint in his eye telegraphed he'd used a pun. With a remarkable trademark, bringing objects to life and making them your co-performers. Did he just suggest? She was insulted whether he meant it that way or not. How was her smile? Gabriel nodded. Did you see our last guest? Now, come on, it would be mean to talk about him. The Kung Fu guy. I'd say you did a lot better than he did. Some folks clapped, but at the Kung Fu guy's expense. It felt mean. Well, she shrugged it off. Gabriel stood a pencil up on end on his desk. How about this pencil? There was a hush. She looked at the pencil, then at him. This couldn't be happening. How about it? Can you make it move? No magician would do this to a fellow magician. What was he thinking? Smile. Play along. Sure. If I brought my own pencil. She mugged to the audience and they chuckled. So you don't really have the power to make this one move. The audience was hanging on what she would say. It was palpable. And what could she say? Saying no would break the spell, the whole covenant that made magic what it was, that made her performance what it was. He had to know that. She smiled and made a funny little show of thinking about it. Preston Gabriel gave her precious airtime to do so, his eyes locked on her. Maybe he was building the suspense, or maybe he was trying to shrink her, make her wither like the Kung Fu guy. Arnie and he must have had a little talk between old buddies before the show. A tremble of anger went through her. Yeah, I can make it move. I can stick it in your ear. She tried to put on playful and teasing. Which way would you like it to move? It didn't quite work. Her tone came across as challenging. The audience went, ooh, this guy had gall that soured her stomach. How about making it levitate? In the green room, Arnie had come out of his chair and crossed to the television. Preston, what are you doing? Forget what we talked about, this is showbiz. I wouldn't even fry her on television. Smile. How? Oh, let's say. The pencil shot to a foot above the desk and hung there. The audience was All over it. It was part of the act, planned as a surprise. Wow, great, we love it. And Mandy wasn't about to disappoint them. She locked eyes. Most pleasantly. With Preston Gabriel, friend of Arnie Harrington. She remembered how she and Dane spent his birthday, how she wished they could have spent hers. She made the pencil spin a cartwheel. What else? Gabriel eyed the pencil, fascinated. Fascinated wasn't good enough. The folks deserved a real finisher, and Gabriel deserved well. She'd be careful. The pencil shot around the stage like a frantic bird, circled back, dropped, and touched eraser down on the top of the desk. As if the pencil were doing the lifting, the whole desk rose a foot from the floor and rotated, colliding with the old man's legs and making his chair spin. She enjoyed that part, but threw up her hands for the audience. Don't look at me, I can't control it. While the desk continued lazily rotating in midair, camera 2 lifted from the floor and rose above the frantic attempts of the camera operator to hold it down. It floated above Preston Gabriel, and a lovely crane shot appeared in the monitors. Preston Gabriel, stoic demeanor cracking, about to duck aside in case the camera fell. Oh, no you don't. Mandy scurried over, put her arm around the snooty, thoughtless old geezer, and looked up, waving, her smile big with sarcasm. The audience was rumbling, applauding, gasping. Mandy let the camera and desk down gently, then gave Preston Gabriel a kiss on top of his head. The audience went nuts. They rose to their feet. She pranced forward and bowed, threw them a kiss, and scampered off stage. They were still applauding as she brushed past Linda the producer. Hey, that was incredible. And slammed through the soundstage door. Preston Gabriel's voice came from monitors in the control room. The incredible Eloise Kramer. As she rushed down the hall to the ladies' room. The closing theme music and Preston Gabriel's sign-off came from the ceiling speakers in the restroom as Mandy pressed herself cry, really cry. Chapter 33. First and foremost, said Preston Gabriel, removing his hat and coat, you're not crazy. Arnie said nothing. He just hung his coat in Dane's front closet. We need a table, said Preston. Dane, face to face with his oldest and best friend and his agent who thought he was crazy, was at a loss other than to say, I'm taking orders for coffee. They gravitated to the breakfast nook, that well-lit corner of the house with a great view and close to the coffee. Dane brewed lattes for Arnie and himself, a cup of black for Preston. He put some of Noah Morgan's cookies on a plate, but by then the nook table hardly had the space. Preston had spread out snapshots, 8x10s, trade articles, and promotional photos featuring Mandy, most dating back to the earliest years of Dane and Mandy's career. One was a snapshot from a magic convention in Miami in 1974. Preston and Dane, in long, 70s hair and sideburns, had first met, and now they posed on either side of the long-tressed flower girl, Dane's beautiful bride and performing partner of 2 years. Arnie, still somber, provided recent photos from Eloise Kramer's promotional packet and laid them alongside the others. Dane brought his computer and opened a folder of digital photos, the Gleason threesome building the stage in the shop building. Among these he found his favorites, close-ups of Eloise. Arnie scanned them all from a standing position with no comment and a predisposed detachment. Preston bent over the table, slid photos around, examined close-ups of Dane. Mostly waited. He'd already anguished through this exercise so many times in so many ways he no longer trusted his own eyes. He looked at Arnie, the skeptic. Arnie reminded them, of course we can all agree that she looks like Mandy. I've never argued that point. Dane, said Preston, may I see that close-up of Eloise, the one where she's holding up the hammer. Dane brought it up on the computer screen. Can you zoom in on the mouth? Dane zoomed in until her smile nearly spanned the screen. Preston pointed to the screen. Just for one of many examples, note the flaw. The little dip on the left side of that tooth. Then he pointed to the magnifier he held over an old promo photo of Mandy Collins. Take a look. Dane deferred to Arnie, but Arnie let him go first. He looked through the magnifier and found exactly what he expected. Both girls had the same flaw on the same tooth. That freckle, too, on her upper lip. And the tiny mole under the left eye, and the asymmetry of the smile, the way it stretches just a little more to the right. Arnie huffed in exasperation. Do you guys know where you're going with this? Where you'd have to go? Preston told him. We welcome your arguments, Arnie. This is so bizarre, we need some checks and balances. Well, how about, Mandy is dead, he said. I know it is a small detail, but I feel I should bring it up. But can we agree on one redeeming fact, that except for different hairstyles and color, these two girls are physically identical in every way. I told you, I've never argued that point. But it means that Dane isn't crazy. Any sane person would have the same conflicts. Arnie thought for, yes, of course it was a relief, but it had been so long, so tortuous that the relief could only trickle in, displacing despair and supposed madness one drop of comfort at a time. All right, so we agree on that. Preston pulled a chair over and sat down. The others did the same and they faced each other across the table, all the photos spread out between them. Dane sipped his latte. It was cold. Preston drew a DVD from his leather satchel and handed it to him. This will bring you up to speed. Dane slid the DVD into his computer and they watched Eloise's performance, the on-edge interview with Preston, the mayhem that followed. As the closing credits began and Dane clicked the stop button, he was smiling like a proud father. Whom did you see? Asked Preston. Dane felt safe. I saw Mandy. Arnie let out a quiet whoosh and stroked his brow. With an acknowledging glance at Arnie, Preston said, that was my experience as well. Careful, said Arnie. Keep an eye on us. Arnie nodded. I first met Mandy Collins when she was in her early 20s. Preston looked at Dane. She would have been 23. Dane did some quick figuring. 1974. Yeah, Dane, my heart goes out to you. Except for the shorter hair I could have. Sworn I was meeting the young Mandy Collins all over again. You should have said something. And what would you have done? Dane asked. Preston nodded, conceding, not having met her, I would have tried to talk you out of it. I would have thought you were mentally disturbed. Preston cocked an eyebrow. But that's why you wanted her on my show, isn't it? Dane nodded. You had to see her for yourself. Arnie countered. And I thought you'd be clever enough to see through. The resemblance was astounding, said Preston, but not the only factor. There were also her abilities. I told you she was good, said Arnie. Preston looked at one and then the other. You've both seen her perform. How did you think she was doing it? Arnie answered. Wires, magnets, gyros. Rigging small enough to carry on. Her person. Dane admitted. I tried to figure it out, but then I thought I was meeting my wife all over again. I thought I was going crazy. I let it go. I just threw it in with everything else. Preston slid some of the photos around, looking them over again as he spoke. I tested the resemblance further. I baited her to see how she carried herself, how she related to me after I needled her, how she handled anger. Turned out, once again, she was Mandy to a T. From there, I went out on a limb. Arnie wagged his head. And I couldn't believe you'd do a thing like that. In retrospect, neither can I. What I did just isn't done. Preston wagged his head as he recalled it. We're deceivers, but we're honest about being dishonest, and no magician exposes the dishonesty of another. It would spoil everything. The audience would be disappointed. He smiled. But Mandy Collins never, ever disappointed an audience. What Dane suddenly understood, he also had trouble believing. You forced her to move that pencil. Preston was amused by the twist of it. And I was as lucky as any man could ever be. I bet on her being dishonest about being honest. I bet on her really being able to do it. Arnie was stung for a moment. Whoa, hold on. What are you saying? You asked if we knew where we were going. Builders, all close friends and associates. They were as amazed as I was. You're not saying you owe her $1 million. Preston feigned offense. Oh, perish the thought. She never made a challenge, and the offer is for anyone proving psychic ability. Then how do you explain it? Preston clapped his hands together, then rubbed them lightly. All right, we are here, so let's do some exploring. He turned to Dane. Pardon the question. Did you see Mandy die? The question hit like an arrow. Off guard, unprepared, Dane tried to grasp the question and why Preston would even ask it. Preston asked again, did you see her die? Dane fended him off. He couldn't bear to revisit that room. Of course I did. How do you know she was dead? She wasn't. No, he couldn't carry that hope again. He turned up his hands. Let them drop. She had to be. Preston was still waiting. The heart monitor went flatline. She was gone. He drew some breaths to keep emotion down. Then what happened? Preston Arnie cautioned. They wheeled her out of the room, Dane answered. That was it. Who? What do you mean? Who wheeled her out of the room? Who was there? A doctor and a nurse. Something connected. Something so far from credible. Preston pressed his gaze. Dane could see Kessler standing over his dying wife and the nurse, continually fingering the wires from the monitor. He could remember a strange hastiness in getting Mandy out of the room. Why the hurry if she was dead? Doctor. Did you see Mandy cremated? Doctor. Kessler was wrong, wasn't she? There was never an effect from the medication. Dane was never crazy, never hallucinating. She was wrong, all along. Or lying. Dane. Did you see Mandy cremated? Of course. In a cremation casket. Yes. Was she in it? Wasn't this grasping at straws? He wished it wasn't. Do you have direct, personal knowledge of Mandy's body being in that casket? Did you see it yourself? The question was unfair. I didn't pry the casket open and look, no. Preston. Come on, said Arnie. Give the man some space. Preston pulled a photograph from his satchel and placed it on the table in front of Dane. Have you ever seen this man? Dane was afraid to hope. He'd been through so much, and this what could it accomplish other than to stab him with fresh pain he'd taken months to get over? He cared little for Preston's photograph of a man he'd seen before. A man in his 40s. Thin, graying hair, wire-rimmed, professorial glasses, a somewhat stern, focused expression. He plucked the photograph from the table. Who is he? Preston was intently reading his face. So you have seen him before. Who is he? Now Preston, chapter 34. Dane was trying to breathe. His hand was shaking. You need some water. Dane nodded. Arnie hurried to bring a glass. Dane's heart was racing. Anger, hope, relief, anxiety, all boiled inside him at once. He was there at McAfee's. He told Dane and Arnie the whole story of the man he'd seen in McAfee's, sitting in a corner with a computer while Mandy Eloise tried to levitate and came crashing to the floor. Preston was as agitated as he ever got, which wasn't very, but on him it was impressive. Unbelievable. The odds. I was shooting in the dark, following a hunch. Unbelievable. He grabbed at the photos on the table. Let's make some room here. They put away the photographs. Dane set aside his computer. The table was clear. The odds. Preston was still recovering. But I shouldn't be surprised. Sooner or later the pieces had to fall together. He reached again into his satchel and produced a small stack of lengthy articles in fine print from professional journals and scientific publications, some featuring the same photograph. No, this is not from my pleasure reading list. My staff is always investigating new ideas and technologies that could be useful for new tricks and illusions. And psychic hoaxes, either one. And they sniffed out Parmenter. Here's a man with cutting-edge interests. Interdimensional crossovers, electromagnetic pulse, scalar waves, time travel. He's a regular Tesla, or Einstein. This article deals with his work on interdimensional displacement, ID, the whole idea that an object can be shifted from one dimension to another, moved an inch or a mile, and returned to its original dimension so that it seems to have been instantly transported from one place to another. Beam me up, Scotty, said Arnie. It would be that impressive if it really worked and a stage magician could get hold of it. Imagine the illusions. But they wouldn't be illusions, would they? They'd be the real thing. Dane couldn't believe it yet, but a building tension was gnawing at his insides. Her entrance on your show, she used to do that sort of thing at McAfee's, just appear out of nowhere. Okay, said Arnie, we're doing sci-fi now, everybody keep that in mind. We're not going to get carried away here. I'm afraid there's more. Preston leafed through the stack and found an article from Scientific American. Timelines. How it could be possible for an object, maybe a person, to occupy multiple timelines at once and thereby exist as a multiplicity. Multiplicity. Of course, said Arnie. He was kidding. Take comfort, I'm not that far ahead, Preston assured them. Here's what I gathered from the article. Dane, here you are, sitting in this chair at 2:35 in the afternoon. On our timeline, in our time dimension, you're the only Dane there is. The Dane who was sitting here 5 minutes ago doesn't exist anymore. He was the 2:30 Dane. You're the 2:35 Dane. But he's the same guy, Arnie countered. Except for the time. That's the point of the article. You'll never see both Danes. The Dane in the present and the Dane from the past. Sitting in the chair at the same time unless you can place the 2:30 Dane on a separate timeline, then pull that timeline up to a point contemporaneous with the timeline of the 2:35 Dane. Then you'd have two Danes existing at once in the same place because they would be in the same place at different times. It would be the same event happening twice at the same time. Dane and Arnie stared at him blankly. I don't totally get it either, he admitted. The article uses the example of a railroad car passing through a railroad crossing. He pointed out the illustration on the second page. Here we are, the observers, sitting in our car waiting for the train to go by, and right in front of us, at this instant in our time, is the railroad car. Consider that an event, the railroad car passing directly in front of us. But 2 seconds ago it wasn't in front of us, it was about a car length down the track to our left. Imagine that as another event that happened in the past. Now imagine if you could isolate that past event, that car at that place in that instant of time, move the event to a parallel track, analogous to a second timeline, and then shift that track forward so that both events are now occurring side by side at the crossing. You would have what would look like two identical but separate cars going through the crossing at the same time, but what you're seeing are two different events on two different timelines. The same car twice at the same time. Dane thought it over. 2 railroad cars. Out of one. Bizarre, isn't it? 2 Danes sitting in the same chair. Yes. What would that look like? I don't know. You might see them both, you might not. Only Parmenter would know. Another connection, a light bulb coming on. Carson. Dane said. Preston. And Arnie waited. Carson. The dove. The 4 doves out of 1. She did a routine with 4 doves but she only brought 1. I figured she secretly loaded the other 3. Maybe she did, said Arnie, not sounding very sure about it. She. Dane reviewed, piecing it together. She generated 3 more. Carson's in 3 other time dimensions and made them look like 4 at once in ours. 4 events that could have been microseconds apart made to happen in the same place at the same time, Preston suggested. Arnie sang the theme music from The Twilight Zone. So, Preston leaned forward in his chair, intense like a storyteller. Imagine this with me. Here's Eloise sitting in her chair and I'm telling her to levitate. The pencil rotates it and makes it fly around the room. Dane ventured, and Eloise, who was there 5 minutes before, or a microsecond, or a nanosecond, and on her own timeline, so that she is writing her own unique history, free to act in her own way, make her own choices, carry out her own actions, but still remain in essence the original Eloise. Mind-boggling. And pure speculation, of course. So this second Eloise can fly? Arnie asked. If any of this really works, I'm guessing, mind you, that she can interpose herself between our time and space and hers anywhere she wants. If she could position her time and space 4, 6, however many feet above ours and penetrate our time and space from there, she would appear to us to be suspended in midair, flying, or at least the pencil she's holding would appear so. So how does she levitate? Asked Arnie. Preston could only throw up his hands. Dane's mind was racing along with his heart. So Eloise Kramer is some kind of timeline duplicate, the Mandy Whitaker who existed 40 years ago. But would she have any idea? Preston mused. Arnie winced. All right, time to call a halt here. Gentlemen, you took a wrong turn. Reality's the other way. I was hoping I could speak with her after the show, but she'd left abruptly. And I can't imagine why, with you being so nice to her. Preston gave Arnie an impatient look. Well, she didn't exactly go crying to you. I wasn't her manager anymore. And not her friend either. Arnie took the blow but didn't bend. No, I wasn't. She has that attorney to manage her now. She caught a flight back to Spokane, back to him and his big plans. Let him deal with her. Then he told Preston. Oh, the feeling. Dane sighed, resting his forehead on his fingertips. And I told her to leave, to get out of my life and never come back. For a moment, words fled away. Arnie crossed his arms and looked out the window. Preston drew a deep breath and sighed it out long and slowly. Dane just remembered the last time he saw her. She was wearing that beautiful blue gown. She was wilting, dying against the doorpost, and he was walking away. At last Preston asked Dane, well, did she ever say anything to you? Anything that would reflect on us? She said she was a little crazy, that she'd been in a mental ward, that she thought she was someone else. Preston's hands covered his nose and mouth as his eyes widened. Who? She didn't want to tell me, so we never talked about it. Then he gathered strength and added, but I did find out from a person connected with the hospital that when she was in the hospital she called herself Mandy. Preston reeled a little at the news. Oh, Dane. Oh, Dane. And this was before she met you. That's right. She was calling herself Mandy before she even met you. Dane could feel Arnie's stern, cautionary look and just wagged his head. It's hard to be sure. You need to talk to her about this. Then Preston thought again and his face fell. But that wouldn't be easy, would it? That's why I never went there. What? Asked Arnie. Now Dane was feeling impatient. You're the one who thought she was hustling me. What if I, the older guy, were to suggest to her, a cute, sexy 20-year-old, that I married her 40 years ago, so she's my wife, or is about to be, or was? Arnie wilted a little. I see your point. Especially since we don't really know what we're talking about, said Preston. Ah, said Arnie, now there's wisdom. But Parmenter knows, said Dane. If we can find him, said Preston. I tried to track him down. I wanted to be the first magician in line to be his friend and collaborator, and it didn't happen. Last I heard from my sources, he'd left Stanford. He said he was pursuing a privately funded project and had relocated. Pause for effect. To Las Vegas. Another uncanny connection. Dane sank back in his chair. Oh, Arnie mused. A privately funded project in Las Vegas. I've seen those. The guy shooting dice, downing some drinks, a couple of younger women along. He snapped his fingers. Hey, younger women. Dane sent him a corrective glare. Think I'll get some more coffee. Where are those cookies? There is money there, Preston countered, and people who know how to make it and invest it to make more. We have to find him, said Dane. He felt ready to die trying. And maybe we've picked up his trail again as of today. Or, you could say, as of September 17, 2010, at that intersection in Las Vegas. I'd say that's your starting point. Dane, my friend, it is time to ask questions. Doris Branson, a lady in her 50s, managed the Orpheus Hotel Casino just off the Las Vegas Strip, was good to her friends, honest and shrewd in business, twice divorced, and it seemed everyone knew it but she, prone to drinking. Among friends such as hers in a town such as this, it was hard to make a case against alcohol abuse, but she got a strong hint about it when she bent her car around a palm tree in someone's front yard. She paid a $1,000 fine, agreed to perform 40 hours of community service in lieu of jail, lost her privilege to drive for 90 days, and had to devote a great deal of time and money to getting insured again after her insurance company dropped her. Even so, her friends marveled and kept telling her how lucky she was. From the looks of the car and the blood on the dashboard, she should have been seriously injured, but she woke up in the hospital with no greater complaint than a hangover and no recollection of the accident. The doctors also reminded her, until she was tired of hearing it, how lucky she was. They kept her for 1 day of observation and then sent her home. Lucky. As of today she still had 14 hours remaining on her community service commitment and 12 days to get her driver's license reinstated if she completed a substance abuse class and could prove she had insurance. With luck like she'd had, she wasn't about to place any bets, not even in her own casino. That's where she was headed today, by elevator from the administration offices on the 3rd floor to the casino on the main floor. It was routine, just verifying some numbers with the floor manager. She would never have that meeting. The Prospectors Lounge at the Orpheus Hotel boasted 25 tables and 10 booths and could seat 100, not a big venue for Las Vegas but impressive, even intimidating, to a girl raised on a ranch in Idaho who drove to Vegas in a tired VW. It was quite a leap from McAfee's, too, trimmed out in scrollwork and filigree, with a red carpet that was soft under the feet, red velvet curtains and brass fixtures, a totally clean, reach-everywhere sound system, a real stage with a powered curtain that disappeared into the ceiling, racks and racks of stage lights, a rear entrance direct from the dressing rooms, real dressing rooms, and a 3-person stage crew who knew everything there was to know about the place and were there to meet her every need. And all she was doing was auditioning. She gave it her best, as she always did, and maybe it was the total strangeness, the fantastical bigness, the mind-blowing color, light, and show of fishness of this city that provided the rush to get her through it. For 60 minutes she let the routines carry her along, let the pasts and futures and other places pitch and roll around her as she reached, moved, animated, levitated, and commanded her props, birds, and her own body from inside and outside herself, inside and outside of here and now. It was the same old madness that had dogged her for months, but it got her work, and right now work was all there was. Her closing tableau with hoops, birds, bottles, and cards was as good as some of the fountains she saw around town. Did anybody else in Nevada have water? And right on cue, the big automatic curtain dropped and the stage became a box. She relaxed, deflated with relief, and stood quietly, letting her other worlds play out around her. Scenes from the ranch happened through the shop with the tractor, and the home-built stage passed over her. She could stand on the path outside the barn and look up the hill toward the house. The lights were on in the kitchen, but she couldn't see anyone. Just a thought of the snowy meadow made it sweep past her like an ebbing ocean wave up to her knees. Hospital hallways. They always showed up for some reason. Flashed across her vision in fast motion and then vanished, as they always did. An earlier version of herself, so solid and real they could have collided, danced around her doing stunts with the hula hoops, then broke into pieces and faded away. Suddenly, rudely, the casino just outside the lounge doors surrounded her, slot machines jingling, warbling, ding-a-linging. She braced herself, startled, as she, or part of her, or another one of her, raced past a row of elevators. Doris Branson rode the elevator alone, mildly bored by the quiet until the door slid open and the pleasant sound of money and more money being raked in sang in her ears. It was like walking into a factory with hundreds of machines running, except that the machines didn't produce anything, they just transferred it. It was a business doing pleasure with these people. Oops. She nearly collided with a pretty girl in a blue costume and holding a hula hoop. Great. A cabaret girl who hadn't learned the rules. No costumed performers on the casino floor. She ought to know that. Miss, you don't belong out here. The girl looked astounded that Doris would even address her, which only raised Doris's temper another notch. Don't look at me like that. Where was Vahidi? She grabbed her cell phone from her pocket. Well, now she felt silly and couldn't remember the number. The phone was blurry and the floor was moving. The phone dropped to the floor as Doris uttered a truncated scream, lurched and twisted with arms flailing, then toppled to the floor, an arm and a leg broken and blood her balance until there was only the stage and it wasn't moving. She thought she heard a distant scream from the fading casino floor. Somebody must have hit a jackpot. But after that, the only sound was her own windedness. It was alarmingly quiet on the other side of the curtain. There was no applause at all, just a muffled conversation between two voices. With a mere whisper of a thought, she reduced her 12 doves down to the original 4. Carson, Maybelle, Lily, and Bonkers received their cage from a stage guy, and tucked them safely away. She set the hula hoops aside, left the bottles, silks, and cards in a heap, and peeked through the curtain. The place was empty except for Seamus and the hotel's entertainment director, Mr. Vahidi, sitting at a center table just a few rows back from the stage. Don't come into the lounge area, miss, said Vahidi. You're underage. She knows, said Seamus. He had his planner open on the table in front of him. Were they working a deal? She sat at the edge of the stage, trying to see their faces. The stage lights blinded her. They were muttering, talking about dates, weeks available, dollar amounts. She heard Vahidi say 150, then Seamus said 300, then Vahidi asked, what's she gonna wear? She looked at her blue pants outfit with gold embroidery. It was her newest and best, reminiscent of a certain blue gown. This. Vahidi looked her over and told Seamus, for 300 you should get her into something striking. Seamus began explaining her choices in costume, how she didn't normally present herself that way. Hey, this is Vegas, said Vahidi. She's competing with some big shows out there, and she's got what it takes. You kidding me? We'll discuss it, said Seamus. Come on, Seamus, do what you do best. Look out for me. The stage lights shut down and the house lights came up a little. Now she had a better view. Wrinkles and folds on his face. He had 2 scars he must have gotten from a street disagreement in his youth. So how's she bill herself? Vahidi asked. Eloise Kramer, said Seamus. Or the amazing Eloise Mandy, she said. Seamus paused. Vahidi waited. What? said Seamus. I thought we were. Mandy Whitaker. Seamus leaned toward Vahidi. We can let you know. It's Mandy, she said. Mandy. Seamus gave her a corrective glare, which she bounced right back at him. He said to Vahidi, Eloise Kramer is her legal name. Mandy Whitaker is a stage name. She'd like to use the stage name. He threw her an inquiry with his eyes. Okay. And she threw him back an answer. Guess it'll do for now. Vahidi shrugged and wrote it down. Does she do escapes? Sure she does, said Seamus. Escapes? Sure I do, she said. We need something big to set up out front. Not just chains and handcuffs, said Vahidi. Everybody does that. We need something outrageous to get her in the papers, get her known by the tourist and visitors bureaus, get her in those what-do-you-call-its, the what-to-do loops they play in the hotel rooms. She's got a great show, but people aren't going to know if they don't come in and see it. Oh, she had a great show. That was nice to know. We'll come up with something, said Seamus. End of this week. We have to premiere it the same day as $100 a show. Sound good to you? It did sound good. Seamus was nodding at her. Sounds good, she said. Sounds good, he told Vahidi. Vahidi stood as he told Seamus, we'll work out the details and get you a contract. He and Seamus shook hands. Mandy sat there watching her life being managed, her flesh being peddled. So human warmth wasn't part of the business down here. Well, okay. She'd live with that. She'd make the best of it. She'd show them. And don't go. Chapter 35. Doris Branson was tucked away in a private room at Clark County Medical Center, stabilized and sedated. Dr. Margot Kessler, medical director, stood by her bed going over her chart. Bruising over her face with swelling from the airbag, she thought but didn't say. A 3.5 linear laceration of the right shoulder overlying the deltoid, running transverse to the axis of her arm and extending down to the muscle fascia. From a loose object in the vehicle. Right knee is diffusely edematous, but without evidence of joint space effusion. There is deep ecchymosis in the suprapatellar region. Just like last time. Interesting that the patient's clothing had no tears even though the shoulder was lacerated. She looked at the patient's face, the expression marred by the bruising and troubled by the dispute over what really happened. The paramedics said she'd fallen down some stairs, but they got that from witnesses on the scene. The patient herself, seemingly intoxicated and erratic, insisted otherwise. For now, Kessler simply noted, obtunded mental status secondary to presumed concussion. She looked at the crew standing by. All right, let's do a CBC and Chem panel, and now, this should be interesting. Let's get a urinalysis for blood ethanol and drug screen. She checked the IV. What's she getting? A nurse answered, IVD-5 normal saline with 20 MEq of KCl, 100 mL per hour. That'll do for now. Let's line up a CT scan of the head. The family is waiting to see her, a nurse told her. Kessler nodded approval and got out of the room before her facade faltered. A safe distance down the hall she slipped into an alcove, punched a number on her cell phone, and fidgeted until her party picked up. Patient is Doris Branson, the injuries are exactly the same, and she nearly raised her voice. I will need an explanation. She listened, huffed a flustered breath. I'll see you in my office in 5 minutes. She caught an elevator to the main floor. When she reached her office, immediately adjacent to the emergency room, Dr. Martin Dufresne was there waiting for her, expression calm as always, something Kessler found aggravating. That, and Dufresne's ghostly way of appearing for updates, briefings, and consultations, then disappearing into the bowels of the medical center, never to be seen. As usual, he wore scrubs and a white coat with the CCMC logo on it, something else that aggravated her. As far as she knew, he had no affiliation with the hospital, Only that secretive bunch of ghouls in the basement. As if she were not one of them, especially now. She closed the door and the blinds, then stood facing him down. Well, he spread his hands and perked his eyebrows as if he were asking her the same question. Were you listening? I'm sure you're fully aware by now, Doris Branson just came through the ER. Again. I would say she's had another accident. Don't insult me. I could show you the chart from her automobile accident 3 months ago and it would be identical to the chart she has now, the same injuries in the same places, apparently by the same causes. So history has repeated itself and I'm sure you know what I mean even as I don't. He paused, the same mild look on his face. Don't stand there thinking of a clever answer. Just tell me what went wrong. Down there. He gave her half a smile and conceded, we don't know. Not yet. She threw her head back and sighed out despair. But the machine is down so the only medical options are conventional. I can assure you, we're working on it. You said that about Mandy Collins. She sank into the chair behind her desk, closed her eyes, and breathed, clinging. Elevator. She fell down the stairs and then stumbled as far as the casino, where she collapsed and her people found her. Your people, you mean, covering your backs every moment, but I predict. Her UA is going to come up 0. No blood alcohol. He gazed at her as if he could communicate with eyes alone. Maybe he could. She got his drift and rolled her gaze away in disgust. So you just assume I'll rewrite the lab report. He gave her one diminutive nod. And bear in mind, she was never told what her injuries were the first time. She thought she didn't have any, so for her, history has not repeated itself. Yes, she said, slightly reassured. Yes, that's an important point. And you've sedated her, so that will help to fog her recollections. No one actually saw her until she fell and drew attention. By the time she wakes up she will have slept off her intoxication and you're the doctor. You can tell her what happened. Your explanation is the only explanation. She thought it over. It could work. Maybe. What about Mandy Collins? She's the reason the machine's malfunctioning. But we know where the problem's originating, so it is only a matter of time. Pardon the pun. Don't worry, you won't be seeing her again. The thought. The horrendous, unspeakable thought. She blinked it away. Let us know how things go with Ms. Branson. And with that, the ghostly friend slipped quietly out her door and out of her sight. The intercom on her desk came to life. The salesman from Baylor Pharmaceuticals is here. She cursed. Something she rarely did. He had a 2 o'clock appointment. She grabbed a bottle of water from a mini refrigerator. Yeah, send him in. She uncapped the bottle and gulped half of it down. Pharmaceutical salesman. If it weren't for the free lunches, a tap on the door. Come in. She touched up her hair even as the door swung open. Hi, really? He sat down in a chair opposite her desk, a briefcase in his lap, and smiled at her. Just smiled at her without a word. If there was a god or gods, they had to have come up with this. Her insides felt pummeled, her face hot. Payday. The time of judgment. The man was Dane Collins. Wow. He'd never seen a white-coated professional, a knowledge is power. Doctor looking so fallible. Her hand was trembling. All she could do was gawk at him. So all he did was smile and let her gawk. The tortuous silence was delicious. You're not phlegm made her voice rattle. She cleared her throat. You're Mr. Collins. That's right, he answered, clicking open the briefcase. Isn't this a little underhanded? You wouldn't answer or return my calls, not since you called that one time. To tell me that I was seeing things. Without another word, he produced the promotional photographs of blonde Eloise Kramer and the early photos of Mandy Collins and laid them side by side on Kessler's desk. The photographs spoke very well for themselves, and Kessler was definitely getting the message. She studied one, Then another, her hand going to her face, her head shaking. This one. Dane pointed it out. Calls herself Eloise Kramer. We happened to meet in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where Mandy grew up. I took her in, trained her, got to know her. It turns out she spent some time in a mental ward because she thought she was someone else. Someone else named Mandy. She finally looked up at him. What, I suppose you have a point to make. Eloise Kramer was the maiden name of my wife's mother, and Eloise was my wife's middle name. Eloise is a magician just as Mandy was. She grew up on a ranch near Hayden, Idaho, just as Mandy did. She talks, acts, laughs like Mandy. She even has the same teeth as Mandy. Oh, now the doctor was recovering her strength. The know-it-all face was coming back. And your point. Her voice was still weak. These are photographs taken by people other than myself who are witnesses to their authenticity. These images are not hallucinations, not delusions, not the side effects of medication. I want to hear you say I'm not crazy and that I truly saw what I saw. Well, she drew a breath and her voice was stronger. I can't deny that. The girl bears a remarkable resemblance to your wife when she was that age. Which is something you seem to anticipate in your warnings to me about my medication, am I right? She was struggling, a terrible liar. I assure you, what we have here is a stunning coincidence. You did tell me that I might see Mandy again, or think I saw her, correct? Well, I did, only she was real, as these photographs prove. I am amazed, she managed to say. But I suggest that you warned me about it because you knew it would happen. She wagged her head. I didn't know it would happen. What did he expect her to say? No, of course you didn't. But given the evidence, would you say I'm crazy if I think I saw a girl who exactly resembled my wife? She fumbled at the question, so he asked again, am I crazy? She indicated the photos. Given this, I would have to say no, you're not crazy. You're the victim of an incredible coincidence I can't possibly explain, but you're not crazy. Is that all? Her shocked, blown to pieces reaction to the photos had already told him volumes. Good. We're clear on that. He began gathering up the photos. I know this was only a 10-minute appointment, so to get right to the point. The point. I believe there's a reason for what appears to be a stunning coincidence, and now I believe more than ever that you know what that reason is. I'll be staying in town for a while. He gave her a slip of paper bearing his cell number and the phone number and address of Preston's Las Vegas home, now at his complete disposal. I'd like you to think things over, and if there's anything you need to tell me, you can get in touch anytime. Also, he produced Jerome Parmenter's picture and bio from his briefcase. I'm looking for this man and what he knows. If you know him, if you ever run into him, let him know I want to see him. He left a photo of Eloise and a photo of Mandy on her desk. I'll leave you these. Of course there are duplicates. He snapped the briefcase shut and went to the door. Give it some thought, will you? She said nothing more. She only looked down at the two photos as he closed the door behind him. Now, that's cute. That's really cute. Keisha Ellerman, veteran costume designer, was a grandmotherly type, warm and immediately likable, always ready with pins, chalk, and a measuring tape draped about her neck. She was so delighted, even awestruck with how Mandy's new outfit looked, one would think she hadn't made it herself. And you are so perfect for it. Mandy turned this way, then that, striking little poses and looking herself over in the full-length mirror in her dressing room. The costume was cute. A pink top with puffy sleeves and matching capris that hugged her hips, both lavishly embroidered and trimmed out in silver. The bare midriff took a momentary decision to like. Not that it didn't come across as teasing, playful, and fun, and not that she'd never dressed in short summer tops before, but just because, well, because she felt she was dressing this way for Mr. Vahidi in her navel was not her own. Something about that man took the fun out of everything. But the reflection in the mirror captured and held her just as it had back in Idaho, as if the mirror were a window into a real world where that girl who was she, but in some mysterious way, not she, lived, dreamed, loved, and danced. Even the style and workmanship of this costume looked the same as the dresses and gowns she'd worn that day, as if the same person had made them all. "I just have to ask you," said Keisha, studying her from across the room. "Have you ever heard of Mandy Collins? She and her husband used to have a magic act, Dane and Mandy." Mandy's heart thumped so hard she could feel it. Her next breath came with conscious effort. Were she and this nice lady living in the mirror's reflection, or were they here in this room? Couldn't be sure. So much of her heart and memory still lay in that other time when she almost was the girl in the mirror, when she danced a waltz through a special world, when she couldn't find her voice to say goodbye. She put on her professional, social interaction smile. Or at least half of it. I sure have. Keisha shook her head, looking at Mandy and marveling. "You look so much like Mandy Collins, you could be her daughter, I swear." Her gasp came so slowly it could have been a drawn breath. Keisha's words played and replayed through her mind as she stared, transfixed, first at Keisha, then at her own reflection. I look so much like I could be her daughter. No one had ever told her that. Maybe Dane had tried in certain ways, but she didn't catch it. Now the girl in the mirror became more than a longing. She became a revelation. "He called me Mandy. He must have meant that Mandy, his Mandy, the one I look like, not me." She turned to Keisha and tried to answer. "Is that really? I did her costumes. I was Dane and Mandy's designer for years." Mandy felt her jaw drop open. She turned away from Keisha and toward the girl she longed to be. So her costume had a family, all beautiful. She'd met them, worn them. She could see the resemblance, feel the kinship. So this was what Mandy Collins looked like. A knock on the door drew her back from the mirror, back into the room. "Come in." It was Seamus. All set. "Hey." She turned so he could admire her, and he did, and she might have appreciated his gaze up and down her frame, she wasn't sure. Well, that should make Mr. Vahidi happy. Whatever smile she'd managed fell away. "Be careful you don't get it dirty." He prodded her toward the door. "Great work, Keisha. Magnificent. We'll do another one. Something in the same style to complement this one, maybe in blue. Bring us by some ideas, some swatches, all right." Mandy gave Keisha an adoring hug and the sweet lady kissed her on the cheek. "Good luck, dear." Seamus draped her in an overcoat and they walked through the lobby of the Orpheus, past the jangling gambling machines. An adult could accompany a minor across the floor of the casino provided they kept moving, and out a side door. "So how's the room at Priscilla's?" he asked. "I look like her. That's why." But Seamus had asked her a question about her lodging. "Right. The room at the bed and breakfast." Priscilla was a sister of Seamus's cousin's friend. Or something like that. Who ran the place. With kind words and some dealing, Seamus had secured a room there for Mandy, something she could rent by the week. "It's very nice. I even have my own bathroom. My invitation is still open, of course." She knew he was going there. "I appreciate the offer, but I haven't changed my mind. If you saw my place, you might decide you like it." She yanked her own leash, but her feelings slipped through. "Could we wait till I'm through risking my life to talk about this?" He backed off. Out in the parking lot, a gaudily decorated stage was set up, the silver bunting shimmering in the light breeze, and in the middle of the stage was a big, green, ugly as an alley dumpster. Canned music, obnoxious stuff, was playing over a portable PA system, and behind the stage was a them. And a keno runner, not to miss an opportunity, was taking tickets for the next game. Mandy and Seamus ducked behind a barrier and hurried to the rear of the stage, where she shed the overcoat and took her place just behind the dumpster on a small platform charged with 1,000 pounds of compressed air. Andy, the stage manager, checked his watch. 2 o'clock straight up. Ready. Focus. Girl. They need you now. All your emotions, your whole mind, your best. The music changed to a fanfare. She crouched, just as they'd rehearsed. Things worked pretty well the last several times they tried it. Here was hoping. She steeled her muscles. Her hands clenched involuntarily. 1, 2, 3, ba boom. Smoke exploded around the dumpster. The people jumped and shrieked, and like a pink Peter Pan, Mandy shot up from behind the dumpster and landed like a feather on the lid, striking a pose. That got an excited round of cheers and applause. Good start. With a wide, exaggerated wave and a pull on thin air, she beckoned a wireless microphone to come to her, and it did, circling around her, then plopping into her hand. The crowd stirred at that one. They were with her. She noticed the folks were wearing jackets, hats, even some gloves. The sun was out, which helped, but a sign across the street said the temperature was 57 degrees. Not bad, really, for the pit of winter. But she couldn't wait to get into the stunt and into some coveralls. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Orpheus, where anything can happen and dreams can come true. Vahidi must have written that opener. It was her job to say it. I'm Mandy Whitaker, opening tonight in the Prospector's Lounge, bringing you a different kind of magic. She flung her hand out, and Lily the Dove appeared. One more fling and Carson followed Lily as they circled over the crowd. While the doves did a circle, and then, to everyone's astonishment, a series of vertical loops, a police siren sounded and a Las Vegas Police Department squad car pulled out from behind some landscaping. Oh, aerobatic birds without a license, she quipped. She extended her arms and the doves came to rest, one on each arm. Oh, the folks loved that. Andy brought the doves' cage and they tucked themselves back home as an officer stepped onto the stage, handcuffs in hand. Officer Steve Dykstra of the LVPD, she announced. They applauded, though a few booed. The Las Vegas cops were great sports. She put her hands behind her and he handcuffed her. Then he did the same to her ankles. Don't worry, she said, you'll get him back. I hope. She hopped into a large canvas bag that lay open on the stage, then Andy and crew member Carl pulled the bag up around her and cinched the top closed. The Orpheus liked doing things big. They'd hired a crane just to hook that bag and hoist it into the dumpster. It was noisy, it was big and noticeable, it was great show business. And she was blind to the world, trying to keep her body moving, kicking a little so they'd know she was still in the bag as it dangled on the end of the cable. They'd worked this through. Come on, don't let me swing too much. She felt Andy and Carl's hands steadying her as the crane lowered her into the dumpster. Eesh. The dumpster was empty, but it still smelled like garbage inside. She touched down and settled to a sitting position against the dumpster wall. Andy unhooked the cable, and then slam, the lid closed and she was in the dark. Now for the trick, and quickly, before the garbage truck arrived. She drew a breath, relaxed, and thought of the ranch, the white rail fence and the 3 aspens, the long driveway. She reached outside herself and nothing happened. He never loved me. He was in love with his wife. He said so. She winced, concentrated. Reach out. If not the ranch, then. No, not the hospital. Don't go there. She could feel the wad of cloth in the bottom of the bag, a pair of coveralls. She was supposed to slip into after she got free of the cuffs. Other magicians would have picked the locks by now. They would have been free of the bag, they would have been wearing the coveralls and using some trick to get out of there. A double, a secret panel, a mirror system, a false bottom. But she had no trick. She was still stuck in this world, this present where the handcuffs were cold, tight, and unyielding. She reached in her thoughts, her will, but the ranch would not clarify in her mind. She wasn't welcome there. She wriggled against the cuffs, but that was pointless. I never told him my real name. At least that would have been honest. Oh, no. She could hear the garbage truck roaring around the corner of the hotel. Concentrate. On what? The crowd was stirring and growing as a garbage truck rumbled up to a ramp on one side of the stage and lurched to a halt, brakes hissing. Climbing out of the cab like it was just another day, another dumpster, the driver and his partner walked up the ramp onto the stage and rolled the dumpster down the ramp toward the truck, the huge casters grating and shrieking, the lid on top rattling. The floor of the dumpster was jittering and banging under her backside, and the sound of the lid clapped her on the ears. This was a new experience. She was supposed to be out of the dumpster by now. The driver went to the levers on the side of the truck and operated the boom. Down came the forks like an elephant's tusks, ready to pluck the dumpster into the air. The crowd was stirring, getting playfully nervous. She's not in the dumpster anymore, is she? It's all a big act. Isn't it? The handcuffs hurt, as real and secure as cold steel could be. The cloth of the bag was scratching her face. She was starting me to land on. With a powerful roar from the truck and a surge of hydraulics, the dumpster arced into the air over the cab of the truck, over the container in back, and tilted completely upside down. The crowd screamed, laughed, waited to see the lid wouldn't fall open. The driver jerked the levers, jerking the boom, shaking the dumpster like a salt shaker, which made the crowd groan and gasp. Chapter 36. Finally, just before the shaking, Mandy reached for the last place on earth she wanted to go. The hospital. It sprang into her reality and she let herself fall into it, slipping out of the bag and handcuffs, out of the dumpster, and into a wavering, tilting, tea-stained reality she'd come to loathe. The same hallways, doctors, nurses, signs and labels, medicinal smells, beds, gurneys, wheelchairs, that same, ominous door with the red letters on it. Why did she have to keep coming back here? Her feet touched down on the linoleum. It felt like a soft rubber mat under her feet. But she didn't step into this world. She had to get back to the hotel, the garbage truck, the show. She reached, groped, thought for another fold of reality, another curtain she could pull back. She found an opening, slipped through it. She was where? It looked like the inside of a house under construction. It was empty, with no fixtures, just bare walls and the smell of fresh paint. It was almost solid. She could see the ghost of another world through the walls. No, still wrong, still lost. Whoa, who are you? The voice scared her. She almost lost hold of the in-between and fell into this place, but she recovered and held back. She couldn't get stuck here. Keep reaching, get back to the hotel. It was a painter, a friendly sort of guy all in white coveralls with a painter's cap on his head and a roller in his hand. He was circling her warily, keeping some distance, looking right at her, nearly solid. The name's Ernie. Ernie Myers, he said. He stared intensely, studying her from different angles. Are you really there? You look like some kind of Tinkerbell or something. He reached with his finger to touch her, but she shied back. No, better not touch me. But how do you do that? I need to get back to the Orpheus Hotel. The Orpheus Hotel. Little girl, you are lost. She tried to look beyond him, to see that world, the stage, and the garbage truck. She thought she could hear the truck rumbling somewhere. You sure you're really there? He said, and this time he did manage to poke her. As if he'd been electrocuted, he jolted, screamed, twisted, his arms enfolding his pain. She didn't see what became of him. The moment he touched her, she spun away as if caught in a whirlwind and fell out of there, Through space, through blurring lights and sounds. She heard the truck and locked on it. She was floating above the crowd, still watching the dumpster hanging upside down above the truck as the driver jerked the levers and shook it. She'd lost no time. Somehow. She still didn't know how. Thinking it was the same as doing it. She zipped through the dumpster, grabbed the coveralls into the in-between and got into them, then aligned herself with the ground so she could step out onto it. She yanked a build cap from a pocket of the coveralls and put it on. Ready. There wasn't a moment to spare. The driver of the garbage truck gave the levers a wiggle, the dumpster made one final lurch, and the lid dropped open. The bag, limp and empty, and the 2 pairs of handcuffs dropped into the truck's container. That was the moment of misdirection, when all eyes were on the dumpster. Mandy stepped into the real, solid, present world just behind the driver and touched his shoulder. He ducked under the truck, out of sight. Mandy hopped up on the truck's running board, let out a whoop to get the crowd's attention, then took off her cap and waved it at everyone. The effect worked. She'd vanished from the dumpster and appeared in the place of the driver. Great stunt. The crowd loved it. She ran onto the stage, reached with an unseen hand, and brought the microphone to her. "Thank you," she said to the crowd, and then toward the heavens. "Thank you." For that one fleeting moment on stage, the sorrow lay buried under the moment and the show business. She knew it would be back, but right here, right now, she relished her own little victory, the very pleasant fact that once she was captive, but now she was free. I am Mandy Whitaker. The first time Ernie Myers fell off a ladder and his crewman brought him into the emergency room with a cracked rib and broken clavicle, drive. Margot Kessler and her secretive associates were able to send him home the next day with no broken bones and no memory of the accident. The second time there would be no way to fix his injuries but the conventional way, and he was sure to remember everything that happened to him. This inconvenient complication originated in the bowels of the off-limits basement, but it fell to Dr. Kessler, the benign face above ground, to clear it up. She was steaming, feeling put upon and jeopardized, but she put on the best demeanor she could muster to wring information out of him. "Silly ladder," he said, the pain keeping him still as he lay in his hospital bed. "The legs are crooked, so the thing rocks. I should have learned from the first time, right? Me, too," she thought. "So no dizziness beforehand. No vision problems. Anything like that. No, ma'am. No hallucinations." "Hallu. Yes. They said that right before the accident. They heard you talking to somebody who looked like a Tinkerbell." He winced and wagged his head. "That was my roller. I got names for everything. The roller was getting kinda flighty, leaving gaps, so I was talking to the roller." "Talking to your roller?" "Yeah, I talk to things, talk to myself." "So, who was lost and looking for the Orpheus Hotel?" Now Ernie got a little mad. "What? Those guys don't have any work to do. They're just sitting around listening to the boss talk to his roller." "What's up with that?" She smiled pleasantly, trying to keep him at ease. "I'm just covering all the bases here. I have to make sure there's no head trauma. You hit your head the last time, remember?" "Not really." She chuckled and nodded. "That's right, you wouldn't remember that." She wrote something down on the chart. Made a scribble, actually. She was buying time. Ernie first name basis. She pulled a chair close to the bed and sat down, closer to eye level, more personal. "You don't have to be afraid to tell the truth. I'm the doctor. I'm here to make sure you're okay." He seemed to be listening. Sometimes when people have had a head injury, they see things they might see people who aren't really there. It's nothing to be ashamed of or embarrassed about, but you see, if you fell and hurt yourself due to a prior head injury, I need to know about it. She raised her eyebrows slightly, suggesting she was waiting for his response. He looked at her for a long moment and she looked back, hoping, expecting I fell off a ladder, was all he had to say. Sunday morning, Dane went through the doors of Christian faith, embraced old friends, worshipped, then remained in his pew afterward, joined by friends and Pastor Chuck. Dane told them he was still working through his loss, wondering what to do, trying to resolve lingering issues, and could they pray with him? They nodded and prayed accordingly, even though he meant more than they thought they understood. He just had to hope the Lord would appreciate the spirit of their loving generalities while he silently footnoted the specifics. That he would not be crazy, that somehow everything would come to rest on a rational explanation he could take home. Preston had a great sounding theory, but it was so much like everything else he'd been through, simply outlandish, that it could not quell his doubts and fears even as he pursued it. That he would not do anything really stupid. That the Lord would help him get over Eloise. He thought it best not to call her Mandy. Whatever this fixation with a 20-year-old was, it had to be affecting his thinking. It could be the single reason he was back in town, and that was dangerous. However it turned out, whatever he found out, it was to resolve his own issues and get peace of mind. Not well, he didn't even want to think about it. But he did pray that God would take care of the girl, keeping her strong and pure, and not let anyone in this town, and that included the likes of that Seamus character, soil her or lead her astray. Dear Lord, just help her find out who she is and where she belongs. The prayer huddle took place in the second pew from the front, Dane and Mandy's favorite spot for the whole 15 years they attended the church, and where Dane sat for the worship service that day. She dressed up for church, sat near the back, remained just a few minutes to pray a prayer not too different from his. She slipped quietly out, lost in the mix, saying hello to the friendly people, feeling so much better until some heads turned and she heard a lady say, "Doesn't she look like?" She walked quickly, turning her face away. She did, being honest and making her face things pun. Yeah, she'd been a fool, a teeny bopper with just the face and hormones. To fall into a fine kettle of fish, right along with Dane. Well, thank God, she could see that now, and there was no need to blame Dane or beat herself up about it. God still loved and forgave her. It was time to grow up and move on. So, to be grown up about it, silly mistakes aside, she learned a ton from Dane. Collins and she should just be thankful for the productive days they had together. Maybe she'd write him a letter in a few years and thank him for that part of it. To be grown up about it, that simple hour and a half spent with other believers in the embrace of God's presence was real and familiar, like finding land after being adrift. The sweet God things she'd grown up with were still there, unchanged and rock solid under her feet, so there was still a big part of her world she could depend on. As for the rest of her world, the part that was always smack dab in front of her, brought her work, and helped her survive, but was so totally out to lunch she had to be nuts, that was another kettle of fish altogether. Any sane person would think it weird and scary, but she was getting used to it, so it was becoming less weird, and that was scary. Stepping through a veil into another place she'd never been before, making things move by touching them even though she wasn't, meeting and talking to people she could see through, and seeing herself ahead of herself, all of these were becoming as real as making a sandwich, crossing the street, leaning against a wall. She'd heard that crazy people couldn't tell the difference between delusion and reality, and she was getting awfully close to that now. And she sure didn't want to end up in the hospital again. So could she tell the difference? Her little blue bug had to be real, and the pavement rushing under it at 65 miles per hour more than just her imagination. That her hands were on the steering wheel, keeping the machine from veering off and flipping over the guardrail, was a fact she'd better not have doubts about. Oh, great. Was that her exit? Nuts. See, there was another real thing. She wasn't paying attention, so the real exit in the real world, that She drove on to the next exit and took that one, hanging a left at the bottom to duck under the freeway, where she could hang another left back onto the freeway. There was no on-ramp here. Guy. She kept going straight. Lost. She'd have to pull over, look at her map, get her bearings. She'd been here before. That mall over there, that Kinko's. She was seeing them again for the first time, wasn't she? Turn right at the Kinko's. She turned right. She didn't know why except that it seemed the thing to do. Just like deja vu, you kind of know which way you're going to go and what you're going to see before it happens. Oh, what was this now? The hospital district. She got nervous. She'd just been thinking about hospitals and it wasn't pleasant, never was. Here came a blue sign. Hospital. She'd seen that sign before. Well, of course she had. There were plenty of signs in plenty of places she'd been that said hospital. Just like that big red sign that said emergency vehicles. Only in that little blue one that said admitting and that one that said visitor parking. It was the big blue logo on the side of the building that made her slow down. Then make a right into the visitor parking lot. Before she even parked in a slot, she stopped the car, flung the door open, and leaned out to see it better. It was a stylish, modern logo in big blue letters against the cream-colored building. CCMC. Beneath the logo was the name of the place. Clark County Medical Center. Another car pulled in behind her. She scurried, found a parking slot, killed the engine. She couldn't climb out of the bug fast enough, but once she did, she remained beside it, staring at the building, then the parking areas around it, then the streets, the trees, the multi-story parking garage. Was memory. She'd been here. God, is this real? As real as the pavement under her feet. As real as the curb she stepped up on. The grass she ran her fingers through, the palm trees she touched. Nothing moved, nothing wavered, nothing shifted into and out of her world. The smells, the feel, the sound and sight, all remained right where they were, exactly the way they were. Why did she remember this place? Her eyes came to rest on two young men by the front door under the big breezeway, parking valets in blue shirts. The heavier one on the right. She'd seen him before. She even knew his name. Carrie. What if he knew her? What if she didn't know? What if she only knew she had to get inside that building and check it out? She crossed the parking lot, went under the breezeway and right up to Carrie. Hi, she said. He smiled, entirely pleasant, maybe even a little stricken by her looks. Hi. His name badge bore his name. Carrie Matheson. She gave him time to recognize her. He only looked puzzled at the silence. Can I help you? I'm Mandy Whitaker. Oh, well, it is great to meet you. This is Mark. I'm Carrie. They shook hands and it was all very cordial, just like strangers meeting. Okay. She ventured the question, so you've never seen me before? Carrie checked with Mark, who shrugged. Afraid not. Believe me, I would have remembered. No offense. None taken. Thanks. She went through the doors. They eased shut automatically behind her, and she was enveloped by the sights. Daylight through huge windows, marble and mosaic floor, high ceiling. And the sounds. Air noise, talking voices nearly lost in the vast space, the clunks, clacks, and taps of shoes on the marble. And the smells. Floor cleaner, wood stain, disinfectant. Of the hospital lobby. Her steps faltered and slowed until she came to a dead stop right in the middle of the big logo on the floor. She was dumbstruck. Frightened. Was she back in the madness, in the unreal? She braced herself, tapped her feet to be sure the floor was under her, and took in every detail. The sofa seats along the windows, the big logo she was standing on, the wooden pillars and paneling, the reception desk directly in front of her, the hanging fluorescent light fixtures, the plaques and portraits on the walls. She was not in a strange, new place. She'd been here countless times before. Seen it from many angles at many speeds and distances. It was the biggest, most insistent, most pervasive feature of her madness, always appearing and vying for attention among the other worlds, wavering like a tea-stained mirage, superimposed over clashing layers of light, sound, movement, depth. But now it was clear, in full color, rock solid. No wavering, no shifting, here to stay, right in front of her, daring her to believe her eyes. She felt weak and consciously strengthened her knees so she wouldn't crumble. Clark County Medical Center, Las Vegas, Nevada. This was the hospital of her madness, not the one in Spokane. She always thought, assumed, just figured she was having flashbacks, visions of that other place, but. May I help you? The pretty receptionist behind the counter was looking at her as if there was cause for concern. Mandy stared back. She knew this lady's name without looking at her name tag. She'd passed by her countless times. The lady asked, "Are you all right? Should I call for someone?" "Nancy," Mandy squeaked, her throat dry and constricted. "You're Nancy, right?" The lady cocked her head and studied her. "Yeah, who are you?" "I'm Mandy Witt." Her own name caught in her throat. She lurched, body tense and eyes wide as. A ghostly vision popped out of nowhere in front of her and became as solid and real as any person. It was another Mandy, everything, happening a few yards apart from her, and it had to be later, she didn't know how much. The other Mandy was rattled, gasping for breath, crouching like a cat who'd just fought off a pack of wolves, and when she spotted Mandy she froze as if caught in the middle of a terrible act. Mandy had never come face to face with herself and had no idea what to do. She could have asked what in the world just happened, but there were people around, and she couldn't be sure her other self would hear her anyway. Clearly, the other Mandy saw her. She looked ashamed and embarrassed. She straightened, composed, and neatened herself, then told Mandy with a wry chuckle, "Oh, boy, are you in for a ride." Chapter 37. The other Mandy looked down at the floor and at a couch in a nearby sitting area, then strode up to Mandy and got in her face. "Don't let him do this to you, you hear me?" Then she brushed past Mandy, started for the door, warped, wavered, and vanished. Mandy. Nancy was still watching her and now seemed even more concerned. "Is there anything I can do for you? You okay?" Mandy tried not to gawk at everything, but everything, down to the texture of the wallpaper and the shape of the light sconces, was spellbinding. She stepped up to the counter. I'm here to visit someone." It didn't matter who, it was true. Name: Mandy Whitaker. Nancy smiled. "I mean the name of the person you're visiting." "Oh, brother." For some reason the name seemed to fit in this place. She took a chance. Ernie Myers. Nancy checked the computer. "He's in room 202. "He is. Really? Just go down this hallway to the end, turn right, you'll see the elevators. Go up to the second floor and someone at the nurse's station will help you out." Mandy headed for the hallway she already knew. "Oh, Mandy," she stopped. "There's a gift shop on the left once you get down there in case you want to bring him anything. Oh, bags in the front window. Thanks." She headed down the hallway, past doors and office windows she'd seen before. Diagnostic imaging, occupational medicine, pain management center, and signs she'd seen before. Shuttle pickup drop-off. Photo ID required for entry. Please do not leave your children unattended. She was familiar with the ceiling lights, the doors on either side, the hand railing that went along the walls, the same intersections with other hallways with more signs. Nutrition. Sleep Disorders Center. Family Care. She expected to see them and she did. The deja vu just kept going. A doctor in blue scrubs, a big guy with blonde, curly hair, walked by and she gawked at him. He was right out of her visions. Dr. Kurt Mason, orthopedic surgeon. He met her eyes, nodded hello, kept going. She couldn't take her eyes off him. He was the one always looking at X-rays, talking about simples, compounds, linears, transverses, obliques, and then rods and screws. He looked back once. She caught herself staring, averted her eyes, and kept going down the hall. Being in the real world was weirder than being in the other one. She knew the next intersection the moment she approached it. She knew the hallway to the right led to the emergency room and intensive care unit, and the big double doors marked no admittance. Authorized personnel only were where she expected them, just 3 doors down that hall. She walked toward the doors, hoping to peek through the windows. Offices on the left, she said to herself as she peered through the glass, and there they were. One for Dr. Markham. There it was. And the other one for Dr. Kessler. Right again. There was a row of curtained rooms along the left side of the room. Funny. She couldn't see inside those curtains from here in the real world, but in her visions she'd seen how each space had a bed with beeping, feeding, monitoring hospital gear crammed all around it. A team of doctors and nurses in blue scrubs and shower caps hurried across the room with a patient on a gurney. She recognized a young surgeon with wire-arm glasses. Bailey Baylor, the nurse, were coming toward the door. She spun on her heels and doubled back to the intersection. Safely around a corner, she stopped to catch her breath. Her runaway mind. Actually, she simply could not get over it. It was this hospital she'd been seeing in her visions, every hall, curtain, door, nook, and cranny of it. Steve, Rachel, and Julie came around the corner. She tried to relax, look normal, and not gawk at them as they passed. Whoever, whatever all her other selves, hands, arms, minds were, they must have been here. They might be here right now. Whenever she was working her magic, this was one of the most frequent places they came from, lived, journeyed to, and why. She'd never been here before, never lived in Las Vegas. The question shouted louder than every other thought. Why? Oh, that brought her to Ernie, which was just another totally weird coincidence, by the way. If he was the painter she saw, and he was really here and they had really seen each other well now, that was a thought. She'd seen all kinds of places, things, and people in her visions, but only 2 people who were able to see her. That Tom Hanks looking guy. Hey, he was in a hospital, or that's what it looked like. And the painter Ernie Myers. So was the painter Ernie Myers the guy in 202. Man, comparing notes with him in the real world could tell her something. It just had to. Her stomach was tight and she wanted to run, but she had to find out, like it or not, scared or not. She whisked by the gift shop. Yep, the goofy stuffed dogs were still there. And went to the elevators. The 2nd floor was just the way she remembered it, though she'd never been there. How was that for weird? She didn't need to ask the nurse at the nurse's station where 202 was. She already knew how the rooms were numbered and where they were. She got there and put on the brakes just outside the door. What if it really was the Ernie Myers and he recognized her? She remembered him touching her, then screaming as if he'd gotten hurt. Did she put him here? She swallowed her fear. She swallowed her fear again. How could he be mad at her? It wasn't her fault. She went in quietly, ducking around the privacy screen and calling in a polite tone, "Hello, Mr. Myers." "Hello." He answered, and she might have recognized the voice. Sounds were different between the 2 worlds. "Hello. Yeah, who's there?" She ventured farther into the room and could see the foot of his bed protruding around the corner. It is just me, Mandy, coming to say hello, I think." Mandy. She came past the corner. Oh, my. It was he, the painter, shoulders in a brace, wearing it looked so much like the gown she had at the fair that day. By the pale, horrified look that came over his face and the way the ice rattled in the water glass he was holding, she figured he recognized her. You. She gave him a shy, apologetic wave. Hi, you. You're Tinkerbell, the pink girl. And you're Ernie the painter, right? His hand went to his call button, and he pressed it like he was reporting a fire. I'm sorry about what happened. I hope I didn't do this. You did do this. He almost couldn't say it. He was gasping so hard. What are you doing here, you some kind of ghost? Oh, man, this was going south in a hurry. No, I'm not a ghost, I'm real. Here, feel my hand. Yeah. He shied back, which made his injuries hurt, which made him yell in pain. Well, she said, backing out of the room, I just wanted to say hello. Sorry if I hurt you. He was still hollering. Nurse. Somebody. Help. She got out of there. Where now? Away from the nurse's station, down the other hallway, back to the elevators. Miss, said a voice. Excuse me. It was a nurse hurrying down the hall. Ernie was still hollering for help. Were you bothering that patient? The nurse demanded. The nurse was getting close enough to grab her. Mandy thought of smiling. Denying. Walking away she ran. In kitten heel sandals. The nurse was in sneakers. She was going to win. Oh, no you don't. Stop. Stop right there. Mandy gave it her best and it was an all-out chase for several yards until the nurse turned back, probably to check on the patient. Stop her. Where's Bill? Call security. Mandy clopped, hobbled, and hopped out of her sandals and took the first right, hoping to circle back to the elevators, but now the alarm was spreading. Other sneakers were pitter-pattering in the halls, voices were shouting, but not too loudly. They would hem her in soon enough. Forget the elevators, they'd head her off there. She found the stairs. Right where they'd always been. And took them. Bounding down 2 and 3 steps at a time, sandals in her hand, to the main floor. She opened the stairway door a crack, made sure the hallway was empty, then stepped into the hallway looking for an exit sign. No problem. There was one down the hall to the left. Time to say goodbye to this place. She scurried toward the sign, past an unmarked elevator stopped. She knew this elevator. Somebody was making very good time coming down the stairs. Could she? She placed her hand on the closed elevator door, closed her eyes, thought of so many visions she'd had of this elevator. Bill, male nurse, along with Tyler the security guy, thought they saw someone through the window of the stairway door. But by the time they burst into the hall there was no one there. Bad move. Very bad move. The moment her feet left solid ground and she went in between, something sucked her through the elevator door and she tumbled down the shaft like a particle in a vacuum hose, flailing and groping for control but finding none. At the bottom she made a dizzying, pretzel-bodied 90-degree turn and shot into another hallway like a leaf from a downspout, afloat above the floor. She groped for the floor to stop herself. The floor rushed around her hand like water. She reached for the wall. Her hand passed right through it. She was rushing down the hall in an invisible current, spinning in unseen vortices. One of her other hands, one that might be in this place, contacted the wall. She landed on the floor with a bump, bruising a knee, banging a hip and an elbow, sliding to a stop on the tile. Clunk clunk. Her sandals came to rest not far from her. She felt nauseated. But she made it. She'd seen this hallway before. She remembered the quiet rush of the ventilation system, the hum of the lights, the cool, hard tiles under her, and the hallway's distinguishing feature, the steel double doors that spanned it just a few yards away. On the wall was a blinking keypad for admittance, and painted across the doors in bold red letters were the words authorized personnel only. Well, hi there, she said. So she and those doors were meeting in the real world at long last. She rose wearily from the floor, Straight at something on the other side of those doors had such power as to send terror through the steel, and she could feel it. She, or part of her, or one of her, had been inside and brought back the memory of electric hums in windowless chambers, senseless numbers blinking and sourceless voices muttering in the dark, the stench of singed hair, the red glow of fire, the half-open eyes of monkeys as they ignited in flames. She backed away, scared to the point of shaking, remembering how those doors had once sucked her in. Even now, in the solid, real world below Clark County Medical Center, she could feel them pulling, drawing, tempting her. No, she could never go there again. Did a person need a clearance card to get out of here? The elevator had no keypad or card slot, just a button. She pressed it, then wondered what she'd do if someone else rode the elevator down and they ran into each other. The steel doors began to open. The stairway door, behind her. She ducked through it and crouched against the wall. She heard two voices in the hall. "Where's Kessler?" said one. "We've paged her." But the subject took the stairs and then security lost her. "She's probably long gone by now. Wouldn't that be better?" The elevator dinged. She looked through the door window in time to see two doctors. At least they were wearing white coats. Get into the elevator. Before the big steel doors swung shut, she caught a glimpse of a dark hallway, bathed in hellish red light. Well, this was quite enough for one day. She hurried up the stairs, 1 flight, 2 flights, 3, 4. She reached a landing with a door and went through. Oh, wow, main floor, back in the hallways. A sign on the wall try to bluff. "Oh, sorry, excuse me." Smile. Try to pass by. But her eyes went to the doctor's face as if the face had pulled them there. And just in time to see the doctor do a double take and turn pale, her professional demeanor melting away. Oh, my God. She backed toward the wall, putting a hand behind her to touch the wall and steady herself. Mandy felt her own reaction, an ache of foreboding. Your drive, Kessler. From the ER. It still astounded her that she knew. Dr. Kessler's other hand went over her heart as she stared Mandy up and down, wagging her head in what looked like disbelief, maybe horror. Her jaw was trembling. She fell against the wall as if all her strength had gone out of her. Mandy was stupefied. She was supposed to be running from trouble, but all she could do was stand there. A doctor afraid of her. "Are you all right?" And then the disbelief in the doctor's face gave way to a profound look of pity, the most tragic face Mandy had ever seen. "What's wrong? Do you need a doctor?" Kessler covered her face a moment, then shook her head in an unexplainable fit of remorse. She looked at Mandy as if trying to find words, but finally just waved her along. "Go on," she whispered, "go on. Are you sure? Get out of here." Mandy hurried, looked back. The doctor was still resting against the wall. Head down, a hand to her forehead. She made it to the lobby and slowed to a brisk but normal-looking walk, making a beeline for the front doors. She came by the reception desk, smiled at Nancy. A hand grabbed her right arm. "Hold up there, girl." "What?" It was Bill, the male nurse, and Tyler, the security guy, grabbing her other arm. "Take it easy now." Her first hands were clamped on her, digging into her, and she couldn't move. It hurt. From somewhere she found the self-control and civility to ask, "Please let go of me." "Not till we've cleared up a few things," said Tyler. So here she was again, held against her will and painfully so by two insensitive brutes. Like Johnny the cop and Dr. Angela's apes Bruce and Dave, and the sneaky Samaritans Clarence and Lemuel. And once again, she was being held and manhandled in a hospital. "Let go of me," she said, and it was a warning. Of course they didn't. They started forcing her along, and she knew they would take her down another long hallway to another door that would lock behind her. Any thought of doing the right thing, any consideration of being reasonable and compliant, flickered out like a candle in a gale, and in their place flashed a burning, visceral rage. She growled, clenched her fists and eyes, reached from the depths of her rage into unseen places and times, and drew back to herself any and all parts of her that were free and could fight. It happened fast. It was noisy and alarming. Nancy screamed and cowered. Behind the reception desk, everyone else in the lobby froze, and some ducked. Mandy remembered making some kind of shrieking animal sound, and before she drew another breath she was coming at Tyler and Bill from every direction, fighting mad, ready to show them how it felt to be grabbed, dragged, manhandled, and hurt. Both came off the floor and sailed several yards before landing, Bill on the floor, Tyler slung over a couch in a sitting area. A lamp next to the couch shook, then slid, then sailed in Tyler's direction. It stopped, in midair. Mandy was looking at herself looking back. The Mandy she was had just come in the front door, neatly dressed, wide-eyed and curious, looking at every little thing until she's in the world did she get from there to here. Sense and civility returned. Whipped and ragged, but they were there, along with a healthy dose of shame and embarrassment. Oh, boy, are you in for a ride? She made sure Tyler and Bill got the message. They were obviously in pain. As they looked up at her, not moving, then walked up to her earlier self. The words didn't come from memory. They burst from her as if foreordained. Don't let him do this to you, you hear me? She could hear hurried footsteps from the hall, see Bill and Tyler stirring. She brushed past herself and headed for the door. Let her go, came Kessler's voice. She looked back to see Bill and Tyler get to their feet. Let her go, Kessler repeated, and they remained in place. Kessler met her eyes, but only to watch her leave. Kessler did not want to talk to Ernie Myers. She dreaded what she would learn, loathed what she would have to do with it. But the others were waiting. She leaned over Ernie. You look like you've seen someone, Ernie. He was ready to confess. Yeah, I did. But it wasn't a hallucination. I saw her. She was standing right there. She tried to zap me again. Who? The ghost, the Tinkerbell girl. He spilled it. Yeah, I saw her on the job. She was this ghost kind of thing, all dressed in pink and sparkles, and she just came out of nowhere, and when I touched her she zapped me. She did all this to me. And I'm not crazy, I swear to God. It's okay, Ernie, it is all right. Did she have a name? Yeah, Mandy. She said her name was Mandy. Of course. Ernie brought out a section of Sunday's newspaper. And I found her. Can you believe that? I'm not crazy, I really found her. She was asking about the Orpheus Hotel, so I checked the paper. Take a look. He folded the newspaper to the page and handed it to her, pointing at an ad featuring a sprite young magician opening at the Orpheus. Kessler straightened. No surprises here, just confirmation. I'm sure she could have explained it all to you. Yeah, well, she'll explain it all right, she'll explain it to my lawyer. Her heart sank. No surprise there either. Chapter 38. Well, she hadn't had any visitors yet. Mandy sat in her dressing room trying not to botch her mascara again, hoping she would never hear an authoritative knock at the door. There was a cop right there to handcuff her for that afternoon's dumpster escape, but he didn't say or do anything that wasn't part of the act. Her hand still shook a little. Girl, you have got to remember the rules. Don't be a danger to yourself or others. If Kessler hadn't stepped in and stopped those guys, she wished to sigh. Oh, the things she was about to do to Bill and Tyler. And that lobby. It was God's grace that she didn't. But she really could have, and that was why she was shaking. Call it an answer to prayer. Hoo boy, what an answer. But ever since that visit to Clark County Medical Center, a realization had come together piece by piece, growing from a to an aha, to a big-time life changer over the course of the afternoon. All the weird delusions she'd been having weren't delusions. They were weird and otherworldly, scary at times, mysterious, and hard to control, but one thing they were not and delusions was false. The Clark County Medical Center wasn't a bunch of nightmarish flashbacks but a real place she had visited, if not in body, in fact, countless times. She'd seen real things, been real places, met real people, learned real names. She'd talked to Ernie Myers from a supposed delusion and she'd talked to him in the real world, and in the real world he was mad at her for doing something to him from her delusion, which told her the delusion was as real as the real. She was never making any of this stuff up, she was really going there and seeing it. Just like her visions of the ranch, the white paddock fence, the driveway, the 3 aspens, the house, the barn, all of it. Were really there and somehow, some way, she'd been there to see them before really being there. The Mandy she saw coming out of the hospital was the same Mandy she saw coming in. Now, how that worked she hadn't a clue, but both Mandys were she, and both were real. She beckoned to Maybelle, who sat with her friends on their perch in the corner. Maybelle fluttered, alighted on a lipstick, and brought it to her. The dove got a treat and returned to the perch. Anyway, this changed everything. Seeing things that weren't real was crazy. Seeing things that turned out to be real wasn't. Thinking she could move things from somewhere else was crazy, but really moving them from somewhere else wasn't. Just ask Clarence, Lemuel, Preston Gabriel, Bill, and Tyler, and most every audience she'd ever had, to name a few. Until today she'd gone with it and figured it was just part of her crazy world, something she would never understand, much less discuss. Now she still didn't know what it was. A gift, maybe. But she knew it wasn't crazy. As for thinking, knowing, she was Mandy Whitaker, if all the other stuff was real, then maybe her being 20 years old in 2010 when she was born in 1951 was real, too. Sure it was. She just hadn't figured that part out yet. Anyway, all the trouble aside, today's dumpster escape went off without a hitch because slipping between dimensions, interdimming, to pull off a vanish, escape, levitation, whatever she needed, wasn't so scary or difficult anymore. She was getting a handle on it. Pretty much. Now, if the trouble would just stay away well. She touched up her rouge. Maybe you're not crazy, so try not being dangerous. Behave yourself and be glad you aren't in jail. The 9 o'clock show had a great crowd, a nearly full house. Les and Eileen, along with their friend Clive, all from Westport, Connecticut, were as entertaining as Sarah, Clive's wife, the one Mandy levitated. Mandy allowed them to walk all around and under Sarah and even wave their hands over the top of her to feel for wires, and they were having such an amazed, flabbergasted, and hilarious time of it. The routine was scoring big points and gold stars with the audience. What made the illusion even more fun was the fact that Sarah, unlike most pretty girls who get levitated, was not in a hypnotic trance but fully awake, and as friends were nearly excellent, thought Dane, sitting near the back. Incredible timing, inventive effects and gags, great pacing, perfect misdirection and hand placement, lots of Vegas-style pizzazz, but where was the wonder? He couldn't see it in her eyes or hear it in her voice, not like before. Maybe the town was getting to her. Or he could see Seamus Downey standing in the back, watching, or patrolling. Downey seemed pleased enough, but with a strange Lord of all look in his eyes that Dane had seen before and never liked. So this was the man in her life now. That could explain a lot. What a feeling. Or feelings. Pride in the great progress she'd made, gladness at her success mixed with regret at the loss of her unique sparkle, sorrow at the chasm now between them, and a longing to be with her, at least to be friends again, to steer her a bit, maybe bring back what she'd lost, since the memory of that day would forever haunt him. He'd come in the hope of speaking with her, but now that was looking like No small task, especially with Mr. Downey the Great and Powerful lurking about. He'd thought of finding someone in management and using his name to get through to her, but seeing her on that stage made her seem so unreachable and him so much a stranger. What could he say? He could try congratulations, kudos, small talk, and then, oh, this should be easy. The question of who she really was, and how would he segue into that? He might comment on the stage name she'd chosen and how she'd come by that name, and whether that tied in with all the other facts about her that lined up perfectly with the girl he met some 40 years ago. And where from there? Oh, this should be a cakewalk. The show went great considering what a day she'd had, but as soon as she closed the dressing room door, uncapped a bottle of water, and dabbed the sweat from her face, the highs of the performance ebbed away and the trouble loomed in her mind. Maybe, Ernie Myers would forget about her. Maybe he wouldn't see her picture in the paper even though she told him she was looking for the Orpheus Hotel. Maybe the hospital wouldn't be that interested in her even though she decked 2 of its employees. There was a knock on the door. It didn't sound like a police bust. The voice was quiet and courteous. Miss Whitaker. Julio. Yes, ma'am. She opened the door to Julio the bellman, all by himself. He'd brought a small envelope. Thanks, Julio. She offered him a treat-size Hershey's bar from a dish on her vanity. He snatched it up, gave her a wink, and let her be. The envelope contained a note. She unfolded it and read, "Saw you near the elevators the day of my accident. Would like to speak to you regarding what you saw." It was signed by Doris Branson, the hotel manager. Branson included her phone number. Mandy rested against the wall and let her lungs empty. Accident. What a day. First Ernie, and now her. The good news could be, if Doris Branson saw her near the elevators while she was interdimming there, that was one more confirmation that something real was going on, a second witness. The bad news could be, if Doris Branson had an accident right after she saw Mandy, the same as happened to Ernie, that could mean that Mandy and all her interdimming had something to do with it, and what if it did? Double trouble. Well, she'd just have to call Doris and face the music, whatever it was. It probably would be painful, but what else was new? She might learn something more about her very strange world, so the pain might be worth it. To put a smile on it, maybe Doris would end up on her side and talk to Ernie, then maybe they'd all talk, then maybe she didn't know. Dane waded through the show, suffering and enjoying, and stood to applaud. When Mandy struck her final pose. When the curtain came down and the lights came up, he searched through the heads and shoulders to find an usher. Anyone other than Downey he might ask about having an audience with. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, addressing Dane Collins. Dane was looking at a miracle and made no effort to hide his awe. "You most certainly are. I'm pleased to meet you, sir, and glad I caught you." The man extended his hand. "I would use an alias, but you already have my name. Jerome Parmenter. Before you have." Chapter 39. Parmenter couldn't talk with Dane anywhere at the Orpheus, not in a hotel room, not in the casino, not in the lounge or in the restaurant. They had to find someplace safe, neutral, secure. Dane suggested the house where he was staying. "No," said Parmenter, "everyone knows you're living there." "What do you mean, everyone? Who's everyone?" "We'll talk about that. So how much do you know about me?" "Not here." Dane thought of going to Christian Faith Center. By now it was after 10, but the church might still be open. Parmenter thought that would work. Dane called Pastor Chuck, who met him at the front door and gave him a key to lock up. Parmenter remained in the car until Dane could make sure no one would see him, and then went inside. They settled for the preschool department, a large room painted in bright primary colors with biblical murals on the walls, scripture posters, pictures of Jesus, Moses, the disciples, the lost sheep, the boat full of fish, and finger paints of Jesus, sheep, fishing boats, and an empty tomb. They sat down on child-sized chairs at a child-height table in a corner filled with plastic toys. It looked awkward, even a little silly, but Parmenter felt safe here. He visibly relaxed. Good. Good enough. He faced Dane, hands on his knees, elevated because of the tiny chair he sat on. Thank you for giving me this time, and most of all, thank you for choosing to talk with me before talking to Miss Whitaker. I'm sure you'll see it was the right choice. Parmenter produced a laptop computer from his briefcase, set it on the table, and flipped it open. As well, Dane recognized the computer. You were there at McAfee's. Oh, you bet I was. He pulled a small device that resembled a GPS from the briefcase and set it atop the toy block. He switched the device on, then tapped at the computer keys, apparently responding to whatever information the device was sending. And I'm going to answer all your questions if I can, but I suggest we cover things in order, and in small doses. You'll understand once we get into it. A few more taps on the computer, and then he took the block and held it out. Here, hold this in your hand. Dane extended his palm, and Parmenter set the block on it. To get through the introductions, I know who you are and where you live and what you do for a living, so there's no need for you to tell me. As for who I am, you obviously know or you wouldn't have made such a lasting impression on Dr. Kessler. I can tell you my age. I'm 57. And I could list my credentials and diplomas and bore you to death, or I could get right to the important stuff. So hold the block up so you see where it is, and also, he indicated the block's former location on the table, where it came from. Dane felt like a volunteer in one of his stage routines, but he was not expecting a magic trick. Lucky for us, said Parmenter, eyeing the computer screen. Mandy Whitaker is inactive at the moment, probably asleep in bed, so we'll be able to squeeze in and do this. Don't blink. You ready? Dane's eyes were open. Parmenter tapped the enter key on the computer. The block vanished from Dane's hand and instantly reappeared in its former location on the table. Dane was impressed but not surprised. He'd already seen this phenomenon several times. Parmenter looked at the block on the table, then at Dane. Okay. You saw what happened. Dane nodded. Interdimensional displacement. The scientist lit up. You've been and this is how she does it. Fundamentally, yes. To qualify myself in your eyes, I have just shown you the core explanation for Mandy Whitaker's magic, and I'm not betraying a confidence. I invented it. Shall I break it down for you? You have my undivided attention. To put it simply, I set the block on the table, then determined the exact spatial coordinates, exactly where it was, at. He consulted his computer. 11:38 p.m. January 30th, 2011. I then moved it to another location, your hand, at approximately 11:39. Then the fun part. I sent it back to where it was and how it was at 11:38. Where it was and how it was, the exact state it was in a minute earlier. It's crucial to understand that. And how did you do it? Parmenter sucked in a whistle, then sighed it out, trying to come up with an answer. Dane figured. It's a combination of time and space travel, although the crucial difference is, the block didn't travel through time, time traveled through the block. Dane had read the articles Preston's people had found. He vaguely understood. The parallel railroad tracks. Yes, yes. And here's a practical way of looking at it. I suppose you're familiar with how to restore a computer to a prior state. Your computer gets snarled up or crashes because you've hit the wrong key at the wrong time, and the only way to fix it is to have it revert to exactly the way it was a day ago or a week ago, or whenever it was still working, before whatever went wrong went wrong. Right. Ever done that? Yeah, a few times. Well, that's similar to what we just did with the block. It was on the table For a moment, then, in the course of time, travel back in time. What happened was, he searched the ceiling for how to explain it. This computer is linked with our machine. I fed the machine the data from the block. The machine replicated a secondary timeline. He gave his hands an erasing wiggle, frustrated. Well, we put the block on a parallel timeline, the other railroad track. Yes. Right. Then, without shifting the block itself in relation to our timeline, I shifted the secondary timeline it was on backward by 1 minute. So even though the block is still here with us, in our present, in our space, he reached over and flicked the block with his finger just to make the point. It is actually existing in a timeline that is 1 minute behind ours. The block is, and always will be, 1 minute younger in relation to us. If the block were a conscious entity, it would think it never left the table, but it would be wondering where that last minute went. Very simple. Oh, yeah, very simple. So, to recount the story that goes with this, he put the block back with its friends in a toy box. I got to thinking about the practical, humanitarian use for such a discovery. Imagine someone getting cancer or being injured, and medical science having the ability to place them on a new timeline and revert them to a point and place in time before they got sick or before they had the accident. They could continue their life from that point and bypass the illness or injury. Bypass the illness or injury. Not just go through it all over again. Parmenter drew an extra breath before answering. That's why we put them on a secondary timeline, a whole new route through time so they don't retrace the old one. Dane was figuring it out and Parmenter could see it in his face. Yes, you see where this is going. Dane had been preparing himself, trying to imagine such a possibility while trying not to hope. Even now, he dared not speak it. It's not all roses, I'll tell you that now, but to continue the story, some friends and I managed to build a small machine that could revert things, and we experimented with blocks of wood like this one and other small objects. We stepped on a toy car, then put the broken pieces in the machine and watched the car put itself. Machine, we could take an old car and erase all the miles off it, or a wrecked car and unwreck it. Great in theory, a little shaky in the practical application. But anyway, we got around to reverting rats. Hope you won't find this offensive, but we injured the rats in various ways and then put them in the machine, and voila. The rats went back to the way they were before we hurt them. We went bigger and tried monkeys. Same thing. But he waved his finger in the air, signaling an important point. We also did maze and memory tests on the lab animals, and sure enough, their brains also reverted. The rats learned a maze right before we injured them, and then we reverted them and they weren't injured anymore, but they couldn't remember their way through the maze either. The monkeys could perform tasks, but when we reverted them to a condition prior to learning the tasks, they didn't remember what they'd learned. They were younger, too, because reversion means everything reverts. Any injuries, any bodily changes, haircuts, nail trimmings, weight loss or gain, and memory. So for all practical purposes, the rat, the monkey, the human subject wakes up behind the times. It's kind of a Rip Van Winkle effect. They've lost a minute, an hour, a few days, depending on how far they were reverted. How about 40 years? Parmenter hesitated to answer. Dane calmly asked again, how about 40 years? Can you revert someone? 40 years. Parmenter thought for a moment, then nodded his head with chagrin. Now, we're getting to it. Somehow we did, but we don't know how it happened, so at this point we can't repeat it and, on the downside, we don't know how to fix it. Dane's mind was racing, only beginning to process what little he had heard. To this point, a mountain of memories, events, and questions waited to be reworked into an entirely new schematic by which all the impossibilities would be possible. It was more than he could handle in days, much less minutes. Parmenter could read all this in his face and chuckled nervously. This is why I said we'd have to cover this in small doses. But Dane wanted it all, with himself. Not a bad play on words. That's what we've done with objects, with lab animals, and with, well, you see the similarity. They go back to a particular point and pick up where they left off. Yeah, right, so. Right, to get to the bottom line, our near bottom line we secured. Government funding, and let me tell you, that was the beginning of sorrows right there. The military people leapt at the prospects. I mean, they were frothing at the mouth. Think of being able to uninjure soldiers and send them back into battle perfectly fit and with no memory of ever being shot. You could recycle the majority of your casualties and just keep them rolling through your war over and over again, and then, of course, the boys and girls could all come home as fit as when they shipped out. What a dream, a compelling dream. We couldn't turn away, we couldn't slow down, we had to achieve that. Which meant we had to ignore Trump on certain moral issues. But isn't that the way it goes? Dane kept telling himself it was all important and he should hear it. But he couldn't keep his impatience from showing. Sorry, said Parmenter. There's just so much but getting to it. We procured government funding, which enabled us to build a full-size machine that could revert human subjects, and our first was a soldier, a volunteer who'd been wounded in Afghanistan. It worked. More on that later. I know you're impatient to hear. Anyway, we did have a few other human subjects with various injuries and he searched the ceiling for his thoughts, wiggled his fingers nervously. The secrecy of the whole thing, that's what made it all so difficult. The experimental subjects couldn't know what we were doing or, of course, the word would get out, and we were advised, we all knew, that well, the military referred to it as a strategic asset, and a strategic asset like this would only be an asset as long as only one nation, ours, obviously, had it. There was no way on earth or in hell that we could let any other government find out we even had such a thing. But that's why we're in such a pickle now, why everything is so complex and tangled up. I'm sorry, I know I'm going on and on. Dane drew a breath and said, I have all the time you do. Parmenter looked about the room, trying to find the next point to launch from. So, I'll say it, I'll admit it, we were hasty. Pressure from the military, pressure from the government, all sorts of hassles over funding and who was in charge, and there were the moral aspects we could never agree on, still can't agree on, but that's a matter to discuss later. But we did have human subjects, civilian as well as military, which brings me to our mutual acquaintance, Drive. Margot Kessler. I won't say it was her exclusive territory, the whole thing has just grown so large and so unmanageable, but we needed human subjects who'd been injured and could conceivably be reverted in such a way that they wouldn't know they'd been reverted. I know, it sounds so impossible, and I think we're finally accepting the fact that it is. But can you imagine, we actually had the first few signed consent forms, and then, after reversion, they had no memory of giving consent to anything or even experiencing anything, and we just decided to leave it at that. Why tell them? Secrecy was the priority, right, and now we had human subjects who had no idea what we'd done to them. It was a gift, it was perfect. And Kessler was one of our scouts. She saw injured people every day. She had the means to check their backgrounds, family ties, suitability, and when she found someone we could revert without a high risk of discovery, she forwarded them down to us. To put it succinctly, they came into the emergency room injured, we took them down the hall, down an elevator into our own version of an ICU, reverted them, they woke up with no injuries and no memory of an accident, and we sent them home after a day's observation, just telling them how lucky they were to escape without a scratch. And they bought it. All they knew was what we told them. He took a breath. He was getting visibly nervous. You see where this is going. Dane was there. It could take him days to accept and believe it, but he was there. He laid himself open for one more dose, and it wouldn't be small. She wasn't dead. Parmenter came right back with a disclaimer. She would have been, in just a matter of minutes. The outcome was inevitable, as determined by Kessler and the staff. You were at a wake, a death watch, but, he thought for a moment but apparently found no better way to say it, so he kept going. We had yet to revert burn injuries, to see if destroyed tissue would actually return given the fact that such vast chemical changes had occurred, that so many atoms and molecules were lost in combustion and just weren't anything dead. So God still has control over that and isn't about to share it. But your wife Dane delivered a subtle look of permission to continue. Please. Kessler had already notified us and we were so in need of a living experimental subject. We actually expected her to die. That was the most likely outcome according to all our computer models, all the data we had at the time, so we didn't think we were risking that much. She would die. We'd take her to the morgue. The normal unfolding of the tragedy would remain the same, and in the meantime, we would have some data for whatever it was worth. It was a snap decision. We had to get her in the machine and just see what might happen, whether moments before death or after death, either way, because we didn't know if the length of time before or after death might also have a bearing on it, or to what extent reversion, maybe resuscitation, might still be possible. So you faked her death. He smiled grimly. As I'm sure you know, we humans can rewrite anything. We can redefine our way through any moral conundrum. We didn't fake her death. No, we anticipated it and brought it about as it would eventually occur anyway, then deferred it until we could make use of her body for scientific purposes. Well, after all, she was an organ donor, so if the use of her entire body might lead us to discoveries that could save lives in the future, Dane understood. It turned his stomach, but he understood. Beautifully done, he said with a cutting edge. Yeah, we found a way to justify. Parmenter actually showed a pang of conscience and seemed to be confessing as he said it. We the nurse under Kessler's orders, under our orders disconnected the wires to the heart monitor so your wife would go flatline. She would appear dead so we could get her body down to the machine before she really was dead. We barely made it. He paused for a break they both needed. They sat in silence, Dane looking at Parmenter looking at the floor. As if it might moderate the impact, Parmenter recalled, they replaced the tracheal tube and ventilated her, 100% oxygen, all the way down the elevator, all the way into the machine. Then he repeated, we barely made it. Dane had the thought, so he spoke it. What about the ashes from the funeral home, the whole cremation? A cadaver. I don't know the legal, procedural details. Somehow they pulled it off. But it wasn't Mandy. Oh, no, it wasn't. What happened to her? Parmenter actually laughed. We're all wondering that. That was the question right after the reversion started. We had her in the machine. Her vitals were dropping right off. We started the sequence. He sighed and searched the ceiling again. It had to be a faulty computer model or an error in the power calculations, or we still don't know. But here's how it is supposed to work. We lay the subject in a hospital bed just as I laid the block on the table, right? Then we sedate them so they don't know what we're up to and transport them downstairs into the machine. When we revert, we send them to a point on their new timeline prior to their injury and relocate them in the hospital bed so that, to them, they were in the bed, fell asleep in the bed, and then woke up in the bed a few hours, a few days later, whatever the case may be. With just a small amount of time lost, it looks normal enough. Wow, we tell them, you were out for a while but you're all right now and very, very lucky. Single quote. But in Mandy's case, there was a power surge, a time surge, an overcompensation. We didn't expect her to live, but we did have a hospital bed prepared. We were planning to relocate her to that bed in case, just in case, she might survive. We dressed her in a hospital gown, just threw it on her as quickly as we could. It was almost an afterthought. But anyway, we'd just begun the sequence when poof. She vanished. Completely, totally, without a trace, and until recently we had no idea how far back she'd reverted, whether years or seconds or a fraction of a second. Worse yet, we had no idea where. She didn't relocate to the hospital bed, or to that room, or the hallway, or anywhere on that floor or the floor above. Can you imagine trying to check through an entire medical center to see whether an experimental subject now of younger age and disoriented, or pardon me, a body in such ghastly condition might have cropped up unexpectedly? Can you imagine sitting helplessly, waiting for a report to come in of a deceased or dying individual suddenly appearing in the middle of a street or someone's yard or living room, or Parmenter stopped to look at him, apparently to assess his reaction? I can't imagine how you must feel hearing all this. I can help you out, Dane replied. At this point, I feel disdain for you and not the slightest measure of pity. And that goes for Kessler, too. The scientist received that and nodded ruefully. Don't be too harsh with Kessler. We lured her with the humanitarian benefits, then closed the net with her very first referral. She may have sold her soul, but we were the devil. He closed his computer. Anyway, to answer your question, yes, we can revert someone 40 years, and we know that only because, by keeping tabs on you, we finally found her, 40 years behind our time and at the opposite end of the next state, where she landed at precisely the right moment in her past that would place her at precisely the distance from the machine that would exert precisely the amount of gravitational flux to expend the energy of the space warp needed to facilitate the time change. We still have no idea when or where that was. We're guessing Mandy knows and we're hoping she'll tell us, but you can see how far we have to go before we can. Just ask her. We'll need your help, if and when you decide I'm the kind of man you'd trust in the first place. But we'll get to that. We'll get to a lot of things. He checked his watch. I've given you more than enough to process for now. He slipped the computer back into his briefcase. Isn't that the irony, or perhaps the poetry? We tailed you and surveilled you, figuring that wherever Mandy ended up, if she was still alive, she would try to find you, and so we'd find her. But now the fact is, he snapped the briefcase shut. She's a girl who never met you, never fell in love with you, never married you. You never lived 40 years together, never had a career together. She didn't know you from Adam, and yet, he looked at Dane, then far away into space. She found you. It makes me think of a salmon swimming upriver. Nothing can turn it back. It's going to get there or die in the process. He rose awkwardly from the child-sized chair. I have to go. Dane stood as well. When do we meet again? I'll let you know as soon as I know. There's no turning back now. You have to hear the rest, and if I may, before you approach Mandy. And please,